yes. Others nodded their heads and looked firm. Chen Mo could feel that they were all sincere and did not commit any fraud. It seems that I didn't save the wrong person. The corner of the mouth under the mask raised a smile. Chen Mo nodded softly and said happily, "No, I really have someone to answer. You just need to keep a secret for me." "Well, no problem. Don't worry. We're not going to die." After Chen Mo explained to the crowd, he took the fishing rod from Su Wan's hand and turned to leave. When people look at Chen Mo's back, they are reluctant to part. This time they may never see him again. What happened on the island will become their eternal secret. "Uncle." Zhang Xin and Su Qing look at Chen Mo's tall back and say softly. Their eyes are red, but they know that Chen Mo is not with them for a reason. They don't stop him, even if they are extremely reluctant to give up. They are separated from Chen Mo, who has been secretly protecting and helping them, Blackman. Wait. Just as they were standing in front of the camp to see Chen Mo leave, Su Wan watched Chen Mo's back gradually go away. After some hesitation, he finally summoned up his courage and called out, "May I come with you?" Chen Mo's body shape slowly turned around, looked at Su Wan from her eyes. Chen Mo saw firm and prey. After the old man died, she didn't plan to stay in the original company, and the power and mystery revealed by Chen Mo made her want to find out exactly. Follow him. Don't know what it would look like. Will it be more wonderful? Originally, she had been trusting her, caring for her and guiding her life. The old chairman, whom she regarded as her family and dependents, was no longer there. She had been around the old man since graduation and did not know where to go. Will the new boss covet her beauty, as the book says, want to get her body and make office rules? At the thought of this, Su Wan is full of worries and fears about her future work. With the old chairman, she also contacted a lot of shopping malls. Most of the secretaries around them had special relationships with them. She really didn't have any good feelings and trust for other bosses besides the old man, nor any expectations. But Chen Mo in front of her is different. He has been protecting and helping them silently, but he doesn't ask for a return, and he personally saves her from Wang Jianqiang, who wants to use her. If he is like other bosses, he can intimidate them with food, force them to devote themselves to him, or even use them directly. But he has always been selfless to help them, and has always kept a distance, never taking advantage of them. In Su Wan's mind, Chen Mo is a real gentleman, a good person who can be fully trusted, and also the most reliable dependence on the island. After the old man died, her missing pillar was propped up by Chen Mo, and more stable than before. At this time, Chen Mo is going to leave. It seems that the pillar that supports her heart is going to be taken away again. She can't help shouting Chen Mo out and makes up her mind to go with him. Chen Mo looks into her eyes and a deep and powerful voice rings in Su Wan's ear. "You go back to China first, and you are destined to meet each other." After that, Chen Mo quickly turned around and left the camp without waiting for them to say anything more. Su Wanleng looks at Chen Mo's figure disappearing in the forest and recites Chen Mo's words in his mouth. "If you are destined to meet each other, you will meet each other." In fact, Chen Mo is very optimistic about Su Wan. Although she is only a secretary, her performance during this period is not so bad. She is loyal to the elderly, intelligent, and capable. She is calm, responsible, and can take on a big task with a little training. Chen Mo wants to build his own power in the future, and he needs such loyal and capable talents. However, this is not the time yet. After Chen Mo left, people stood in place for a long time before they recovered from Chen Mo's loss and unwillingness to leave. Thinking of Chen Mo's story that the rescue plane was about to arrive, they were a little agitated. They miraculously survived in the plane crash and spent 2 hard and bumpy months on this isolated island. "Are you really going back now? We should unify the caliber first." Su Wan was the first to recover from these complex emotions, thinking of Chen Mo's instructions before leaving when he suggested, "That's right. Let's think about what to say after being rescued." Captain Zhao Jianmin nodded with approval. If we don't discuss it in advance, in case anyone accidentally says something wrong, it's easy to find out the problem, and then expose the existence of Chen Mo. Generally speaking, it's okay according to the facts, just a few points. Su Wan carefully combed the experience of this period in her mind, and after thinking for a while, she said again with a straight face. First of all, apart from 6 of us, only the eldest brother and the old chairman who were seriously injured and died were survived. On the whole plane, only 8 of us survived, no one else, no foreigners, no bodyguards. Su Wan's tone was accentuated here. Others nodded after hearing the words. 3 foreigners and bodyguard Wang Jianqiang were killed by Chen Mo to save them. It's better to let them die in the plane. Second, we can survive by uniting, collecting shells, and going to the sea to catch fish. At first, it was very difficult and we often starved. Later, we gradually mastered the skills and then we were able to survive. Third, it took us a long time to build the wooden house. Fourth, in the woods, Chen Mo listened to the serious discussion and improvement of the island's survival experience, smiled and nodded. Su Wan and Captain Zhao Jianmin were there, but he was not worried. Both of them are steady and reliable and will definitely solve the problem. An hour later, the people had already discussed the best plan and memorized it. In fact, it's not difficult. Most of them are honest. As long as 3 foreigners, Wang Jianqiang and Chen Mo, are eliminated, and some places are slightly changed, there will be no problem. After all, they have also lived on the island for 2 months. The 6 people have a strong ability to survive in the wild. Even if they are asked, they will not show any flaws. Moreover, these are just in case that no one will interrogate them like the trial prisoners. It is estimated that the biggest possibility is for them to give a general account, even if they don't remember. After all, it's normal to have a mental problem after a plane crash and living on this isolated island for so long. So Chen Mo is not worried about exposure. To say the least, even if someone accidentally says his existence and the other party really believes it, it will only be like them, who regard him as a mysterious figure who happened to encounter a shipwreck nearby and will never contact his Chen Mo. 6 people came to the beach after the confession, waiting for Chen Mo's rescue helicopter. In the people's anxiously looking forward to, not long after, a prominent bright orange figure appeared in the sky in the distance. With its continuous approach, people's ears gradually sounded the helicopter's iconic voice. Buzz! The 6 survivors are so excited that they are looking forward to the long-awaited rescue and finally come. The rescue helicopter apparently found the island here long ago, flying straight towards them, and as the distance continued to pull in, they soon found the huge wreckage of the airliner near the edge of the island. Island found northeast search now. Look there, it's the plane, we found it. Call command. The wreckage of the airliner was found on the island. It's completely burned, not yet. Wait, look at the sea, someone's alive. Call command, call command. Find the survivors, repeat. Find the survivors. All the people in the headquarters who received the helicopter report were shocked. Someone survived the air crash and lived on the isolated island for more than 2 months. This is a miracle. The rescue helicopter landed slowly on the beach, and 2 rescue workers rushed down the plane. The strong wind generated by the propeller ran towards 6 excited survivors on the beach. Chen Mo hid in the woods and watched 6 people being picked up one by one in tears. Before boarding, everyone could not help looking back at the woods behind him. Rescuers thought they were looking at the island, which had been living for more than 2 months, but they didn't know what they were thinking was Chen Mo. They have been trapped in the island for more than 2 months, and they are finally going home. However, Chen Mo is still on the island. I don't know if I can see him again in my life. This powerful and mysterious man has saved all their benefactors. People with a complex mood boarded the plane. The helicopter slowly lifted off. turning the direction to the direction of the rescue ship. Through the porthole of the helicopter, the survivors looked down at the island, which was gradually far away. The experience of more than 2 months came to mind. Plane crash, flight from the cabin, plane explosion, desert island survival, food seeking, shellfish digging, crabs catching, fish fork, 3 foreigners and Wang Jianqiang's blackening, the death of middle-aged people and old people, Chen Mo's secret help, the emergence of the crisis time to kill people. His last period of stability on which Chen Mo relies, confused and helpless, hungry, restless, hard to find food, cold night, hard to sleep under the sea breeze. Warm moment in front of the campfire, fear and despair of falling into the palm of the devil, grateful after Chen Mo's rescue, heart like death, peace and hope after Chen Mo's emergence on this island. They see the darkness and brilliance of human nature and realize a new self. Here, they are reborn. At this time, watching the nameless island carrying the most unforgettable experience of their life gradually go away on the plane, they all felt that they could not speak clearly. In particular, there is the silence left alone on the island, with infinite gratitude and reluctant to give up, and the hearts of all the people read it silently. Goodbye. Seeing the helicopter carrying people away, Chen Mo took back his sight. Goodbye. Finally, Chen Mo's island life is over. His past identity will also come to an end as the wreckage of the plane and the survivors are found. After the explosion and burning of fire, the remains in the cabin have been unrecognizable. Many of the victims were thrown out of the cabin during the crash and fell into the sea. Even the bodies could not be found. The specific situation of the victims could not be counted at all. Now only these 6 people survive, and the rest of the plane can basically declare death. The former Chen Mo will die, and with a totally different body and temperament, even with a very different appearance, Chen Mo will start a new life in a new identity. Chen Mo thought a move, put away the Aiden alloy armor on the surface of the nano battlesuit, and then took out the steel battlesuit from the space. In a flash, the steel battlesuit with black paint appeared in front of Chen Mo's body, wrapped his front body. Then the expanded armor quickly closed. In a blink of an eye, Chen Mo was completely wrapped in the inside of the battlesuit. At the same time, the chest and eyes also lit up white light. Jarvis, turn on the navigation. Let's go to Los Angeles. Yes, sir. A clear map followed Jarvis's words and immediately appeared on the holographic screen in front of Chen Mo. A line from one part of the Pacific Ocean connected to the west coast of a continent in the east. An arrow at the starting point represents Chen Mo's orientation and direction at this time. Chen Mo didn't take off directly. As soon as the rescue helicopter left, the rescue ship was probably not far away. Chen Mo took off directly in a steel battle suit, which was likely to be found by the rescue ship's radar, causing unnecessary trouble. So Chen Mo took out the modified stealth device from the space and fixed it directly on the back. Just like carrying a huge one, the streamlined backpack is similar to the spacewalking astronauts in spacesuits. Of course, its shape is much more beautiful than science fiction. With Chen Mo's stealth device activated, Chen Mo's whole body disappeared completely, leaving him invisible to the naked eye, radar, and infrared detector. When everything is ready, Chen Mo immediately starts the thruster, rises in the air, finds the direction in the mid-air, and flies at full speed in the direction marked on the map. The map on the screen automatically shrinks and moves to the upper right corner of the screen under the adjustment of Jarvis, and a translucent 3-dimensional arrow appears in the screen immediately, indicating the forward direction for Chen Mo accurately. He only needs to fly according to the direction pointed by the arrow. He doesn't need to check the map frequently, adjust the direction, and the flight becomes very easy. Chen Mo can even let Jarvis control the direction directly. He has no problem sleeping in the war clothes. However, Chen Mo, who has only flown once near the top secret base of Hydra since the battle suit was made, does not choose to drive automatically. Take this opportunity to enjoy the high-speed flight. But on the way, Chen Mo is not idle. He ordered Jarvis to invade the U.S. government's population file system and carefully design a new identity for himself. With the experience of the U.S. Captain World in making fake identity, Chen Mo, the new identity, is easy to make up, and with the help of Jarvis, a senior AI expert who has been leading the world in technology for decades, he doesn't have to worry about being found out any flaws at all. But to be sure, Chen Mo changed his name, Chen Mo, and his English name was Black Chen, which was the nickname given to him by two little girls. Shortly after Chen Mo left the desert island, a military speedboat full of soldiers came to break through the waves. After landing on the island, the whole island and the wreckage of the aircraft were quickly photographed, videotaped, and searched. Since the wreckage of the plane is on the island, if there are other survivors, they must still be on the island. Although the 6 survivors who were rescued said there were no survivors other than them, according to the procedure, the search and rescue headquarters sent a search team to carry out a detailed search of the island, which naturally resulted in nothing. But the solid wooden houses, the burning bonfires, and the wooden spears placed neatly beside the trees in the survivors' camp still amaze and admire the soldiers of the search team. These 6 survivors can survive on their own without any tools or materials after being trapped in the desert island. It's a miracle that the island has survived for more than 2 months until the arrival of the rescue team. Their strong desire for survival, strong will, and the ability to survive in the wild all make people feel shocked and deeply admired. Those 5 girls who seem to be delicate can't be underestimated. It's amazing how much potential people have in a desperate situation. The original maximum speed of the steel battle suit can reach Mach 6, more than 7,000 kilometers per hour. After loading the stealth device, although the speed has decreased a lot, it still reached its destination 2 hours later. It landed on a remote sea bank in the western part of Los Angeles, the largest city in California. Put away the steel war clothes and put on a set of ordinary casual jacket. Chen Mo takes out a Harley Street 750 motorcycle from the space, gets on the car, directly blows the accelerator to the maximum, and disappears in the low and powerful roar of the motor. The maximum speed of this daily scooter is only over 170 kilometers. Chen Mo directly drives to the maximum speed. It doesn't take long to leave the remote coast and enter the urban area. Taking the motorcycle back in a hidden lane, Chen Mo turns around and walks out of the lane to a hotel not far away. After opening the best presidential suite, Chen Mo's first thing to return to the room was to take a comfortable hot bath. There is no condition for him to take a good bath on the island. After taking a bath in the sea, he has to wash it again with mineral water. Otherwise, the body surface will leave a layer of salt after the evaporation of the sea water, which is very uncomfortable. Now back to the modern city, you can finally relax. Although the inflatable bed in the tent is much better than the simple bed of other survivors, it is no better than the luxurious big bed in the presidential suite of the high-end hotel. It was okay before, but I got used to living in Tony Stark's luxury villa, and I suddenly returned to the desert island for a few days, which was not very suitable. I really should have said that from thrift to extravagance, from extravagance to thrift. However, Chen did not have to be aggrieved by his living conditions. Only when the real world is well cultivated can he meet the challenges of the next world in a better state. Besides, Chen Mo is not a friar himself. He can live more comfortably. Why abuse himself? When Chen Mo took a hot bath and lay down on a soft and comfortable luxury bed to rest, the news that the plane was found has spread rapidly in China. The people who have been paying attention to the progress of the search and rescue operation were pleasantly surprised to learn that 6 survivors of the plane survived miraculously and staged a wonderful life on the desert island for 60 days play. The major news of that night focused on this incident. Audience friends, since the plane crash, for more than 2 months, the search and rescue of the plane crash has been affecting the hearts of the people of the country. The relevant departments of the state have sent out a large number of aircraft and warships to search the sea area where the aircraft may crash on a large scale, but there has never been any harvest, and the wreckage of the crashed aircraft has never been found. Over time, over the vast ocean, the chances of survival are getting lower and lower. Today, a search and rescue helicopter finally found the wreckage of the plane on a deserted island. What's more, 6 survivors on the island survived miraculously. They solved the problem of food by collecting shellfish, catching crabs, making wooden spears and fishing in the sea on the island. They also used the fire of burning aircraft debris to light bonfires and used trees to build shelters. 6 people united, and through hard work and unremitting persistence, they successfully passed the most difficult period and survived on the island. Chen Mo watched the domestic reports for a while through the holographic projection screen of the watch, then smiled and closed the interface and began to search the auction house. To complete his development in the real world, the first step is to have enough startup funds. Chen Mo, who is in charge of Hydra, will not be short of money, but the money in other world can't be used in the real world. He needs to change the jewelry and precious antiques brought back from the Night Legend world and Iron Man world into money. Naturally, he will not bring any ordinary goods. Each one is invaluable. The best way to deal with it is through the auction house. Soon Chen Mo chose the largest auction house with the best reputation. After a rest, he went to the auction house in person and completed the entrusted auction formalities. Next, he just had to wait and collect the money. However, the auction does not start immediately. The quality and quantity of these things Chen Mo brought out are very small. Naturally, the auction house will not directly auction them in such a hurry. Instead, it is necessary to carry out some publicity first to attract as many buyers as possible who are interested in this batch of products. As more people are interested in the same batch of products, there will be more fierce competition. In this way, we can get a higher price. However, Chen Mo doesn't have much time to waste. Besides, these things are not precious in his eyes. It may be a bit exaggerated to say how much they need, but they can easily take out a lot of them. It doesn't matter if they sell at a high point or a low point. Therefore, Chen Mo forcefully changed their original plan of 1 month to 3 days. If you really follow the requirements of the auction house, Chen Mo's next world has come back a month later, and this period of time between the 2 worlds is completely wasted. So of course, Chen Mo can't agree. In order to waste a precious month's time and a little money, Chen Mo might as well take out his steel battle suit to rob the bank. There is no way for auction houses. No matter how they advise, Chen Mo doesn't eat hard or soft. You should know that Chen Mo's jewelry and antiques are of great value. If there is no good publicity and the auction price is affected, the difference will be calculated in millions. If the average person, let alone a month, half a year may not think the preparation time is short, but Chen Mo seems to be selling Chinese cabbage, which is no less than 30 or 20 cents at all. He is eager to sell out and close the stall. Under the strong threat of Chen Mo's not agreeing to change the house, the auction house finally had to bear the pain and promised to start the auction 3 days later. Chen Mo, regardless of their face full of flesh pain, decided the auction and went back to the hotel directly, leaving the auction house people in a hurry to start the publicity work, in order to attract enough customers in these 3 days and minimize the loss. The auction is settled. Chen Mo just needs to wait 3 days for the auction to finish and collect the money. However, he is not idle these days. Instead, he starts to find the right real estate and company through Jarvis. According to his plan, he will stay here for quite a long time in the future. Naturally, it is impossible to stay in a hotel all the time or to have a real estate of his own. However, the company is the first step to build his own power. There must be some industries of his own, and he cannot make money by selling antique jewelry alone. With Jarvis, a lot of things are very convenient to do. Chen Mo can find out all the eligible objects for him as long as he says his requirements, and give him corresponding analysis and recommendation. The advantages and disadvantages are clear at a glance, which saves Chen Mo a lot of effort. With Jarvis, Chen Mo doesn't even need to check on the spot. Through satellite, monitoring, and various kinds of image data and information found on the internet, Chen Mo can get a very clear and comprehensive understanding of the actual situation of each object, even more clearly than when he went to the scene in person. After all, many things can't be known without going to see them. Soon, Chen Mo chose a favorite real estate and a suitable company. He could buy it directly when the auction money arrived. 3 days later, the auction began. Auction houses have made great efforts. Basically, all the well-known rich have been informed, especially those who are interested in jewelry and antiques. Chen Mo's rare group of top jewelry and antiques has indeed attracted many people's interest. Even those who are far away or cannot get away from something, many of them have sent their subordinates. In the end, the scale of the auction held temporarily was no less than that of spring auction and autumn auction in previous years. The atmosphere was quite warm. As the owner of all the auction products, Chen Mo did not go to the scene in person. The jewelry and antiques Chen Mo put out for auction are rare and valuable treasures for others, but in his eyes, they are just objects for money, so he is not very interested. He just waits for the money after the auction to carry out his plan. The auction went smoothly. Chen Mo's rare medieval gorgeous jewelry, antiques, rare gems and colored diamonds made the rich burst into great enthusiasm and competed for bids. The atmosphere of the whole auction site was very hot all the time. The price of each item was soaring, and the lowest one was more than 10 million US dollars yuan, and the highest set of gorgeous and incomparable medieval royal jewelry, even in the competition of several European and Arab royal members. The price was $95 million. In fact, it's also very normal. Chen Mo's position in the two worlds, which is not a rare treasure that he can collect into the space, if he doesn't want to make it too public. Even the top national treasures such as Mona Lisa's smile and the Last Supper can be easily acquired by Chen Mo. But one of these things is too conspicuous, which will cause too much attention. Another, except for those stolen, lost and unaccounted for, many of them are kept in major museums. If Chen Mo takes out another one, it will only be regarded as a forgery. However, there are still several sunflowers, starry sky, and other paintings he likes in Chen Mo's space, which he plans to hang in the house to enjoy later. After the auction, the money soon hit Chen Mo's card. He took out the jewelry and antiques that he despised and gave him a total of nearly $2.3 billion. Although it was not comparable to the huge wealth he had in the movie world, it also provided him with sufficient financial support for his first step development in the real world. As soon as the money arrived, Chen Mo immediately asked Jarvis to buy the property that he had been optimistic about with the company. Even without Chen Mo's presence, Jarvis contacted the relevant personnel directly. Chen Mo only needed to sign the contract data. He didn't need to worry about other procedures. Naturally, there were professionals in charge of the whole process. After checking out of the hotel, Chen Mo walked to the last hidden alley and took out the Harley Street 750 motorcycle from the space. Boom, boom, boom. Accompanied by a deep and powerful engine roar, a handsome black motorcycle rushed out of a small lane on the side of the road. Squeak. After rushing out of the lane, the front wheel of the motorcycle swerves to the right, and the rear wheel continues to rush forward. The whole body quickly rotates 90 degrees and the head turns to the right. After finishing the steering quickly, the motorcycle roared again. The powerful horsepower was released completely. The speed soared rapidly, and the motorcycle galloped along the road. More than one speeding car was flexible and soon disappeared in the distant traffic. Chen Mo drove his motorcycle all the way and soon left the city. He continued to fly north along Haben No. 1 highway. What Chen Mo is going to now is the new home that he just bought and already belongs to. Outside the downtown area of Los Angeles, the scenery on both sides of the road gradually changed, and all the high-rise buildings disappeared. As Chen Mo went further and further, even the number of people gradually became scarce. Except for the cars occasionally overtaken by Chen Mo, no one was seen. Only the long road that stretches far along the coastline, the waves, the sand, and the thick forest on both sides of the road. From time to time, tall palm trees appeared on both sides of the road and were quickly thrown behind him. On his left there was a boundless sea. Close to the road there were layers of waves and golden beaches. From time to time, several seabirds would fly in the air. The setting sun, which has been leaning to the west, hangs on the sea level in the sky and stands still on Chen Mo's left side. It seems to be following Chen Mo to run forward and keep pace with him. On the other side, the scenery is more changeable. Sometimes, there are lush green mountains with continuous vegetation or cliffs cut through the mountains. Sometimes, there are vast grasslands and low hills that extend to the distance. Large, soft grasslands bring a soft green color. The road also fluctuates with the terrain, sometimes clings to the sea, almost meets the splashing waves, sometimes leaps up with the mountain, separates a cliff from the sea, and occasionally passes several bridges across the canyon. This constantly changing beautiful scenery makes Chen Mo enjoy his goal, and at the same time, he can't help looking forward to his new home. Along the way, Chen Mo drove the motorcycle to the maximum speed, and the scenery on both sides passed by him quickly. After several minutes, Chen Mo found that the terrain in front of him had changed, and the land on the left side of the road extended to the sea for several kilometers. At the end of the road, there was a continuous mountain range extending into the sea, which had been close to the sea of the road at last. It was blocked by the land that stretched into the sea. The coastline takes a turn here, away from the highway, and extends to the northwest. Chen Mo looks forward along the straight road, but with his keen eyes, he can see clearly that, a few kilometers away, the land extending to the sea seems to have been recovered again, and the distant coastline appears in Chen Mo's eyes again, as before, clinging to the road and stretching to the distance. It turned out to be a small peninsula stretching into the sea, surrounded by the sea on three sides, and the place connecting with the mainland was cut off by the No. 1 highway. However, the place connecting with the highway in front was a long row of thick tree walls composed of tall trees, which completely blocked the scene inside. This tree wall not only distributes along the roadside, but also turns inward when it is close to the seaside. It extends a long section to the peninsula along the coastline, but blocks most of the external vision and the voice of vehicles on Highway 1. Although there were some twists and turns at first, the straight road also diverged here. A new black asphalt road, which is slightly narrower than the original road, passes through a gap on the tree wall from afar and stretches along the coast, connecting with Highway 1. However, this new asphalt road is not a public road, because just tens of meters away from the next road, in front of the tree wall, there is a beautiful black iron gate in the middle of the road, and two solid wooden fences are extended on both sides. One side is close to the tree wall, and the other side is not along the tree wall. The peninsula extends into the sea and cuts off the coast here. Obviously, this is a private territory. Chen Mo saw the terrain clearly and did not continue to drive forward. Instead, he turned the car directly. The car turned quickly and drove down the asphalt road on the left. After tens of meters, he stopped steadily in front of the iron gate. There is a big lock on the black iron door which blocks the road. Chen-mo stops the car, rolls over and gets off the motorcycle, then comes to the front door in a few steps. Looking at the big lock hanging on the door, Chen-mo stretched out his right hand, and a silver key appeared in his hand. Then Chen-mo took the key and inserted it into the lock hole. Click! The lock is under Chen-mo's slight twist of the key, and then it pops open. Pushing the two iron doors open, Chen-mo stepped on the motorcycle again and opened the open door. Through the gate, made up of tall trees with luxuriant branches and leaves, Chen-mo entered the interior of the peninsula along the asphalt road. The scene that was blocked by the tree wall before Chen-mo was completely displayed in front of him. The first thing that came into view was a large, flat and broad grassland in front of him. It extended westward to the foot of the mountain connected with the sea. In the middle, there were several gentle rolling hills, which were all covered by green grassland, dotted with small trees and tall trees. The asphalt road under Chen-mo's feet also extends along the coastline on one side of the peninsula to the foot of the mountain in the distance, and finally disappears into the forest. This is Chen-mo's destination and his new home. Chen-mo's view of this property is not just a simple house, but a large ranch near the west coast, or the manor is more suitable because it is not just a ranch. This manor is located in Santa Barbara in the northwest of Los Angeles. It is 130 kilometers away from the downtown of Los Angeles. It has a vast area and occupies a whole peninsula stretching into the sea. The total area is more than 4,400 acres, about 18 square kilometers. The reason why Chen-mo chose it in many manors and real estate is that its terrain and environment are perfect. Unlike ordinary manors and ranches, there is usually only one kind of terrain. There are not only vast pastures, but also forests, mountains, and a small clear lake. Moreover, this land is located on the coast, surrounded by the sea on three sides, with a large area of beautiful golden beach. The whole peninsula is roughly trapezoid. One side is close to the No. 1 highway, with a length of about 5 kilometers. The other three sides are surrounded by the sea. As the land gradually extends to the sea, the width gradually shortens. To the last mountain range extending into the sea, it is only more than 2 kilometers. The whole coastline is about 13 kilometers in total. Chen-mo drives his motorcycle all the way along the asphalt road. The tree wall on the left side of the road disappears quickly, and the golden beach along the bank appears in Chen-mo's sight. A few kilometers away at full speed of Halley Street 750, Chen-mo quickly approached the place not far from the mountains. However, the asphalt road did not reach the foot of the coast, but turned a corner obliquely to the right when it was far away from the foot of the mountain. At the same time, it extended into the peninsula. Another 1 kilometer ahead, the asphalt road finally reached the foot of the mountain, turned up along a gentle slope, and went up the mountain obliquely. Chen-mo rode his motorcycle up the mountain and galloped along the winding boulevard. On both sides of the road are tall trees at least decades old. The autumn wind is gradually rising, and some fallen leaves have been spread on the road. Harley Street 750 roars past at a high speed. The strong wind brought by the car body blows up the fallen leaves on the ground and flies in the air. Riding fast on the mountain road, Chen-mo is surrounded by trees and trees. In the forest, the cool and fresh nature comes from 4 weeks. Chen-mo's mood is relaxed. After several twists and turns on this mountain road, Chen-mo finally walked out of the woods and came to the top of the mountain. Without the shelter of tall trees, Chen-mo's vision became wider. On the top of the mountain, there was a flat, open space. Most of the surrounding trees were tens of meters away. In the north of the open space on the top of the mountain, there was a tall retro rock castle. This ancient castle-style villa, which looks full of historical atmosphere, covers an area of nearly 2,000 square meters. It has 3 floors on the ground and 1 floor underground. The wall surface is made of yellow stones, and the roof is covered with black tiles. It is even more magnificent in the setting sun. The former owner's residence, modeled on the ancient European castle, is also a reason to attract Chenmo to buy it. Although Tony Stark's modern villa is good, Chenmo prefers the Blackstone castle in the Dark Legend world. Although this ancient castle is totally incomparable with Blackstone Castle, it is also very rare. If you want to find an ancient castle like Blackstone Castle, you may have to go to Europe. Moreover, the decoration of this ancient castle also integrates modern elements, but it is more comfortable to live in. From Chenmo's present position, he continued to move forward, which was the small square paved with flat stone plates in front of the castle gate. However, Chenmo did not move forward, but turned right along the asphalt road and came to the east side of the castle. Where it is connected with the road is a tall black steel gate, as thick and solid as the gate of an ancient castle. Chenmo stops in front of the steel gate. Instead of getting out of the car, he takes out a small remote control from the space and presses it. The heavy iron gate rises slowly, revealing the wide space inside. It turns out that this is the garage of the castle villa, and the heavy iron gate, like the gate, is the gate of the garage. When the gate opened to 2 meters high, Chenmo started his motorcycle and drove in. Behind him, the gate slowly lowered again and finally closed completely. After entering the castle, Chenmo parked his Harley Street 750 motorcycle on one side, left the garage along a door on one side, and entered the castle. The interior decoration of the castle is a completely retro style, with wide hall, smooth marble floor, luxurious wool carpet, thick and exquisite solid wood furniture, resplendent wall decoration and mural, and gorgeous crystal chandelier on the ceiling, which makes the interior of the castle look very magnificent. However, Chenmo frowned slightly when looking at all this. Some of the decorations here are too ornate to pursue. Instead, they have lost some of the breath of life. Moreover, they are just a kind of ostentation without any details and connotations. It can be seen that the former owner of the castle just likes it and doesn't know much about it. In addition to the good construction of the castle, the interior decoration can't satisfy Chenmo. But Chenmo is already very clear about these things. He doesn't expect that every place can satisfy him. He can find such a good ancient castle nearby. The geographical location and terrain environment are so superior. Chenmo is very satisfied. As for the layout, it can be adjusted according to his habits and preferences. After a general look at the situation inside the castle, Chenmo didn't stop at the bottom. He went straight down the broad stairs to a room at the west end of the top floor, which was also the original master's bedroom. This room has a large area of hundreds of square meters. The west side is facing the sea. Through the window, you can overlook the magnificent sea view in the distance. The setting sun gradually sinks into the sea. The whole sky is reflected in red by the setting sun. However, Chenmo didn't see the beautiful sunset. When he was on the island, he didn't know how many times he saw the sunrise and sunset on the sea. At first, he thought it was beautiful and magnificent. Now he has been used to it. So Chenmo just glanced at it casually and looked down at the mountains below. The castle was originally built at the top of the mountain, from which you can see the whole picture of the mountain clearly. This small mountain range is located at the westernmost end of the peninsula and stretches for nearly 3 kilometers from north to south. However, it is not completely connected with the coast from south to north, but in the shape of a crescent moon. Only the 2 ends of the north and the south penetrate into the sea, forming 2 cliffs, while the middle part recesses into the eastern inland, forming an independent beach surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and facing the sea on the west. The crescent-shaped mountains extending to the sea at both ends just isolated and protected the beach in the west, which blocked the surrounding wind and blocked the view of the outside world. Except from the sea, other places could not see it at all, and would not know that there was such a peaceful and beautiful beach hidden in the mountains. The moon-shaped mountain range is low in the south and high in the north. The mountain is not too steep. Chen Mo's ancient castle is located on the top of the highest mountain in the middle. Standing in front of the west window of the castle, Chen Mo can clearly see the mountain surrounded by the sea like crescent on both sides. Directly below him, the quiet valley surrounded by mountains is a large flat green grassland in which many tall trees grow, and a cluster of thick bushes are randomly distributed. Beside the quiet and beautiful beach, there are many what a tall palm tree. It's cool on the beach. It's a nice private beach, safe, quiet, and undisturbed. Seeing the secret valley on the information given by Jarvis, Chen Mo felt more beautiful than the picture. Moreover, the overall terrain and location here are also very beneficial to the development behind him. There are many secrets in his body. In this very secret place far away from the city and the people, you don't need to worry about being discovered. Moreover, there is enough space for him to do what he wants. With satisfaction, Chen Mo took a look at the wide windows in front of him. Although the castle is a copy of the European Hu castle, and the outer wall is also made of rocks, the main structure is all made of modern reinforced concrete. The structure is not as limited as the real rock castle, and the windows are also large, which is not as dark as the black stone castle. Through the wide and bright windows around the castle, you can have a panoramic view of the whole farm and ranch to the east, and you can directly see the whole crescent-shaped mountain range to the west, the golden beach below, and the magnificent scenery of the vast sea in the distance. On the north and south sides of the castle, there are green mountains and forests nearby. In the distance, there is a long coastline and vast sea and rolling mountains and hills on both sides. It can be regarded as 360-degree panoramic villa without dead angle. Although the castle is located at the top of the mountain, it is very convenient to go up and down. A flat asphalt road stretches across the whole mountain range from the front of the ancient castle on the top of the mountain to the east and west sides. It winds down to the foot of the mountain. In addition to the one when Chen Mo came up, there is also a straight way to the secret valley just seen in the west of the castle. Live in this beautiful castle on the top of the mountain. Go out in the morning, face the sun to the east, and go down the mountain to the vast grassland. Come back in the evening, face the soft sunset in the sky, climb the mountain, and the end of the road is the sea and the sunset. Instead of staying in the former master's bedroom, Chen Mo went out of the bedroom and walked down the long corridor to the room at the east end of the castle. The layout of this room is different from that in the west, and the area should be wider. There are wide and bright windows on both sides of the southeast. The whole room looks brighter and more transparent. In fact, this room is the real master room. The former castle owner may prefer the sea view, so he will choose the room near the sea in the west. For Chen Mo, who has been on the island for more than 2 months, he has seen enough of the same magnificent sea view. He prefers to look down on the earth and take charge of the whole life. Looking out from the east window, there is a vast and vibrant green, hillside, forest, grassland hills, and a diamond-like sparkling lake dotted at the foot of the mountain. The lake reflects the color of the mountain, which is more beautiful and quiet. The vast and beautiful pastures are fan-shaped and spread from the foot of the mountain to the distance, extending for several kilometers at the dense high tree wall. Both sides are surrounded by the bay. At the north and south ends, the No. 1 highway stretching along the coastline clearly appeared in front of Chen Mo. Occasionally, a car passing by can clearly see the situation in the window with Chen Mo's superhuman eyes. From time to time, some people turn their heads and look curiously at the peninsula that blocks the coastline, and the tall retro castle on the distant mountains, but no one knows. Just as they look at the castle, the people in the castle look at them at the window. Chen Mo takes his eyes back from the travelers on the road, raises his head, looks straight ahead, and casts his eyes into the distance. In the distance, the rolling mountains and hills have been extended to the north and south until the end of the line of sight, and the road and coastline are integrated into one. The land is full of vitality and change, which makes Chen Mo feel more comfortable than the same sea. A sense of controlling the world cannot help but rise from his heart, as if he is back to the legend of the night world, standing in front of the window of Blackstone Castle, overlooking the vast territory under his rule. Just now, the place has changed from Europe to America, but can Chen Mo bring this vast continent under his rule just as he ruled Europe? Looking at the land in front of him, Chen Mo's mouth could not help showing a smile. It was just a beginning. This ranch manor with mountains, water, forest, and sea, covering a vast area and beautiful scenery, was bought by Chen Mo for $52 million. Chen Mo became the new owner here, and finally moved out of the hotel and lived in the castle on the top of the mountain. The problem of residence has been solved, and the acquisition of the company has been completed. After some research and comparison, Chen Mo finally chose a small car manufacturing company in Los Angeles, which is on the verge of bankruptcy. Based on the analysis of the performance and various data and information of the cars produced by this company, Jarvis concluded that their technical strength and production capacity are fairly good, which is no better than the large automobile manufacturing groups such as General Motors and Ford, which have a large industry and strong technical strength. But it is not without any advantages. The subordinate departments of this company are well established and perfect, and the working ability of each department is also good. The reason why they are on the verge of bankruptcy is that the competition in the automobile market is too fierce. They are small companies, small brands in brand appeal, customer recognition, market share, capital, technology, productivity, and other aspects. Compared with several old car companies, they are in an absolute disadvantage. Originally, it is difficult to survive in the cracks of major brands and occupy a little small living space. It is very difficult to highlight the siege and develop from many automobile brands. However, the original boss of the company, unwilling to be non-mainstream, decided to put together a brand new main car. Unfortunately, due to product positioning problems, insufficient technical reserves, and the high target in the early stage, the fund in the later stage was seriously short, the latest model development failed, and the company's working capital also fell into a dilemma. The original several models were popular. The production and sales of Tungaudo have also been affected. In the extrusion of two big domestic automobile groups and many well-known foreign automobile brands, the company fell into a desperate situation. The sales volume of its products continued to be low, and finally it was unable to make ends meet and was on the verge of bankruptcy. All kinds of methods that could be thought of were tried and never improved. The old board had to sell it to reduce its losses. Chen Mo's acquisition of this company is not their technical strength. To say that technology, even the world's top automobile groups, such as Ford, GM, and Volkswagen, can't compare with Chen Mo at all. However, the level of technology in his hands is more than 20 or 30 years and can be completely crushed technically. The reason why Chen Mo wants to buy the company is just to save the time of starting the company from scratch. A mature company has been very perfect in all aspects. The department structure, human resources, various production equipment, and skilled production personnel can be directly put into use with a little adjustment. There is no need for Chen Mo to start from scratch and build it all by himself. After all, it's just a company, not an intelligence agency. The purpose of Chen Mo's acquisition of the company is only to carry out his first step in the real world, not to form an intelligence organization, so it is not so strict. As long as Chen Mo pays attention to the confidentiality of technology and prevents technology leakage, Chen Mo naturally has plans in this regard. The small auto company acquired by Chen Mo has only 120 employees. Most of the main auto parts, including engine and gearbox, are purchased by major auto parts suppliers and then assembled in the factory. The company has an annual output of more than 2,000 cars, mainly in the middle and low-end market, with an average selling price of about $24,000. After the production costs and staff salaries and other expenditures are removed, the annual profit is only a few million dollars at most. When the sales situation is not good, it is easy to lose money. The company is to survive. The hard work of the former boss will finally exhaust the vitality of the company. But these are not problems in Chen Mo's eyes. What he needs is a company with vehicle design and production capacity. It doesn't matter whether all parts are completely produced by himself, let alone such a small company. Even other well-known large auto companies, many parts are purchased by parts suppliers. It is necessary to know that there are more than 10,000 independent parts on a car. No car company can produce these huge and various parts by itself. The industry, technology, and equipment involved are too large and complex to be completed by a company. Automobile manufacturing is a very large industry, involving the casting, forging, processing, and treatment of iron and steel materials, plastic injection molding and surface treatment, tire manufacturing, paint spraying treatment, glass processing, interior fabric production, production and manufacturing of various supporting special parts, valves, pumps, motors, meters, wires, and other parts. All automobile manufacturers, no matter large-small, we have to rely on these various auto parts suppliers. The difference of strength between different companies is mainly reflected in their mastery of the core technology of the automobile and the independent production capacity of the core components. The most important is the engine, gearbox, and chassis. Each major automobile company has its own brand of independently developed engine, gearbox, and chassis. Other transmission systems, steering systems, braking systems, and other core parts are also independently produced. Chen Mo's acquisition of this small company does not have the ability to produce all the major core components independently, but it also has good technology in the chassis and suspension system. The chassis of the company's vehicles is not purchased from abroad, but the company's independent research and development and manufacturing, and the company's design department is quite capable. At present, the main models they produce are medium-sized and large-scale pickups and SUVs, which can be modified into RV, trailer, tractor, engineering vehicle, and other special-purpose vehicles according to the needs of customers. With the chassis and suspension system independently developed and manufactured by the company, as well as the Ford engine purchased from abroad, the buffering and shock absorption, handling performance, power, and off-road ability of the whole vehicle are all good. But compared with the old brand of pickup, Ford, Dodge, Chevrolet, etc., there is still a certain gap, and the manufacturing cost is even higher so the competitiveness in the market is not big. However, the company has certain strength in automobile design and manufacturing, chassis and suspension system, as well as the design and production of some parts. As long as the technology and other aspects can keep up, and with sufficient financial support, the company is fully capable of producing cars with excellent performance, no less than the old brand companies, and even more powerful. The most important thing for Chen Mo is technology and capital. The technical reserve of Hydra in automobile is quite strong. Not to mention now, It was Chen Mo's car when he was the captain of the United States in the world. The huge Hydra bulletproof cross-country sports car has the same technical content as the top-grade cars now. Even now, the major automobile companies are not sure to be able to manufacture it. As for funds, it's even less a problem. In the past, only the most valuable items in Chen Mo's space were auctioned. If necessary, the rest can be auctioned several times, and the price will only be higher. However, Chen Mo does not intend to auction again in a short period of time. Although the $2 billion in his hand are not much, they are enough to meet Chen Mo's needs for a long time. In the future, under his construction and development, the company's own revenue will naturally increase greatly, and he is not required to invest money in it. Before deciding to buy the company, Chen Mo asked Jarvis to conduct a comprehensive and systematic analysis of every employee in the whole company, and each person's character, ability, and all aspects of the situation were clearly investigated and analyzed. Most of them have good abilities. The reason why they were on the verge of bankruptcy before was because of the boss's determination and lack of funds. The company's own R&D, design, production, technology, management, sales channels, and other aspects have no major problems, and many employees have excellent abilities. The R&D department of the company has successfully developed a variety of automobile chassis. The technical level is in the middle of the whole industry, and the R&D of engine, gearbox, and other key core components is also in progress. However, due to the shortage of manpower and capital, the company has never been able to get results. The original boss even intended to shut down the chassis for a time, but there has been no results except for the chassis R&D department. If it wasn't for the final decision to carry out the research and development of new models and open the market at one stroke, it would be necessary for the research and development department to improve the original chassis system and develop a new chassis with more powerful performance. The research and development department would have been closed for a long time. The company's design department has the ability to independently complete the design of new models. All models currently produced by the company are independently designed and put into production by the design department. The company's design department also carries out the scheme design according to the customer's requirements, including vehicle modification. The company's production department is also very good. No matter whether it's parts production and processing or vehicle assembly, most of the workers and technicians have good abilities and working attitude, so the quality of pickups and SUVs they produced before is also good, which is also an important reason why they haven't made much progress before, but haven't closed down. After Chen Mo takes over, these excellent talents and employees will become an important support for his development plan. Now Chen Mo, the new boss, is still determined, but he is much more intelligent than the original company's boss, and he has no idea how much more vision. In addition to the advanced technology and the top production and processing equipment in the space, Chen Mo believes that in the future, he will certainly develop as he expected. After spending more than $40 million to buy the failing automaker, Chen started his business. After staying in the old castle for one night, Chen Mo got on the Harley Street 750 motorcycle the next morning, galloped out from the garage gate like the gate on the east side of the castle, rushed down the mountain along the smooth asphalt road, and galloped all the way between the ranch and the sea in the face of the rising sun, soon out of the gate of the manor. Although there is nothing important in the castle, Chen Mo stops at the iron gate to prevent someone from breaking in unintentionally. After locking the door with the big iron lock, he gets on the motorcycle again, turns on the accelerator, roars to the No. 1 road, and goes all the way. On the northwest outskirts of Los Angeles, at the gate of Taylor Automobile Manufacturing Company, The general manager and the heads of all departments are standing at the door of the company with a worried face, waiting for their new boss. This is a kilometer east of Haben No. 1 highway. There is a separate road connected with No. 1 highway. Standing at the company's gate, you can clearly see the traffic on No. 1 highway. However, there are few cars on No. 1 highway. At this time, there is no car passing by for half a day. After the original boss gambled and failed, he sold the company and went on happily with the money. However, they had to face new owners and unknown future of the company. The original situation of the company was very difficult. It barely survived in the cracks of the major companies. Now it is completely ruined by the radical original boss. Bankruptcy and bankruptcy are just around the corner. I don't know whether the new boss who dares to take over this desperate company at this time is fearless of the ignorant, or what kind of dependence he really has. The top management and heads of departments of these companies know the situation of the company best, and they know how bad the company is now. Originally, it was to survive. This time, it was a heavy blow. A small market that had been occupied was also losing rapidly. Even if the new boss had enough money to activate the company, it would be difficult for the lost market to recover. Even themselves, they are not optimistic about the future of the company. If they had not worked in the company for many years and had feelings for the company, they would have jumped to another job and found a new life. Now they are just listening to the fate of heaven. Of course, they hope to have a miracle in their heart to bring the company back to life, although they know that the possibility is very small. A competent middle-aged man in his 40s, led by the crowd, raised his hand and looked at his watch. It was 8:58, 2 minutes before the appointed time. Then he looked up at the distance. There, No. 1 highway turned at the foot of a mountain and was blocked by the mountain, so the farthest road that can be seen from the site is just under the foot of the mountain. At this time, there is still no one there. Michael, the middle-aged general manager of the company, slowly put down his left hand wearing a watch. Although he didn't speak, there was a trace of disappointment in his eyes. If he can't even do the most basic punctuality, he can't believe that their new boss can lead them and bring the company back to life. We need to know that in the current situation of the company, it can't be solved by injecting capital. Even if we can resume production, or even increase investment and expand production capacity, but without any limited measures, the sales volume of automobiles is likely to continue to decline, and the products are unsaleable. If we can't make ends meet, no more investment is just floating. Others apparently noticed Michael's movements and couldn't help but watch the time. There are less than 2 minutes left. It takes more than 3 minutes to get to the company's door from the foot of the road they can see. Even if he appears now, he can't get to the company's door on time. Although it's not a big deal to be a few minutes late, the new boss was late for the first day of the company's inspection. They really can't have too many expectations for the new boss they didn't meet. The morale of the new boss, who was a little inspired by the company's acquisition, was once again depressed. Maybe they shouldn't have expected too much. Now the company is in a bad situation. It's just a matter of time before or after it goes bankrupt. Maybe it's time to be ready to leave. The situation of the company is not good originally, and the hearts of all people are sensitive. Just when their morale is frustrated because the new boss is going to be late, a black figure suddenly turns out from behind the mountain at the foot of the mountain at the end of the road, breaking into the eyes of all people. All the people couldn't help themselves, but soon they were all depressed again. Because the figure just appeared, look at the size. It seems that it is not the car they are waiting for the new boss to ride, but a motorcycle. The people who just mentioned a little hope are lost again. Although their company is small in scale and low in popularity, it is also an enterprise with automobile production capacity. Its annual sales amount is tens of millions of dollars. Although it is on the verge of bankruptcy, its market value is tens of millions. The person who can spend so much money to buy an automobile manufacturing company that is on the verge of collapse and will continue to inject capital in the future is also a person billionaires. The car will not be too shabby. As for motorcycles, they do not think. In a low mood, they didn't have the heart to look at the motorcycle that broke in by accident, and once again put their eyes to the end of the road, where the motorcycle appeared before. Just as they continued to stare at the distance in a complex mood, waiting for the new boss to arrive, the neglected motorcycle came to them at a very high speed. The motorcycle made a beautiful drift at the intersection of the road connecting the company's gate, and quickly turned around, and rushed to the top of the company standing at the gate. Although everyone is anxiously looking at the distance and waiting for the new boss to appear, someone hears the increasingly loud engine roar with the rapid approaching of the motorcycle, and can't help but turn around and look ahead. I saw a dark shadow. I don't know when it appeared on the road in front of the company. It was coming straight to them at a very high speed. Although the speed of black shadow movement is too fast to see the specific situation, it can be roughly seen that it is a black motorcycle, which seems to be the one they just saw on Highway 1. Seeing that the motorcycle with amazing speed is getting closer and closer to them, but it doesn't have the meaning of braking at all, several people can't help but change their faces and get flustered instantly. Looking at this posture, the motorcycle is likely to be unable to stop the car and directly run towards them. With the speed shown by this car at this time, once they really hit, they will definitely die. Several people who found the motorcycles couldn't help but widen their eyes and look at the motorcycles rushing towards them in horror. Squeak! A screeching sound of braking will still concentrate on looking at the other people in the distance. They can't help turning their heads to see the direction of the sound. Just now the black motorcycle suddenly appeared, which made them happy, did not know when it had come to them and stopped steadily. How long did it take him to rush over from such a distance? How fast did he ride? I'm afraid he has reached the limit speed of the motorcycle. The rider must be a harmless racing party. If he hadn't been able to stop the car, wouldn't he have hit them directly? Thinking of this, people can't help but look angrily at the riders on the motorcycles. Under this look, people can't help but wonder. Although they didn't pay attention to it just now, based on their estimated speed, this rider should be a racing party who pursues extreme speed and doesn't want to die. So in their imagination, what's on the car should be a tough biker who is fully armed, wearing a motorcycle suit, wearing racing gloves and helmets, and probably has tattoos on his body. At this time, in front of them, straddling the motorcycle, was a young man in a suitable black suit, with a handsome face and elegant manner. His bearing is calm and extraordinary, and there is a kind of noble and dignified breath in his body, just like a gentleman and aristocrat who has been in a high position for a long time. From the fierce motorcycle racing party to the elegant aristocratic knight, what they saw in front of them and what they expected formed a huge contrast, which made the people couldn't help being there for a while, and even forgot to investigate what was almost hit. It was not until Chen Mo got off the car and came to them that they came back to their senses. Looking at Chen Mo, who was tall and dignified, they couldn't help but have a guess in their hearts, "I'm not late, am I?" Chen Mo's questioning confirmed their conjecture that the young man in a suit and riding a motorcycle was their new boss. Michael was also very surprised. Hearing Chen Mo's words, he couldn't help but raise his wrist and look at the time. "It's 8:59, a minute to go. You are on time." When Michael said this, his disappointment disappeared completely. In front of him, the new boss didn't come here in a luxury car as they thought, but he rode a Harley motorcycle as fast as a motorcycle racing party. But Michael didn't despise and disappoint at all. On the contrary, looking at the extraordinary Chen Mo in front of him, he could not help but feel a glimmer of hope. Company, maybe there's still help. If Chen Mo is as frivolous and arrogant as any other racing party, Michael will only be more disappointed and even die completely. However, Chen Mo is not late, and from him, Michael does not feel any impetuous impulse. In his feeling, Chen Mo is calm, confident but not publicized. His eyes are sharp but extremely profound. It seems that there are infinite secrets in his eyes which are awe-inspiring. After introducing Chen Mo to the chief executive of the company, Michael wanted to show Chen Mo around the factory, but Chen Mo refused. "Let's go to the conference room. I have something to announce." Although they were confused, they still led Chen Mo to the meeting room of the company and took their seats. His eyes swept over the people who were looking forward to him. Chen Mo said slowly, "Everyone, you should know more about the situation of the company than I do. If you don't make changes, even if I invest more money, it's still hard to recover the situation." Michael and other people's eyes brightened when they heard this. It seems that their new boss is not really fearless. He still has a clear view of the company. In this way, he dares to buy the company. It can be seen that he has his own ideas. Maybe the company can really survive in his hands. When Chen Mo saw all the people nodding, he continued, "So, I decided. From today on, the company changed its name to Shendun Automobile Company, and all the original models were shut down." At the beginning, people didn't feel surprised when they heard that the company had changed its name. It was normal for the new boss to change the company's name. But later, when they heard that Chen Mo was going to stop production of all the original models, they couldn't help being puzzled and unable to accept. Although the sales volume has declined all the way, shouldn't they try to improve the sales volume? Now the models are all stopped. The company is not completely cut off the source of income. However, although they didn't understand, they didn't interrupt Chen Mo. They were eager to know what Chen Mo's plan would be, and they gave up all the original models as soon as they came up. "Next, I will invest to restart the research and development of new models. This new model will be the first product of Shendun Automobile Company and also the key to completely open the market." What? Here. The following people can't sit still. They thought Chen Mo would have a good plan. Unexpectedly, they had the same plan as the former boss. They expected to develop a new model to open up the market. Moreover, the new boss was more radical than Little Taylor. They abandoned all the original models and put all their hopes on the new model. People who have just had a bad fall don't want to fall even harder in the same place, in the same way. The R&D of new models just failed, which directly led to the decline in sale of the company. They have no confidence in Chen Mo's R&D plan of new models. Is the company going through the same failure again and being sold again? Chen Mo naturally found the following people's agitation and resistance, but not all of them were against it. The next thin, middle-aged face wearing glasses and full of academic atmosphere flashed a trace of excitement. Chen Mo glanced at him and didn't speak, but there was a smile on the corner of his mouth. Michael, sitting in front of Chen Mo, even if he wants to tell Chen Mo about the difficulty of developing a new model, he is advised to give up the idea and think of a more practical way. He thought Chen Mo had been cheated by Little Taylor. He only knew that the company's sales were declining now, but he didn't know about the failure of previous research and development of new models. With the current technical strength of the company, he does not have the ability to research and develop high-performance cars. The previous failure proved that he did not want Chen Mo to spend money in vain. Although he can also lead his high salary until the failure of new car development, he will change his job, but his professional ethics makes him have to explain the interests of things to the boss. But when he was about to speak, Chen Mo raised his hand and stopped him. "Don't worry, I know about the failure of your previous research and development of new models, but since I dare to buy the company and put forward the same plan, naturally I rely on it." Michael and others heard that this was a temporary settlement, all looking forward to Chen Mo, waiting for his next specific plan. "I'll talk about the development of new models later. I have other decisions to announce." Originally, all the people with expectant faces were disappointed, but they listened to Chen Mo carefully. There are 127 employees in the company, including all of you here. As far as I know, most of them are excellent and competent. Some of the following people are proud of what they hear, but some are thoughtful. The new boss is going to start with personnel. Sure enough, Chen Mo glanced at everyone and continued to speak seriously. However, there are still some people with insufficient ability, incorrect mentality, and even ulterior motives. What? With ulterior motives? The following people agree with the two sentences in front of Chen Mo. There must be more than 100 employees of the company who have poor ability and negative working attitude, but it's a bit exaggerated to say that they have ulterior motives. Chen Mo ignored everyone's surprise. He found a light smartphone in his pocket and operated it quickly. Then, on the projection screen on the opposite wall, a list of about 30 people appeared. There are 36 people on this list. Their ability, attitude, or conduct are not enough to stay in the company. Therefore, the personnel department should dismiss them as soon as possible and make compensation according to the regulations. In fact, most of the people above are still bad in character and work attitude, followed by ability. As long as they are really responsible for their work, at least they can do their own work well. Even if their ability is really poor, Chen Mo won't mind too much. And these on the list are basically because of the problem of their own work attitude or work perfunctory, no sense of responsibility. Some are just muddling along, also because of the existence of these people, so the development of the company will be so slow. Fortunately, most of the employees are conscientious and responsible. Only this small part is unqualified. So although the quality of the company's products is not perfect, it is very good compared with ordinary small factories, and there are no major problems in other aspects of operation and sales, just stagnant. After Chen Mo clearly grasped this situation through Jarvis, he would not keep them in the company. Any irresponsible link may bring problems to the development of the whole company. If a bolt is not tightened, and the quality inspection personnel do not find it, it is likely that there will be failures or even accidents after delivery, which will have a very bad impact on the reputation of the company. Of course, Chen Mo will not leave these hidden dangers in the company, and Chen Mo's words just came to an end, and all of you couldn't help turning to the screen. Now that the boss has decided they can only carry out it, they also want to see that Chen Mo doesn't know how to select them. Who are these people who are going to be dismissed? They also have a certain understanding of the situation in the company. After reading this list, they have almost the same mind, that's it. As their names go on, there are more than 100 people in the company. Naturally, they can't all know each other, so most of them don't know the names in the list, but some of them are familiar to them. And these people do perform mediocre or even worse in their understanding, so it seems that this list should be based on a certain basis, not listed randomly. It seems that their new boss still has some means. In such a short time, he quietly checked the situation and performance of everyone in the whole company. And they also noticed that there are not only ordinary employees, but also several middle and senior leaders in this list. Even among all the people present, there is one person whose name stands out on the list. R&D Etiquette. Bang! I saw that the thin middle-aged man with excited face slapped on the conference table angrily when he heard that Chen Mo was going to restart the R&D plan of new models. It's just nonsense. I am in charge of the engine R&D team of the company. Without me, the research and development of new models is impossible to complete. You take the survival of the whole company as a joke and make fun of the future of all employees. Middle-aged Eddie Cott angrily shouted at Chen Mo. Several of the company's top executives in the conference room should even try to ask for help. You were there before, and the R&D of new models didn't seem to succeed. Chen Mo didn't give the intercessor a chance to open his mouth, but the light words fell on his face directly, which made his red face deeper. I don't know whether he was angry or ashamed. And he just opened his mouth and wanted to talk, but Chen Mo got in the way and didn't give him a chance to refute. Chen Mo looked at him thoughtfully and continued. Since you were in charge of the engine research and development team, the new engine research and development that had some progress has almost stalled. However, you have a good eloquence, and even succeeded in convincing little Taylor that the problem is not you, but the difficulty of engine research and development is too great, which requires a lot of money and a long enough time. All along, the R&D funds of your engine R&D team are the highest in the whole R&D department, but the results are the least. The following people are not sure to look at the skinny middle-aged people. Chen Mo is right. The annual R&D cost of the engine R&D team led by Adicott is indeed the highest in the whole R&D department, but there has been no major achievement. Is what Chen Mo said true? Until a while ago, little Taylor planned to shut down the whole R&D department, including your engine R&D team, and you used your strong eloquence to successfully seduce little Taylor to change his mind and start the R&D plan of new models. I think you must have told him that the new engine will be developed soon, and its performance is very strong. Hearing this, everyone couldn't help thinking. It's true that little Taylor, the former boss, had intended to close the whole R&D department, but later he didn't know why he suddenly changed his mind and started the R&D plan of new models directly. They were strange at first. Now listening to Chen Mo, everything makes sense. Although Adicott doesn't know why Chen Mo is so clear about his seduction of little Taylor, he won't just admit it. Maybe it's just his guess, which doesn't explain anything. But when he was going to argue, Chen Mo just made a voice again and blocked his words back. It seems that Chen Mo has completely mastered his psychology and can always just disturb his rhythm and completely suppress him from the momentum, so that he dare not interrupt Chen Mo's words. Adicott had to listen to Chen Mo and continue. It has to be said that your appearance, behavior, and language are really deceptive. People who don't know you really regard you as a responsible engineer who devotes his whole body and mind to research and development. It's a respectable engineer. Even if you just beat the table and get angry, it's just acting. You just want to tell us about your indispensable role in the company and the serious consequences of your dismissal. I'm afraid of it. At the same time, I want other people who don't know the truth to plead for you. You think I just took over the company, and I don't know the company's situation very well. This list may just be made by a random investigation company. When I know your important position and most of the senior executives are against it, I will definitely shake my mind and change my mind. The following people who just wanted to intercede for him found out that they had been calculated. They were almost shot by someone just now. They were ashamed, but at the same time they looked at Adicott angrily. The other people's eyes also changed. Unexpectedly, Adicott, who has been regarded as a pure scientific research talent by them, is so eloquent and full of ingenuity. They used to be cheated by his appearance. They thought he was a man of integrity, hard work and responsibility, and devoted to engine research. Now they are really wrong. His disguised image has been exposed all the time. Adicott's face is red and white. At last, he doesn't disguise at all. He glares at Chen Mo with ferocity and hatred. He knew that under the rhythm controlled by Chen Mo, if Chen Mo didn't want to, he didn't have a chance to speak at all, so he simply didn't say more, just stared at Chen Mo angrily. But in his eyes, there was a trace of fear that could not be concealed. He disguised himself so well that all the people in the whole company hadn't found out for so many years. How did the young boss suddenly come out? No, and he knew everything he had done, which made him feel some fear. However, he hasn't lost. All of this is Chen Mo's guess. Even if his true face is found, he won't be here. Anyway, he was ready to change his job, and even his family has been selected. So although Endicott was angry and afraid of Chen Mo, he didn't panic. Besides driving him out of the company, what can Chen Mo do with him? He even has to pay him a large amount of dismissal compensation. However, Chen Mo's next words brought up his original relaxed mood. I think you have been in the company for so many years. Even if you have spent most of your R&D funds, the engine R&D team can't have failed at all, but it's all suppressed by you. Even if the engine is really developed, little Taylor will reduce or even terminate the R&D investment just like other teams, so you can't continue to make money from it. Until Little Taylor plans to close the R&D department, you have to take out the previous achievements. The real R&D achievements, plus your exaggeration and demagogues, have successfully encouraged Little Taylor to start the R&D of new models, so that you can finally make another big profit and then go away. I think you have found a home now, and are ready to use this method in another place you can't make money. It's just that you didn't expect me to announce the launch of the new model R&D program again, which gives you another chance to make money. I was happy to stay here and earn a lot of money, but I'm going to fire you, which makes your calculation empty, so you try to encourage people to put pressure on me. Unfortunately, I've seen you through. Not only do I know what you've done in the company, but I also know why you have the audacity to misappropriate R&D funds. This time, Endicott's face is finally a little flustered. How could he know all about it? What Chen Mo said earlier is almost true. He knows what he has done. If Chen Mo really knows the reason for his misappropriation of R&D funds, then his secrets are likely to have been completely mastered by Chen Mo, and what he does in the company is likely to have been seized by him. Maybe he has already mastered the evidence of his misappropriation of R&D funds. Then in Endicott's extremely flustered eyes, Chen Mo said slowly, "In the company, you pretend to be a hard-working and diligent engineer, but outside, you are a scum who eats, drinks, whores, gambles, and has all kinds of poisons. Your wife divorced you with her children because of all your bad deeds. Your private life has been extremely chaotic. Every night she calls up different numbers of call girls to provide services." Hearing this, the following people turned their heads and looked at Endicott's thin body with an inexplicable meaning in their eyes. "And the reason why you are so skinny is not because you are too tired at work, too hard at research, or for any other reason, but because you take drugs. Taking all kinds of drugs for a long time will cause great damage to your body, which will lead to your emaciation and poor spirit. However, under your deliberate disguise, this pair of images will help you to set up the illusion of forgetting to sleep and eat and working hard." What? He even took drugs. No wonder he always looks listless. I used to think that he worked too hard and admired him very much. Unexpectedly, what a fool I am. After suddenly learning that Endicott was still taking drugs, people couldn't help but talk about it. The most important thing is that you are not only addicted to drugs, but also good at gambling. All the money embezzled from the company, except what you wasted, is lost on the gambling table by you. Then you will continue to find ways to get money from the company's R&D funds. With Chen Mo telling Endicott's secrets one by one, everyone's eyes on him changed. If they knew that he was deep-seated, eloquent just made them feel cheated and even more angry at him, but at this time, after fully knowing the real face of Endicott, they looked at him with despicable eyes and disdain. "But you're really smart. You haven't been found yet." Chen Mo reveals his most secret secrets, and Endicott stands there in a trance. This time, he really has nothing to say. Since Chen Mo understood his affairs so clearly, and also said it directly to his face so simply, it is not difficult to guess with his intelligence that Chen Mo must have mastered the evidence, and his argument has no meaning. Ignoring Endicott standing there, Chen Mo glanced at the people who were distracted by the collapse of Endicott's facilities. He paused for a while and gave them a little time to accept. He said aloud, "Well, everyone, I've finished his story. Do you need me to tell others one by one? Michael and others couldn't help but look at the list displayed on the projection screen. They glanced at Etiquette again, and Chi shook his head. No need, boss. It's obvious that Chen Mo's list is not random. It's likely that everyone on the list, including them and all the people in the company, has been checked by the mysterious new boss. The people on the list, even if they are not as hateful as Etiquette, must not be a qualified employee. And the company is already Chen Mo's. Chen Mo can completely act on his own, just give orders directly. There is no need to explain to them. Many of them, including Michael, have already seen that Chen Mo seemed to expose Etiquette face to face, but in fact, he was explaining the reason to them. Otherwise, he would not have to spend so much words. If I had changed Tyler, I would have ordered him to be driven out. I wouldn't have explained so much to them. Chen Mo just doesn't want to create a gap in their heart. He is taking care of their feelings. Since they have understood Chen Mo's good intentions and the weight of this list, they will not be dissatisfied anymore, but they are convinced of Chen Mo's decision. Even they are very happy. Their new boss didn't know how to check the company's employees once. The ones who should be dismissed are all excellent employees who are responsible for their duties, which is equivalent to cleaning up the company from top to bottom. This alone makes them believe that the company will become better and better in the future. Without the black sheep and the moths that hinder the development of the company will only become stronger. Although they don't know what Chen Mo's new model R&D plan is at the bottom, they are full of confidence in the future now. At the end of the meeting, I'll fire everyone on the list. Of course, as you said, I will pay them the compensation according to the law, but Michael said and looked at Etiquette. He didn't know what Chen Mo wanted to do with the company's cancer. Everything is in accordance with the law. I have sent the evidence of his embezzlement to your mailbox. When Etiquette heard Chen Mo's words, he finally got back to his senses. He reflected the meaning of Chen Mo's words. This is to send him to prison. With the amount of misappropriation of the company's R&D funds once sentenced, at least for decades, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. No, don't do like that. I'm still useful to you. Don't you want to develop new models? The new engine is really about to be developed. Give me another chance. I can help you build a new car with the best performance. As he spoke, the excited Etiquette wanted to rush to Chen Mo, but he was firmly held by the person in charge of the production department sitting beside him. The person in charge of the production department is a technical worker. He got up from the bottom. Although he is not strong, he is also very strong. A pair of strong hands firmly hold his arms. Etiquette, who was hollowed out by liquor, color, and drugs, can't move at all. He can only shout and beg excitedly in situ. Michael can't help but look at Chen Mo and wait for his final decision. I can build the strongest car myself. When Chen Mo said this, the strong self-confidence in his tone made everyone in the audience believe that he could really do it. Take him away, Chen Mo said without hesitation. Michael called in 2 security guards even when he motioned for the secretary behind him to take minutes of the meeting and put out Etiquette, who was still crying for help. At last, the meeting room was quiet, but the eyes of the audience to Chen Mo changed completely. At first, they just thought that Chen Mo was extraordinary, confident, and steady, but also revealed his majesty, so they must have a different origin. However, Chen Mo's series of actions made them understand Chen Mo's strength and style more clearly, but at the same time, Chen Mo became more mysterious in their hearts, making them more invisible. Well, now we can talk about the development of new models. People can't help but work hard when they hear about it. What happened just now is quickly forgotten by them. How to reverse the current situation of the company is the most important and urgent thing at present. Whether the new model R&D plan put forward by Chen Mo is successful or not will directly affect the life and death of the company. Let me know about the R&D of the new model you have carried out before. For the model that they had failed to develop before, Chen Mo only knew the general situation. According to his knowledge, this car is not ordinary. Although the company is not large in scale, it is also a regular automobile manufacturing company. All aspects of the system are very formal and strict. The research and development of new models are absolutely confidential. The specific design drawings and other information cannot be placed on the computer connected with the internet. So even Jarvis can't get the specific data and information of this new model. Now that the boss asked, Anderson, the head of the R&D and design department of the company, immediately reported the R&D of the new model to Chen Mo. According to the requirements of former boss, Little Taylor, after investigating and analyzing the market, they determined that the new model indeed has a strong market potential, so they soon began the research and development of new models. The general layout sketch design and modeling design of automobile conceptual design stage have been completed soon and have entered the engineering design stage smoothly. The layout of engine, clutch and transmission shaft, frame and load-bearing body bottom plate, front and rear suspension, brake system, fuel tank, spare wheel and trunk, air conditioning device and other general layout plans as well as the design plan of body shape and interior decoration have been preliminarily completed. However, in the engineering design stage of the detailed design of the whole vehicle, there are some problems. At the beginning, the progress of the engineering design stage was also very smooth. The general layout design, including the detailed layout of the chassis, the interior layout, the exterior layout and the electrical layout, was soon completed. The car body modeling data generation, interior and exterior decoration engineering design, electrical engineering design, and chassis engineering design are all carried out smoothly, especially the chassis design with the strongest strength of the company itself, and the design of transmission system, driving system, steering system, and braking system is the first to be completed. But for the most important power system, although the detailed layout of the engine compartment is also given, the specific engine engineering design has not been completed yet, which provides the heart of power for this new car. Little Taylor is desperate to start the R&D plan of the new model. The powerful new engine that should be developed soon according to the promise of Endicott, however, it was not completed as scheduled as he promised. The research and development of the model is so stuck in the engineering design stage that it has not even entered the trial production and test stage of the sample vehicle, let alone put into mass production. Endicott explained that the development of the new engine has been basically completed, but the performance of the engine has not reached the prediction, so where is the problem ignored by them? But it's also normal. The engine system itself is very precise and complex. A small problem is likely to lead to a significant decline in the performance of the whole engine. However, the current problem should be small and unexpected. They can quickly find out the problem and solve it. However, the research and development funds are not enough. Little Taylor is now desperate. In order to carry out the research and development of new models, he not only mobilized most of the company's working capital, but also suspended all the special vehicle modification business, and the car sales began to decline dramatically. The only way out for him is to successfully develop new models. So he had to squeeze out some of the money he had left and allocate it to Endicott's engine development team. After getting more R&D funds as expected, after a period of time, Endicott did solve the problem of new engines, and successfully trial-produced engines with stronger performance than those originally purchased from Ford. It has to be said that, although the character of Endicott is very poor, it still has a strong ability in technology. However, this ability is not used in the development of engines, but to manipulate the progress of R&D and deceive the superior and the inferior. This new engine can be said to be completely completed by several people of his engine research and development team, but they are only responsible for their own part of the work, and the final results are summarized in the hands of Adiscott. Due to the principle of technical confidentiality, specific R&D progress and technical breakthroughs will not be publicly announced, so the rest of the team do not know the overall situation of engine R&D, except for the part they are responsible for. No one would think that the honest and dedicated Adiscott would hide the achievements and deliberately slow down the R&D progress. So the real R&D situation of the whole engine is only clear to Adiscott, and the whole R&D progress is completely in his hands. However, this is not the end of the matter, or little Taylor will not sell the company. After the successful development of this new engine, the new model immediately entered the stage of sample vehicle trial production and experiment. But that's where the problem arises. At the beginning, in order to eliminate little Taylor's shutting down the R&D department and take the old conservative idea, Adiscott deliberately exaggerated the performance of the engine and said it was extremely powerful. Like other people in the company, confused by the image of integrity, diligence and dedication that Adito has always deliberately created, little Taylor believes that the efforts of the engine research and development team for many years have finally produced great results. Under the bewitchment of Adiscott, little Taylor, who was full of the expectation that a super engine would be born soon, had a negative and conservative attitude and quickly turned around. He was full of confidence to build a super engine that could match this super engine, give full play to its powerful performance and crush other brands of super cars. Tyler Car Company was originally the manufacturer of pickup and SUV. Little Tyler's first thought was naturally to be familiar with the field, in which they had rich experience and accumulated a lot of technology. If they change to cars and sports cars that they have never done before, they have no experience. They almost start from scratch. It's too difficult and risky. They don't need to think about it at all. Inspired by the upcoming super engine, little Taylor doesn't plan to make a low-end car. Since the engine is strong enough to provide more powerful power and bear more and heavier body, it's a waste to use it in their existing models. It's unnecessary to redevelop the larger models without time and difficulty. They originally make medium-sized and large-scale pickups and SUVs, and then they become trucks, which does not meet their market positioning and customer demand for passenger cars. After all, their large pickups and SUVs, with a length of more than 5 meters, are the largest size in normal passenger cars. Their full-size SUVs are for the sake of spacious and comfortable. This size is enough to meet this need. No matter how big it is, it's meaningless. It's really inconvenient for anyone to drive a giant truck every day. Of course, there are many people who like the bigger the better, but that's only a small part. They still need to consider the needs of the mainstream market. The power of the new engine is very strong, which is totally overqualified for the existing models, and it is unnecessary and infeasible to redevelop the larger models, so it can only be improved on the basis of the original model size. Since the engine can drive a heavier body and provide sufficient power, he can develop a higher-end SUV with stronger performance and greater self-weight on the basis of the existing chassis. So after a lot of measurement and thinking, little Taylor finally decided to develop a heavy bulletproof vehicle based on the existing large SUV chassis. Although Taylor Automobile Company is small in scale, don't forget that in addition to the production and sales of conventional pickups and SUVs, their other main business is to refit vehicles for various special purposes according to customer needs. In addition to the common RV, engineering vehicles and other special vehicles, including the refitting of bulletproof vehicles. So Taylor Automobile Company has a lot of experience in bulletproof vehicle field. Now, in addition to a small number of bulletproof versions launched by a limited number of automobile manufacturers, most bulletproof vehicles in the market are modified in later stage through modification plants, just like the bulletproof modification business carried out by Taylor Company before. Due to the complexity of bulletproof vehicles, the production and refitting time is much longer than that of ordinary vehicles, so whether it is directly purchased or later refitted, it will take a long time to deliver, so the supply of bulletproof vehicles in the whole automobile market is not much. But the United States is a country that can legally hold guns. In recent years, there are frequent shootings. The demand for bulletproof cars is on the rise year by year. In addition, the delivery cycle of bulletproof cars is long, and there is a sense that the demand for bulletproof cars is more or less in short supply. In addition, although there is competition in the field of bulletproof vehicles, there are only a few bulletproof vehicles on sale, and even the bulletproof modification factory will have some impact, but the overall competition is not so fierce, which is much stronger than their original ordinary pickup and SUV fields. So little Taylor confidently started the research and development of bulletproof SUV. However, the new engine that Endicott finally developed did not have the strong performance far superior to that of the same kind of engine as he said. At most, it could only be said that it was different from that of the same kind of engine. Compared with the lower version Ford engine they purchased before, it was indeed better, but it was also very limited. At first, if you only look at this engine alone, it's very good. This means that Taylor Motor Company finally has its own engine, no longer need to purchase from outside. The production cost will be greatly reduced, and the overall strength of the company will be greatly improved. But when little Taylor planned to shut down the R&D department in order to keep the money, Endicott overstated the performance of the engine, resulting in the new model R&D plan of little Taylor with the fictitious super engine as the core, which was carried out with extremely high standards from the beginning. The shell of the whole vehicle is composed of armor, ceramics, bulletproof glass, special alloy and bulletproof composite materials. The bulletproof level reaches VR7, which can effectively resist the attack of AK-47 and grenades. At the same time, the 5.2 m long large bulletproof cross-country vehicle weighs 3.5 t, more than 1 ton than their original ordinary cross-country vehicle of the same size. According to the original data from Endicott, the new engine is enough to drive the heavy guy easily and maintain a very strong power. However, the actual performance of this engine is far from that described by Endicott, which makes the bulletproof off-road vehicle designed in full accordance with the engine data given by him become a silver pewter gun head with a handsome appearance and strong defense. But even the slope can't climb after the shrink engine is installed. After the engine was just installed on the sample vehicle, most of the first driving tests were barely passed, but the overall performance was very average. The acceleration performance and limit speed performance were flat, far from the planned strong performance. But in the subsequent climbing test, it completely exposed the disadvantage of insufficient power. The off-road vehicle itself needs to have strong off-road ability. In addition to its strong defense, the bulletproof off-road vehicle must have the ability to evacuate quickly when attacked. If a slope with a slightly larger angle is stopped, it is just a turtle shell. No one will spend an expensive price to buy a bulletproof car that can only be beaten in place, but can't take him away quickly. Although this one is still excellent, it is far from a powerful new engine that can drive this heavy bulletproof off-road vehicle. At this time, it is too late to replace other engines. At the beginning of the design stage, The car was designed according to the engine size and specification given by Addis Cott. The engine compartment layout, clutch and transmission specifications and layout, transmission shaft layout, frame and load-bearing underbody layout, and many other aspects of the design are closely related to the engine. If you replace other engines at this time, all of these designs will have to be pushed back, and half of the previous efforts are in vain. The time and money needed to replace the engine, modify the design, and redevelop the car is too much for Tyler. In the past, we had put all our efforts to develop this bulletproof off-road vehicle. If it was developed as planned, it might be able to open up the situation and grow rapidly with this vehicle. But at this time, Taylor Company's working capital was almost exhausted, the special vehicle modification business was closed, and the car sales fell sharply, almost to the point where they could not make ends meet. At this time, they were not allowed to continue to spend time and money on new model modification. The company is on the verge of bankruptcy. This is full of little Taylor's ambition. He plans to expand the company's bulletproof SUV with one stroke, which ends in failure. Now, the new model failed in R&D and the whole business collapsed. The car company, which was on the verge of bankruptcy, fell into the hands of Chen Mo along with the bulletproof SUV that failed in R&D. Chen Mo naturally won't let the company that already belongs to him continue to decline. He wants money, technology and technology. What he has to do now is just to find a good development direction. To some extent, Tyler Motor Company was simply played down by Endicott and finally pushed it down the abyss by himself. Of course, little Tyler himself has an unknown responsibility. The past has passed, and Endicott will be punished. Now what Chen Mo has to do is to pull out the company that has fallen into the abyss and lead it to the top. After having a detailed understanding of this model, Chen Mo has a general idea in mind. However, we have to look at the design drawings and sample cars before we can talk about it. Taylor Motor Company, now Shendon Motor Company, R&D office. Sitting in front of the computer, Chen Mo quickly looked at the design drawings of the bulletproof SUV that failed to be developed. Chen Mo, whose reaction speed and memory are far faster than ordinary people, soon read all the drawings of the car, including the complete set of drawings of the new engine just transferred from the engine development team. Combined with the previous inspection of the only sample car, Chen Mo was clear about the whole car. To Chen Mo's understanding, the overall performance of the car they designed should be at a medium level in the current bulletproof car field, if not the engine problem, which is very difficult for the people who independently designed the research and development and design department of the bulletproof armored car for the first time. It's not like they used to refit bulletproof cars. As long as the refitting is carried out on the basis of the original car, it will be better to carry out partial transformation, which does not involve the overall redesign of the car, and the difficulty is much lower. This is also the reason why there are many refitting factories for refitting bulletproof cars, but there are not many automobile manufacturing companies that can independently produce bulletproof cars. After a thorough understanding of the design drawings and data of the new model that failed in research and development, Chen Mo already had a clear idea. At the same time, the previous idea was more clear. After a little thought, Chen Mo made a decision in his heart. When he reached out his hands and struck on the keyboard quickly, every command was quickly issued. Soon Michael, the general manager of the company, who had just returned to his office from the conference room, received an order from Chen Mo and a long list of purchases. Along with the order, there was a huge sum of up to $500 million, which was injected into the company's account. The company, which had been stuck in stagnation, was once again full of vitality, and all departments acted quickly according to Chen Mo's order. A large number of purchase orders for equipment and materials were issued from the purchasing department, and a large amount of money was scattered. Various large, medium, and small production and processing equipment, high-precision instruments, and various materials and raw materials were quickly transported in a batch. To the buyer's surprise, there are still forging and casting equipment, such as vacuum arc melting furnace, steel plate hot rolling mill, and large tonnage hydraulic press, which are usually only used in the production of special alloys. In addition, there are many kinds of metal raw materials in the purchase list, including common metals such as iron, magnesium, aluminum, calcium, manganese, and expensive rare metals such as barium, titanium, tungsten, rhenium, molybdenum, chromium, and vanadium, all in large quantities. In addition to the large-scale purchase of equipment and raw materials, the production department also made great adjustments under Chen Mo's order. After the production of the original model is stopped, the factory building and production line should also be rebuilt and adjusted. Although the capital is sufficient, Chen Mo is not in a hurry to replace the more advanced automation production line with a higher degree of automation. Not to mention that it will take a long time to order automation equipment, plus installation and debugging. It will take longer to put into production formally. In the short term, the company's original semi-manual production mode is enough to meet the initial production needs. Of course, this production line will definitely be replaced by an automatic production line in the future, but it doesn't need to be purchased from the outside at all. Chen Mo has a complete set of advanced automatic production line drawings in his hands, which can be built by himself. Of course, this is the future. Taylor Motor Company originally had 4 models on sale, which shared a production line, and occupied a large workshop as an automobile production workshop. In addition, Taylor Automobile Company has 2 large workshops. One is a refitting workshop specialized in special vehicle refitting. The other is a chassis production and parts processing center, which is responsible for the production and processing of some automobile parts and the manufacture of its own chassis. These 3 large factories, together with a 3-story office building, are the property of Taylor Motor Company. Now the production of all models has been shut down by Chen Mo under Chen Mo's order. Workers and engineers have moved quickly to adjust and rearrange the equipment in the factory. The refitting workshop and the production workshop are merged. The old equipment is eliminated, and new equipment is replaced and added, which quickly integrates into a larger production line of bulletproof cross-country vehicles. Most of the existing workers are also arranged to this production line. Once fully started, the production capacity will be far greater than before. In fact, Taylor Company only sold more than 2,000 cars in the past year. The production capacity of the original production line has not been fully developed at all. If the sales volume can keep up, as long as the number of workers is increased, the annual output can reach 10,000 at most. After integrating the refitting workshop, replacing and adding a large number of equipment for improvement and strengthening, the maximum annual output of 15,000 vehicles is not a problem. However, with the current number of workers, it is impossible to achieve this output, but there is no problem in the annual output of 3,000 vehicles. That is to say, 10 vehicles can be produced in one day. The refitting workshop and the production workshop are merged. The empty refitting workshop is filled with a large number of newly purchased equipment. The vacuum arc melting furnace, rolling mill, hydraulic press, die casting mold, and die casting machine are arranged in accordance with certain rules and placed neatly in the huge workshop. When the company is busy with the integration and adjustment of the workshop and the purchase of equipment and materials, Chen Mo is not idle either. After the adjustment of the production line, it can be put into production. However, the research and development of the original bulletproof off-road vehicle has not been successful and cannot be directly produced. Therefore, Chen Mo issued the order of workshop adjustment and equipment and material purchase on that day, when he even put into the modification of design drawings of new models. The first target of Chen Mo's modification is the engine. This new engine, which took many years to come out under the efforts of the members of the engine team and the suppression of the team leader Eddie Cotter, is far from reaching its strongest state. Under the intentional control of Etiquette, the engine research and development has been carried out separately before. Several team members are only responsible for their own part. Mingaming has succeeded in the research and development, but Etiquette has kept it secret until finally, under the pressure of Little Taylor, he can't help but integrate and manufacture the new engine. But before that, the engine has not been tested and adjusted. The potential of the engine has not been fully developed. It is an incomplete version. It will take at least a few months for the engine development team to test, adjust, verify, modify, and finally, adjust the engine to the maximum performance according to normal procedures. Chen Mo, on the other hand, has advanced science and technology more than 20 years ahead of the current world, including the top-level supercar engine. Chen Mo's extremely developed brain and super memory analysis and calculation ability, beyond the peerless genius, enable him to quickly find out the lack of this incomplete engine. In a very short time, the engine performance can be fully excited to reach the best state. After completing the design modification of the engine, Chen Mo handed over the complete version of the drawings to the R&D department and asked them to start the independent manufacturing of the engine. With the engine drawings and corresponding production equipment, the engine manufacturing is not difficult. The engine R&D team has the manufacturing capacity of a single engine, and now it is only put into mass production. In the developed countries of automobile industry, what is really rare is high-end technology. With drawings, it is not difficult to put into mass production, and relevant production equipment can be easily bought. Chen Mo has already added engine production equipment to the initial purchase list, so with sufficient financial support, the complete set of engine production equipment will soon arrive and be installed, and the first full version of the engine will be quickly manufactured and installed on the sample vehicle that has been strong in the outside world before. It turns out that Chen Mo, a super talented scientist who can develop steel battle suits with Tony Stark, has greatly improved the performance of the new engine. This improved V6 twin-turbocharged engine, with a displacement of 4T, has a maximum power of 650 HP, 6,600 RPM, and a peak torque of 750 Nm 4,500 RPM. Let alone drive this 3.5T bulletproof off-road vehicle. Even if it doubles again, there is no problem. With such a strong heart, this weak, bulletproof cross-country vehicle, which has been shown before, looks like a new spring. The strong power makes it perform extremely amazing in acceleration, climbing, off-road, and the highest speed. If it wasn't for the slightly bulky body, no one would believe that this powerful off-road vehicle, which accelerates rapidly and climbs steep slopes like walking on the ground, would be a bulletproof off-road vehicle weighing up to 3.5 tons, which completely subverts the bulky image of the bulletproof vehicle. Looking at the thick and flexible figure of Mercedes-Benz in the test field, all the people present are full of confidence in the future of the company. In the automobile industry for so many years, their understanding of the automobile must surpass the vast majority of people. They can be sure that no bulletproof vehicle in the current market can reach such a level. It's not that no car has stronger engine horsepower and torque than them, but they are all super large bulletproof vehicles with a body length of nearly 6 meters, or even more than 6 meters, or even civilian bulletproof armored vehicles. The body of these super large bulletproof vehicles is huge, with heavy armor, which looks similar to that of military armored vehicles. They are very publicized, for fear that others don't know they are driving bulletproof vehicles. These heavy and huge guys are all equipped with V8 or V10 engines. While the horsepower is powerful, the huge body and heavy armor also bring more weight. So although the horsepower is stronger than their V6 engines, the load they need to bear is larger, but it is more bulky than the ordinary bulletproof vehicles. However, none of the large bulletproof vehicles with similar size and weight can surpass the bulletproof cross-country vehicle equipped with the new engine improved by Chen Mo. In the case of equivalent bulletproof performance, the stronger the power is, the better. After all, people who buy bulletproof cars are to ensure their personal safety when they are in danger. Powerful power can make them leave the scene in the shortest time and get out of danger. How can customers choose nature at a glance? And such powerful power also brings more possibilities to this car. Under the condition of ensuring power, they can completely improve the bulletproof level and produce vehicles of different bulletproof levels according to the needs of different customers. Judging from the performance of this sample vehicle, even the refitting of the highest level VR10 will not affect much performance at all. Not to mention that, after seeing the performance of the sample car with a complete version of the engine, a lot of people in the company are full of confidence and ambition. Chen Mo is not satisfied with this, so where is it? After solving the problem of engine, Chen Mizhuan modified the design of bulletproof off-road vehicle. However, he didn't make too big changes. The whole car as a whole. The more changes are made, the more changes will be needed. The engineering quantity will be very large, even not different from the redesign. Chen Mo can't complete all the designs by himself, from layout to parts. It will take him a lot of time, but it will only take longer to be done by the R&D and design departments. So Chen Mo didn't make any big changes, but made optimization and improvement on some irrelevant details, so that its controllability, stability, flexibility, and other aspects have been greatly improved. Chen Mo's only major change is the suspension system. Not long ago, in the world of Iron Man, Chen and Tony Stark developed a powerful bat chariot. It's not necessary to say that it has powerful functions, but many of them are not suitable for ordinary vehicles. However, Chen Mo weakened one of the functions and added it to the bulletproof off-road vehicle, namely the chassis height adjustment system. Of course, different from the complex deformation of bat chariot, it is a huge change from sports car to off-road vehicle. Chen Mo's improvement on this bulletproof off-road vehicle is much simpler, but he has made improvements on the suspension system. Without changing the other parts of the chassis, he can change the height of the body chassis and deal with the complex road conditions of various situations by lifting the suspension system. In fact, many high-end models have the function of chassis height adjustment through the independent air suspension system for height adjustment. But their rise and fall range is very limited, mostly between 5 and 15 cm, and the effect is not too obvious. So in practice, the practicability is not great, more just a gimmick. Chen Mo's design of this lifting device is not the case. The suspension system of this bulletproof off-road vehicle is originally a multi-link independent suspension, and the design freedom of this suspension is very large. Through the constraint angle design of connecting motion points, the suspension can actively adjust the wheel alignment when it is compressed, and can fully match and adjust the vehicle model, so as to maximize the tire grip and improve the control limit of the vehicle. Moreover, when driving, it can effectively control the camber angle of the wheel and has excellent performance in comfort and handling. Moreover, it has great adjustment space and modification possibility. This provides a great convenience for Chen Mo's improvement. Chen Mo combines the suspension system and deformation system of Bat Chariot to improve this set of multi-link independent suspension, which not only ensures sufficient strength and stability, but also enhances the adjustment range of wheels and directly combines the independent chassis lifting system and independent suspension system of other models. Through ingenious design, the structure of the upgraded independent suspension system is not particularly complex. While it has strong shock absorption and buffer, wheel adjustment and chassis lifting functions, the simple structure also makes the system strong in strength, stability, and reliability. The height adjustment range of the 4 tires is much larger than that of other high-end models with height adjustment function, and the role they can play will be incomparable. Through the adjustment of the wheel position, the minimum chassis height can be reduced to 10 cm, ensuring the maximum stability, giving play to a higher speed, and the maximum can be increased to 50 cm, which is higher than the chassis height of general military off-road vehicles and armored vehicles. Only a few specially modified extreme off-road vehicles can be comparable with it. The off-road performance is extremely strong, and all kinds of complex ground shape and obstacles can be easily crossed, and the traversability is extremely strong. In addition to the great changes made to the suspension system, there are also some changes in other systems, but the extent is not large. Chen Mo has been modified in the main part. Each team of the R&D and design department only needs to make minor adjustments according to Chen Mo's modification and refine some parts. The overall change range is not large, the workload is not much, and no cost is required too long. Chen Mo asks them to finish it in 3 days. It seems that the time is very tense, but Chen Mo knows that the difficulty is not big, but it will be very busy. Chen Mo's preliminary revised design drawings were sent to the R&D and design department, and they quickly adjusted the relevant details according to Chen Mo's modification, including the size of parts, specifications and models of parts, etc. The modification of the specific suspension system, parts and other parts is completed by each corresponding group of the R&D department, while the design department mainly responsible for the body shape, interior and exterior decoration, and other parts has also received a modification drawing from Chen Mura. In fact, if a car is divided into simple parts, it can be directly divided into body and chassis. The most critical core part of the whole car, the main functional systems are all on the chassis, including engine, clutch, steering wheel, fuel tank and other transmission, driving, steering, braking and electrical control systems. In fact, even if there is no car body, the assembled chassis can actually run normally. In the test link of automobile production, you can often see a car site without car body shell, which is driven by testers, just like a full convertible car in the test field. If the chassis part is the body of the car and the core of the running operation of the car, then the body shell is like its clothes and armor, playing a role of beauty and protection. Although you can drive naked, you must be comfortable and safe without wearing clothes and armor. The body of the bulletproof car is more like heavy armor, which provides more powerful protection for the engine system and the passengers in the car. However, the drawings Chen Mo sent to the design department stripped the critical heavy armor down. On the drawings, Chen Mo did not change the original body frame, but canceled all the body armor, ceramics, special alloy and bulletproof composite materials that play a role in bulletproof. Only bulletproof glass was retained, and the whole body shell was replaced with 3 mm thick steel plate. Although the thickness of 0.81, 2 mm is much higher than that of ordinary models, It is also absolutely inferior to the original bulletproof armor, not to mention the built-in ceramic, special alloy, and other bulletproof materials. It's impossible to expect such a layer of thick steel plate to play a strong bulletproof role. At most, it's just a little stronger than ordinary cross-country vehicles and can withstand the shooting of small-caliber pistols. It's absolutely impossible to withstand the shooting of large-caliber pistols and rifles, let alone hand grenades and bombs. This kind of defensive performance is not a bulletproof vehicle at all now. Is their new boss going to change his previous position and stop working on bulletproof cars? It's not impossible. After the boss's improved new engine was manufactured and installed on the sample car, many of them went to the test field to watch the test curiously. They still remember the powerful power. If the heavy bulletproof armor is canceled and replaced by the ordinary shell with a thickness of 3, the weight of the car body will be reduced a lot. The performance of this off-road vehicle will be more powerful, and it is not impossible for the acceleration ability to surpass the sports car. Strong off-road ability and super acceleration performance and limit speed at the same time may be more popular than bulletproof car. However, if the boss really intends to do this, why should he keep the thick body steel plate? Is it okay to directly use the conventional steel plate with a thickness of 1 or even 0.8? The weight of the steel plate is 300 or 400 kilograms. If we pursue speed, it will have a great impact. Such a layer of steel plate can only resist small caliber pistols. Even if you want to continue playing bulletproof stunt, it has no great effect at all. It is impossible to give consideration to all 3. It's better to abandon the concept of bulletproof and focus on cross-country and speed. Although they were puzzled, they quickly revised according to Chen Mo's drawings and requirements, which made their work easier. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the shape of the body they designed and has not made too much modification, so they just need to cancel the bulletproof armored structure and then modify some parameters of the body. Referring to ordinary non-bulletproof models, the modification speed is very fast, and it is completed on time in 3 days. 3 days later, the modification of the whole model is completely completed. The production line has been integrated and adjusted, and can be put into production at any time. The original refitting workshop has also installed new smelting, forging, casting, and processing equipment, which will serve as the engine production center and be responsible for the production of new engines. However, the production of engine is not the whole work of this workshop, which can be seen from the layout of the workshop. At the end of the huge workshop is a row of huge vacuum arc melting furnaces, which can smelt a variety of high melting point metals under vacuum conditions, usually used in the production of special alloys. The engine block and piston are made of high-strength aluminum alloy, while the crankshaft is made of alloy steel. Tyler Motors has not mass-produced the engine before. The aluminum alloy and alloy steel used by the engine research and development team are all the finished alloy materials purchased directly from the outside for remelting and processing. Therefore, they actually have no engine formula of high-strength aluminum alloy and alloy steel. However, Chen Mo is hard to avoid. The technical reserve he brought from Hydra is quite comprehensive, and the formula of several kinds of engine alloys is not worth mentioning at all. In the row of vacuum arc melting furnaces arranged in order, 2 of them are specially used to produce engine aluminum alloy and crankshaft alloy steel. All kinds of raw materials are added into the furnace according to a certain proportion for smelting. Under the vacuum environment, these metal raw materials are melted rapidly under the high-temperature arc formed by the discharge between the electrodes, and various metal elements are integrated with each other. After fully melting and combining, the liquid alloy is then injected into the pressed mold. After the belt is cooled gradually, the preliminarily cast cylinder block and crankshaft will enter the next process, and the CNC machine will carry out rough machining and finish machining. This engine production line, which consists of many equipment, from the initial alloy smelting, casting, processing to final assembly, only occupies half of the space of this huge workshop. On the other side, it also starts from 2 vacuum arc melting furnaces, but contains more large-scale machinery production lines, producing steel plates of different shapes and sizes. This is the production line of the body shell. The melted golden red metal liquid is directly pressed into a 3-thick homogeneous steel plate by the rolling mill through several processes. After cutting, stamping, welding, assembly, and other processes, it turns into a hard and smooth silver body shell, framework, ceiling, door, engine cover, trunk cover, and other parts. All parts are made of this steel plate. However, this kind of steel plate is not an ordinary product. Otherwise, Chenmo can use the purchased ready-made steel plate directly like other automobile companies. There is no need to smelt and produce the steel plate from scratch. As the design department guessed, Chenmo, after improving the engine, saw the potential of the car in speed and planned to make the best of speed and acceleration performance. But he didn't intend to give up the bulletproof function and pursue cross-country and speed, but intended to give consideration to cross-country, speed, and bulletproof at the same time, fully stimulate the potential of the car, and enhance the competitiveness to the maximum. There is no problem in off-road. To improve the speed and acceleration performance, it is necessary to reduce the weight of the car. It seems impossible for anyone to reduce the weight of the body while ensuring the bulletproof performance, but it is a simple thing for Chen. Not to mention Dr. Marklane's powerful performance, which is second only to the Edelman alloy, and does not need to vibrate gold. The alpha alloy can be made by using conventional materials. Chenmo alone has a variety of formulas of high-strength special alloy from the scientific and technological materials brought by Hydra. After comparing several of the most powerful alloys in the world, Chenmo chose this one from a large number of special alloys in the database. Compared with the high-cost titanium alloy and other superalloys, this special alloy H2 of Hydra has not only stronger defense ability and lighter weight, but also far lower cost than those superalloys. Although it also contains many expensive metals, its content is very small and the average cost is not high. This layer of 3-thick special alloy steel plate does not weigh much more than the shell of the ordinary car. Compared with the ordinary steel plate, the weight of the whole car weighs less than 100 kg, which is equivalent to pulling 1 or 2 more people. It has little impact on the acceleration performance and ultimate speed of the car. However, in terms of defense, it can be compared with the body armor with a total weight of more than 1 ton, or even more. Although the special alloy steel plate is only 3 thick, its strength is very high. Ordinary pistol bullets can't even leave 2 deep traces on it. The bullets of conventional automatic rifles can only make the steel plate slightly concave, but they can't penetrate at all. Even under continuous high-strength attack, it can guarantee a long-lasting strong defense. Unlike ordinary bulletproof vehicles, if the same area is attacked repeatedly and the bulletproof armor or ceramic plate is broken, it cannot guarantee the defense force, and it is easy to be broken by the attack behind, causing damage to the personnel in the vehicle. Therefore, although there is little difference in the power of the strongest attack they can resist in data, in actual use, the actual performance of the H2 special alloy steel plate is far more durable than the bulky multi-layer bulletproof armor of ordinary bulletproof vehicles. This is of great significance to the life safety of the passengers in the vehicle. Because the purpose of bulletproof vehicle itself is to resist the attack in a certain period of time in case of emergency, to ensure the safety of people in the vehicle and to quickly evacuate from the dangerous area. From the time of being attacked to the time of successfully evacuating, the life and death of the people in the car will be determined. If the attacker's firepower is very strong, there are high-speed and powerful weapons such as machine guns. Even if the armor of ordinary bulletproof vehicles can withstand the initial attack, it is likely to be broken under the subsequent continuous attack, and the time for evacuation and escape is very short. With this layer of H2 special alloy steel plate, the bulletproof SUV designed by Chen Mo can still last for a long time even under the continuous strafing of multiple automatic rifles or machine guns, providing more time and guarantee for safe evacuation. The original 3 large workshops of Tyler Motor Company were adjusted after Chen Mo acquired the company and changed its name to Shendun Motor Company. After merging the equipment and personnel of Special Vehicle Refitting Workshop and adjusting and upgrading the production line, the original Automobile Production Workshop has become the only product of the company, the production center of cross-country bulletproof vehicle. The original Special Vehicle Refitting Workshop was emptied, and a large number of large-scale special alloy smelting, casting, forging and processing equipment were added, which became the production center of new engines and special alloy bodies. Another parts processing and chassis production workshop did not make much adjustment, but some important parts and chassis production raw materials were replaced with new H2 special alloy, and some processing equipment such as laser cutting machine and CNC machining center were replaced and upgraded. A lot of money has been thrown out. The adjustment of the workshop and the upgrading of the equipment have been completed soon. After all, this is the United States. There is no high-precision CNC processing equipment to ban. As long as there is money, advanced equipment can be easily bought. Although the top equipment from Nine-Headed Snake in Chenmo Space is incomparable, it is still sufficient for the current production of bulletproof cross-country vehicles enough. Personnel, equipment, and site are in place. After Chen Mo has completed the most difficult part of the modification work, the drawings of car chassis, car body, and engine are soon completed with the efforts of all staff in the R&D and design departments. Everything is ready. Next, the whole production line is directly started and put into production. The first car quickly went offline. During the test run, except for the workers on the production line, almost all the idle R&D design and administrative personnel came to the test site. They want to see how the car, which has been improved by Chen Mo, the powerful new boss himself, will finally perform. After Chen Mo has successfully improved the new engine and greatly improved the engine performance, no one will doubt Chen Mo's ability. They just want to know how far this car can go and whether they can make their company rise with one stroke. In the eyes of people's expectation, a large black SUV with a majestic appearance, more like a sports city SUV, slowly drove out of the door of the production workshop and smoothly drove to the test field and stopped. The body of this car is calm and atmospheric. It is not the same as those large civilian armored cross-country vehicles. It has the same shape as military armored vehicles. Its edges and corners are too hard and bold. I'm afraid that others don't know that it's a bulletproof car. It's not as bulky as the general bulletproof off-road vehicle, but as smooth as a light conventional SUV. The overall shape gives people a sense of calm and atmosphere, and there's no lack of the sense of fashion movement. It can't see the bulkiness of the bulletproof vehicle at all. Although this car looks more like an urban sports SUV and seems to be more speed-oriented, it actually has very strong off-road performance. Ordinary road conditions don't need to be said, even in more complex and rugged road sections. The original chassis height can't be easily passed, as long as you switch to the strong off-road mode. The chassis rises to the highest level, and the minimum ground clearance is more than 50 cm. Although it can't ignore the terrain like Ghost Chariot, it can also cope with all kinds of rough roads. Its off-road performance is not inferior to or even much better than any off-road vehicle. All the obstacle tests passed easily, and other projects such as steep slopes, wading, incline ramps, U-shaped bridges passed perfectly, with amazing performance. And the subsequent speed test is to let all the people present in front of the eyes. Sports SUV appearance, but has a strong off-road ability to surpass the hard off-road vehicle. And the performance in speed is even more comparable to sports car. It only takes 3.6 seconds to accelerate in 100 km, 12.8 seconds to accelerate in 200 km/h, and the maximum speed can reach 305 km/h. The braking system also performs well, with a braking distance of only 33.7 meters from 100 kilometers per hour to standstill. These intrepid performances are even more excellent than ordinary sports cars, and comparable to top sports cars. However, this is an off-road vehicle after all. In order to ensure the comfort of the interior space, the overall volume is relatively large. Although the overall dimensions of the body have been optimized to reduce the wind resistance as much as possible, it is slightly inferior to those of the top super sports cars. But it's enough. After all, it's not a sports car specially designed to pursue speed. It's amazing that an off-road vehicle can have the performance comparable to the top sports car. According to today's test results, the performance of the car is perfect in terms of off-road ability and speed, and the hearts of all the people on the scene are excited. The combination of top-level off-road plus top-level sports car has never been seen before. Just because of the huge difference in chassis and appearance, the two cannot be considered in one vehicle at the same time. The stronger the off-road ability, the weaker the performance in terms of speed. Similarly, the faster the speed, the worse the off-road ability. The huge size and windage of SUVs make it impossible for them to run too fast, and the low terrain of sports cars does not allow them to drive on slightly bumpy roads. They can be said to be contradictory and opposite to each other. Now, it seems impossible to give consideration to both of them. At the same time, the two opposite attributes appear in a car, but they are realized here. Let alone the customers, they are all eager to drive a car back now, regardless of how much it costs. At this moment, they have no doubt about the sales volume of the car in the future, or they should consider whether the production capacity can keep up with it. General Manager Michael has started to consider buying a full automatic production line. The best way to substantially increase the production is to replace the full automatic production line. An auto production line can produce 50,000 cars a year, more than 20 times the annual output of their previous cars. The off-road ability test and speed test are all completed. The outstanding performance of this car makes everyone present have confidence in the company's future. Almost everyone thinks that the test of this car is over. As for the initial bulletproof function, everyone knows that the original bulletproof armor is almost all cancelled. Only bulletproof glass is left outside the car body. The shell has been replaced by a 3M-thick alloy steel plate. It must be very strong, but whether it can be bulletproof is a question. No one thinks that the 3mm alloy steel plate can match the heavy armor made of multi-layer bulletproof materials. So when the car was driven to an open space at the end of the test site, and all of them were rushed out of the security cordon, everyone was puzzled. What is this for? Why is the cordon still up? Until a machine gun is put on the opposite side of the SUV, all the people finally respond that this is actually a bulletproof performance test. It's just that the 3M-thick alloy steel plate has something to test. Under the machine gun's shooting, It's not shot into a sieve in seconds. Does the boss want to destroy the car? It's said that many rich people like to use machine guns to destroy various famous cars to find excitement. Does their young boss also have this hobby? No one thought the bulletproof test was meaningful, but curiosity drove them to stay and watch. The continuous gunfire soon sounded, and the machine gun began to strafe the SUV. One bullet hit the car body one after another, and the bullet hit the car door, engine cover, and window glass. Before everyone paid attention to the damage of the car body, a baffle with the same color as the car body was quickly raised on the glass surface which had just been hit by a bullet, blocking all the glass including the front and rear windshield and all the windows. A baffle was also lowered from the upper shell at the 4 tires, completely blocking the tires and wrapping them inside. At this time, the whole body is completely covered by black alloy steel plate. The original vehicle defense is the weakest, and the bulletproof glass and tire that are most vulnerable to continuous attack and damage are covered with this layer of alloy steel plate. After that, the weakest defense link of off-road vehicle is made up. With a layer of special alloy steel plate covered under the chassis and the same as the body shell, the defense of the whole vehicle is integrated, and there is no need to worry about breaking through the weak defense. The principle of this layer of baffle is very simple, just equivalent to the outer layer of glass and tire, and there is another layer of alloy steel window which can be quickly lifted. It is similar to that of ordinary window glass, but it is more ingenious in design and can be opened manually or automatically after being attacked. After the glass is completely blocked, multiple cameras hidden at the front, back, and both sides of the car body will display the outside image on the transparent display inside the glass in real time. It looks like the time difference is not big, and it will not affect the normal driving at all. The sudden change of the SUV startled everyone. Surprised by the clever design, they finally focused on the attacked vehicle body. In order to prevent being hurt by stray bullets, the security cordon is pulled far away, so what they see is not very clear. They can only vaguely see that with the bullet hit on the car body, the original black car paint is damaged, and there are bullet holes with silver light in the sun, which seem to be directly broken down by the bullet. The sound of the machine gun lasted for a minute before it finally stopped. In this minute, the machine gun shot nearly 1,000 bullets at the cross-country vehicle that was stopped there for testing. The whole left side of the car body, facing the machine gun, was plowed almost from head to tail. The dense silver dots covered the car body on this side. Then came the attack test of hand grenades and mines. Several hand grenades were fixed on the remote control trigger device 1 meter away from the car body by the test personnel. After withdrawing to a safe distance, they confirmed that there was no problem, and then directly detonated several hand grenades by remote control. Several loud explosions sounded almost at the same time. The ball fire broke out all over the SUV, and the fireworks dispersed. In addition to the dense silver dots on the body, there were several black and gray explosion traces, but it seemed that they were not torn by the power of the grenade explosion. It seems that the 3mm thick steel plate is quite strong. The onlookers who don't know the power of grenades can't help thinking. Finally, a mine placed under the car body was detonated, and the huge explosion sound accompanied by intense fire and vibration sounded at the same time. The heavy car body, which is more than 5 meters long and weighs 2.5 tons, was lifted up from the ground by the strong thrust generated by the explosion, and then fell down heavily, standing quietly in place, seemingly harmless. Due to the limitation of the site, there is no more testing of more powerful weapons. However, the defense capability of this off-road vehicle can be basically inferred from the results of the previous tests. After the test, the cordon was finally removed. At first, people who could not see clearly gathered up to see how the car was under the continuous destruction of these powerful weapons. Close to the front of the people carefully looking at a mess of the car body, this look. Everyone cannot help but shocked. How can this be? Nearly 1,000 bullet holes in the car body are just pieces of paint on the surface that have been chipped off, revealing the dots of the original color of the special alloy plate. Although there are some deformations, they are not serious, just slight depressions. It seems that if you want to pierce the body steel plate with this machine gun, you have to shoot dozens of guns at the same place. However, the damage of the explosion to the alloy steel plate is smaller. Only the paint with larger area is damaged, which makes the surface worse. But the deformation of the steel plate caused by the explosion is very slight, and the body structure has no change. It can be seen that the overall framework structure of the car body is very solid, and the huge impact force of the explosion did not deform the framework, while the destructive force of this large area attack on the alloy steel plate is not as good as that of the machine gun bullet. So the steel plate on the car body surface has not been substantially damaged, which completely resists the power of the explosion. Originally, this off-road vehicle didn't give up bulletproof function as they thought, but instead pursued speed and off-road performance. From its performance just now, it has not given up, which has been strengthened with the original, even higher than the original bulletproof level. But how could it be? The drawings were all changed by their own hands. The original bulletproof armor material of the car body was obviously all cancelled and replaced by a 3mm-thick alloy steel plate. However, they had some doubts about the alloy steel plate, which is 3 times thicker than the conventional automobile shell. They thought it was just to paint the lily with the lily. Now it seems that this layer of alloy steel plate, which is 3 millimeters thick, has more powerful bulletproof function than the original heavy bulletproof material. Their boss, this is a bloody cost, with a very expensive super alloy body shell. How much is the cost of this car? Tens of millions or hundreds of millions. Is the boss going to take the top line? But if it is, it will be very difficult to sell. After all, their company is not well known now. It's good to invest in the middle and high-end market at a normal or high price. With strong off-road performance and speed performance no less than that of top sports cars, it's easy to open the market. But if we really take the most high-end, top luxury car route with their current fame, it is difficult to get the recognition of those top customers. After all, if you spend tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions to buy a car, most people will still believe those top brands. Even though their car is really good, it is a small company that has never been heard of before. Before buying, customers must have a lot of concerns, such as the strength of the company, the performance and stability of the car, whether there are any hidden defects, and whether they will break down in a period of time. These are all inevitable considerations for customers. By contrast, those top brands are more reassuring. So at the beginning, they directly challenge the top luxury car market. Most people are not optimistic about it. In their opinion, it's better to replace that expensive shell with ordinary materials and focus on the middle and high-end market honestly. Don't be ambitious and expect one to reach the top. Although they also think the car is worth that price, the customer doesn't necessarily agree with it. Chenmo doesn't know what these employees think. He naturally has his own plan. After the test, Chenmo is satisfied with all aspects of the car's performance. Although compared with his ghost chariot, this cross-country vehicle is far from the power, speed, cross-country ability, and defense. But what is Chenmo's ghost chariot? Integrating the world's top technology and the most precious materials of Iron Man, the super chariot designed by him and Tony Stark, the peerless genius, and built by himself. No matter in terms of technology, manufacturing cost, or design perfection, Ghost Chariot is not the same as Chenmo's bulletproof SUV, which was improved on the basis of the original failed design. But in the current world, whether it is off-road performance, speed performance, or bulletproof performance, are in the absolute top level, and only those special models that are specially designed for a certain aspect of extreme strengthening can surpass it in a certain aspect alone. For example, the specially modified extreme off-road vehicles, the few super sports cars, and the military heavy armored vehicles that bring the speed to the extreme. Although these models can surpass this bulletproof off-road vehicle in some aspects, they are totally incomparable. Those extreme off-road vehicles, whose maximum speed can exceed 100, are not easy. Super sports cars have extremely high requirements on the road, and they can only be driven on special tracks. Ordinary roads cannot be driven normally at all. Heavy armored vehicles are not military models. The bulky body alone has nothing to do with flexibility, speed, and comfort. So this off-road bulletproof vehicle, which takes all three into account and reaches the top level, is incomparable in performance. The problems of brand recognition and trust that employees are worried about do exist. Even if one thing is very good, but the price is very expensive, and it's a brand that they have never heard of before. At this time, most people will murmur in their hearts that they don't know whether to rely on it. In the end, they are likely to choose a brand with worse performance and higher price, but they are more familiar with it. In this regard, Chen Mo has considered for a long time that the price of this car is not as high as people think. Although the cost of using H2 special alloy steel plate for the whole car has increased a lot, the cost of this special alloy that only Chen Mo has mastered the formula is not so high. Even if the cost of equipment is included, the cost of a car has only increased by less than $10,000. However, they didn't make a mistake. Chen Mo really intends to take the high-end line. As for the problem of the great difference between the cost and the price, it's very simple. Chen Mo is the only one who knows the true formula and cost of H2 special alloy. If it is calculated directly according to the proportion of various metals purchased by the company, the price is not much lower than people's guess. However, many of the precious metals are included in the space by Chen Mo. No one knows the proportion of the metals that are actually put into the vacuum arc melting furnace. Therefore, the price of this kind of powerful H2 special alloy is a little cheaper than those of the expensive aviation alloy and other super alloys. In this way, it can be said to kill three birds with one stone. It not only increases the alloy price, but also protects the alloy formula. It also provides convenience for him to use a large number of precious metals in the future. He does not need to worry about spending a huge amount of money to purchase strategic metals in large quantities to arouse suspicion. As for brand recognition and car sales, Chen Mo had plans. After the test, Chen Mo was satisfied to let the testers drive the battered but still strong #1 test car back. After the repeated attacks of machine guns, grenades, and mines, the car still had no problems, just like it was soiled with clothes. After the test, the car can be put into production, but there is no official name for the car. Chen Mo thought about it. The car's biggest characteristics are speed, off-road ability, and bulletproof performance. All of them are powerful. Chen Mo couldn't help but think of Mustang, Jaguar, Land Rover, Raptor, Hummer. It seems a good idea to name them after animals. What animals are strong in speed, strength, flexibility, and defense? A fierce and violent figure appeared in Chen Mo live and strong off-road ability. The strong and hard bones, strong muscles, and thick fur on the surface of the body make it have strong defense without fear of fierce animals, claws, and fangs. The thick bristle between the neck, the sharp eyes in the eyes, and the sharp fangs at the corners of the mouth add to its power and ferocity. This kind of tough creature, which can almost be regarded as the Land King, is very suitable for the characteristics of this bulletproof off-road vehicle. Just, do you want to call this car boar? Or wild boar, swift boar, hummer, hogs? It seems a bit awkward. Chenmo imagined that after the customers experienced the powerful performance of the bulletproof SUV, he was very satisfied and planned to pay for it. Before swiping the card, he casually asked what the name of this model was. Boar, is it as good as a Mustang? It is estimated that the customer will turn around and leave after receiving the answer. A top-grade luxury car with hundreds of millions of cars. You call it boar. Aren't we the boar riders? Goodbye. Chenmo rationally gave up the name, which is very suitable for the characteristics of the car, but some names are too violent, and he no longer considered naming animals. In fact, in Chenmo's eyes, it's just a fairly good mass-production vehicle. It's not a unique, powerful ghost chariot, just take a code, but it's just for him. From the perspective of others, such an epoch-making all-around supercar, if it's just an A1 code, it's too simple. Chenmo has to continue to consider other appropriate names. With powerful power, fast speed, and strong defense, Chenmo silently recites the characteristics of this bulletproof SUV and searches for the corresponding things in his mind. Suddenly, Chenmo's eyes brighten, and the memory of the war in the dark legend world comes to mind. On the plain, hundreds of powerful knights of the Order of Templars, wearing full-bodied armor, are driving tall and strong horses, galloping on the battlefield and charging in a row with unparalleled momentum. They are unstoppable and invincible as if they are devastated. In the mountain forest, a knight in black armor is fast shuttling among the trees. In front of them, a huge figure like a man and a wolf is running fast, covered with black hair. No matter how it turns to dodge, the knight behind is always chasing him closely, not only not flinching away, but also getting closer. In a ruined village burning with flames everywhere, 3 knights are encircling a fierce werewolf. The werewolf is sharp and powerful enough to grasp the sharp claws of people's gut-breaking stomach on their armor, but only leaving a shallow claw mark. There seems to be nothing more in line with the characteristics of this super cross-country bulletproof vehicle than his cavalry with fast speed, the ability to pass through complex terrain in the wild, and strong defense. So, the name of the car is there, Knight. Shield Knight. That night, after work, Chenmo drove a newly manufactured black cavalry SUV to return to the manor. The ghost chariot in the space is so publicized that Chenmo has been driving the Harley Street 750 motorcycle back and forth between the company and the manor these days. Although the motorcycle is small in size and weight, due to its shape and power, its top speed is not as fast as that of a sports car, and there is no windshield. When driving at high speed, the resistance of the wind directly acts on the motorcycle. It's okay to ride a short distance, but it's more comfortable to drive a long distance. Now with this powerful super off-road bulletproof car with a top speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour, Chenmo naturally does not hesitate to replace the car. Chenmo drove out of the company's gate slowly in a powerful and handsome off-road cavalry. From the company gate to the No-One Road by the sea, there is a road about 1 kilometer long. There are grass on both sides of the road, but there are scattered trees of different sizes in the middle. Chenmo's car sped out of the company's gate and then sped down the road toward the first highway. It's just that when the car passed by a small dense forest of 10 trees more than 200 meters away from the company's gate, Chenmo didn't move, but there was a trace of disdain in his eyes. The Knight SUV, which has started to speed up, soon passed this bush, and the leaves and grass on the ground were swept up by the strong wind brought by the car body, flying to both sides. Until all the floating leaves fell, Chenmo's Knight also drove to the end of the road, turned on the first highway. There was no different kind of trees before a low voice sounded. Target has left. He's driving a black SUV he's never seen before. It's very fast. It may arrive ahead of time. Among the trees, a man in camouflage put down his binoculars, took out the phone, and whispered, "Copy, we are ready here. You can catch up as soon as possible." There was a thick voice over the phone. "Good. Chenmo drives night all the way. The highest speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour is played to the extreme by him. All the way fast, soon arrived at the manor. Slow down and turn down from the first highway. Drive along the asphalt road for more than 100 meters, then come to the iron gate of the manor." But this time, Chenmo didn't stop and take out the key to open the door. Instead, he took out a remote control from the space and pressed it towards the gate. The closed steel gate opened slowly to both sides. Chenmo stepped on the accelerator and drove into the gate smoothly. When the car completely enters, continue to move forward towards the iron gate fence. When the tall tree fence drives past, the iron gate behind slowly closes automatically and locks again. Since the last time he got down from the car and took out the key to open the door, Chenmo asked someone to change the door into an electric remote control switch the next day, so that you can use the remote control door switch directly on the car, which is much more convenient than before. Chenmo drove along the asphalt road and drove into the wall composed of tall trees. The wall of this tree is tens of meters thick, so after entering the gate, when passing through the wall, it will pass through a passage of tens of meters between forests. Both sides are full of tall and strong trees. The asphalt road from No One Road to the manor is not wide, which just can accommodate 2 cars and drive in a row. The trees beside the road are only a few meters away from the road edge. Sitting on the car, you can clearly see the trees passing in front of you. When Chenmo's car came to the middle of the passage, Chenmo's eyes suddenly flashed a vague figure. It seemed that someone flashed out from behind the big trees beside the road, and there seemed to be more than one such figure. Almost at the same time when these figures appeared, a series of loud gunshots suddenly sounded. Then, there were several egg-sized white dots on the bulletproof glass on Chenmo's side. It was the bullet that hit the bulletproof glass and the surface was damaged. At the same time, the other side of the glass was also hit by several bullets. The original transparent glass gradually became blurred. A series of explosions were also heard on the car body. Chenmo didn't need to look at it. The paint must have been wasted again. The attack came very suddenly. The bullet shot out of the forest and hit several bulletproof glasses accurately. Several white dots formed after being hit by the bullet appeared on the transparent bulletproof glass. Then, without waiting for Chenmo's action, at the next moment when the car body is attacked, the front and rear windscreens and windows are all automatically raised and lowered quickly, or a baffle plate to block all the bulletproof glasses that are easy to be damaged. At the same time when these baffles are lowered, all the lights in the car are on. When the baffles block the glass and block the sunlight and make the car fall into darkness, the car will be ray-illuminated. If you don't pay attention, you won't even notice the darkness in that short moment. Subsequently, the windows and the front and rear windscreens were also lit up. Originally, under the illumination of the interior lights, what was seen through the glass was the black coating on the inner side of the automatically lowered baffle plate, which was completely black. However, the bulletproof glass immediately turned into a screen, displaying the screen in the corresponding direction outside on the screen in real time. Chenmo sits calmly in the car, with no unexpected color on his face. It seems that he has long known that someone will attack him here. The bullets outside are still shooting. After the bullets hit the special alloy steel plate of the car body, they make a series of crisp bangs. Although the car body seems to be riddled with holes, in fact, in addition to the serious damage to the paint, they only make a slight dent in this layer of thick ultra-thin alloy armor, which has no lower overall defense drop. It will take more than 10 minutes for them to break through the solid special alloy armor with their automatic rifles. In addition, They have to have enough ammunition to shoot continuously all the time, so it is possible to break through the special alloy by the continuous attack on the same part. So Chen Mo doesn't have to worry about bullets coming in a short time, but according to the normal situation, Chen Mo should drive away as soon as possible. After all, the bulletproof car, no matter how strong it is, will be broken sooner or later. It's the right choice to evacuate as soon as possible when it's well defended. Just shortly after the attack, the huge sound of 4 successive heavy objects falling on the ground was transmitted along with the vibration of the ground. Through the screen displayed on the windshield, Chen Mo can clearly see that on the road in the front and back direction of the car, there are 2 tall trees with a diameter of more than half a meter, which fall down. The asphalt road, which is not wide, is cut off by the 4 fallen trees. The thick trunk and the huge lush crown block the road completely, which is impossible for ordinary vehicles adopted. Of course, ordinary vehicles can't, which doesn't mean that the knights under Chen Mo's seat can't, but Chen Mo doesn't try to leave. Instead, he steps on the brake, stops the car in the middle of the road and quietly bears the continuous attack of 4 automatic rifles on both sides of the road. In the woods, 4 strong men in camouflage clothes are holding automatic rifles, pouring bullets into Chen Mo's car. They wanted to kill Chen Mo directly through the window glass. Unexpectedly, this seemingly calm and stylish off-road vehicle is really a bulletproof vehicle, as someone said. Even so, they are confident that they will break the bulletproof glass and kill Chen Mo with strong firepower. But the next changes were somewhat unexpected. Not only was a baffle raised outside all bulletproof glass, but also 4 wheels were blocked. Moreover, the defense of the baffle was as strong as the steel plate of the car body, which could not be damaged in a short time. Fortunately, they learned about the existence of this bulletproof SUV in advance. They not only changed their plans, strengthened their weapons, but also prepared the big tree to block the road in advance. Otherwise, they might get away from him. But this bulletproof car is really powerful. They have attacked for a long time, but they still can't break that armor. Just when the 2 sides were in a stalemate, another thin figure came out from behind the big tree beside the road. It seemed to be loyal, but at the moment, the face full of resentment was not just the original company's R&D department. The head of the engine R&D team, Endicott, who had been removed by Chen Makai. Watching the cross-country vehicle full of bullet marks under the continuous bullet attack in the middle of the road, Endicott was filled with hate. After being kicked out of the company that day, Endicott was afraid that they would call the police to catch him later, so he simply hid. Once he is caught, he will spend the rest of his life in prison. He hasn't enjoyed enough beauty, drugs, money, and casinos. He can't give up any of them. If he is really allowed to go to prison, it's better to kill him. And now, in order to avoid the police, he hid, and there was no way to enjoy as much as before. He stayed in the shabby and narrow room in the slum, and even the call girl did not dare to shout for fear of being found by the police. Now this kind of life, which is full of fear, hiding, is totally different from his previous unrestrained life. This makes him full of infinite hatred for Chen Mo, the culprit of her present situation. The longer he hid in the slum, the stronger his hatred became. You ruined my life, and I will destroy you. As a social scum who has been involved in gambling for many years, Endicott still knows several underworld figures. Through their relationship, Endicott contacted a killer agent. Although he had already squandered the huge amount of money he had previously obtained from Taylor Company, he still had a lot of money left from Taylor when he was young in the development of new models. It was easy to pay for a killer. When Chen Mo came to the company on the first day, Endicott also met him at the gate, so he knew that Chen Mo's car was a motorcycle, which was very easy to deal with. So he hired only a killer to ambush him, intending to kill him directly when he left. In the morning, the killer quietly stepped on it in advance, and found that Chen Mo was indeed a company on a motorcycle. But when he found out the terrain, planned the location of the ambush and the route of retreat, and was about to leave, he just heard a continuous gunshot that lasted for a minute from the company. The sound of the gun disrupted all his plans. As a killer, he could not be more familiar with the sound of the gun. Just listen to the sound, he can be sure that this is a Mk-48 light machine gun that uses the bullet chain for ammunition supply. And after the shooting, there were several huge explosions. There were not only machine guns but also bombs in this company. This is not the same as their original plan. If the company has machine guns, grenades, and other weapons, then his ambush of their boss at the company's door is to die. At that time, the killer quickly packed up and left Shendun Motor Company. This place is too dangerous. Who knows if they would have nothing to do to shoot the trees with machine guns. Later, the agent of the killer contacted Endicott and explained the situation to him. His previous request to kill the target at the door of Shendun Motor Company was unacceptable because of the risk. At first, Endicott was stunned, but then he thought about it carefully and understood that this was a bulletproof test. Do they really succeed in building the bulletproof SUV that failed before? Although I don't want to believe it, this is the most reasonable explanation. Otherwise, there will be no gunfire in the company for no reason. It's a minute long. Based on his understanding of the company, this is definitely testing the bulletproof performance of the bulletproof car. 9 out of 10, that bulletproof SUV has been made. This change forced Endicott to change his plan. He wanted to kill Chen Mo at the door of Shendun Motor Company. Chen Mo drives him out of the company, and he will let Chen Mo die at the gate of his company. But now, it's impossible. Since there are machine guns, grenades, and other powerful guns and weapons in the company, if you start at the company's door, you can solve Chen Mo cleanly. If something goes wrong and delays some time, the security department is likely to come to support with these weapons, which is too risky. And after learning that there are heavy weapons in the company, the killer is not willing to take the risk to kill Chen Mo at the company's door, and Endicott has to move the ambush site to Chen Mo's manor gate. Chen Moping's track of action is only from the company to the manor. There are cars passing by on the road from time to time, which is inconvenient to operate. The company's door is too dangerous, so he can only choose the manor. Moreover, considering that bulletproof cross-country vehicles are manufactured in 9 out of 10, it is likely that Chen Mo will drive bulletproof vehicles made by his own company to work, so the difficulty of assassination will be increased a lot, and the original plan of sending a killer to ambush and hit a black gun will certainly not work. It has to be said that Endicott's hatred for Chen Mo is deep enough. In order to revenge Chen Mo, Endicott is also ruthless. He simply hired 4 killers at a time. These killers are not top-level products but the most common and cheapest. The real top-level killers can't afford to hire. However, Chen Mo is not a politician who is closely protected by groups of bodyguards. Although he is also a rich man, he has no sense of prevention. He usually rides a Harley motorcycle to travel. Even if he has a bulletproof car now, they will change into more powerful weapons. He also participated in the design of the bulletproof off-road vehicle. Although he didn't care about it, he was impressed by the basic performance data. The car's bulletproof performance meets the safety protection standard of VR7 level, and it can withstand attacks like AK-47 and grenades. But this kind of resistance is not absolute defense. These attacks will still cause damage to the bulletproof armor. But the bulletproof armor installed in the body is not only one layer, but a multi-layer bulletproof structure composed of special alloy, bulletproof ceramics, and other high-strength bulletproof materials. However, the bulletproof vehicle can only withstand several attacks at the same location and will be penetrated, especially for the most vulnerable bulletproof glass. However, because the enemy can hardly hit the same location of the bulletproof vehicle continuously, the bulletproof vehicle can last for several minutes under fierce attacks or even machine gun strafing. For example, the assassin who was lurking in Shendun Automobile Company heard gunshots for a minute. In this minute, the whole body of the car should have been attacked by nearly 1,000 bullets. However, with the accuracy and dispersion of the machine gun, it is almost impossible to hit the same position. In addition to bulletproof glass, other armor positions, even if occasionally attacked 2 or 3 times, are also attacked. It's bearable. Adicott has a good understanding of the bulletproof performance of the bulletproof car and its weakness, so he has a way to deal with it. As long as they find a way to stop the bulletproof vehicle and make Chen Mo unable to escape, the bulletproof cross-country vehicle will become a turtle shell that can only be hit passively. Then they only need to use automatic rifles to carry out targeted and continuous attacks on the bulletproof glass. A piece of bulletproof glass in the driver's seat will bear dozens of rifle bullets at most and then be shot through. Then Chen Mo will only be left. It's a dead end. Based on his knowledge of the bulletproof SUV that he personally participated in the design, the confident Adicott let the original killer continue to lurk outside Shendun Automobile Company, monitor Chen Mo's movements, and take charge of the response, while he simply went to Chen Mo's manor with 4 other killers in person. Since the location has been changed to a safer place, and there are no other people around the manor, Adicott can't help but want to kill Chen Mo himself to relieve his hatred. Although the manor has a strong iron gate, the wooden fences on both sides cannot stop the malicious people at all. After crossing the 1-meter-high pasture fence, they easily entered the manor. After choosing the gate to enter, they crossed the tree enclosure and arranged in advance. Then everything went on according to his plan. Chen Mo did leave the company in a new bulletproof SUV as he expected. They also succeeded in using the tall and thick trees on both sides of the road to trap Chen Mo, unable to escape. Then it seems very simple. They just need to break the turtle's shell according to the plan. When he first saw the car, Adicott noticed that it was not the same shape as the bulletproof SUV he remembered. Instead of being bulky, it seemed to be very dynamic and smooth. It didn't seem to be a bulletproof car. At first, Adicott didn't take it seriously. It seems that the car's appearance is not as strong as its defense. Did they cancel all the bulletproof armor in order to reduce the weight of the body? It's quite possible, but it's not better for bulletproof cars, which saves them a lot of things. But what happened next caught him by surprise. Their attack was just launched. A few bullets just hit the bulletproof glass of the window, and a block of baffles suddenly rose, protecting all the windows and tires. Just after their attack, the bulletproof glass in the cab was only hit by several bullets, and all the glass and tires of the whole car were protected by the suddenly popped baffle. But their next attack did little damage to the baffle, just smashed the paint off the car and left some bullet marks that were not too deep. The original Chen Mo not only did not cancel the bulletproof function, but also strengthened it. It's too late to think about how he solved the problem of insufficient engine power. Adicott looked at the bulletproof car, which was full of bullet marks under the attack of 4 gunmen, but it was still firm without any sign of being broken. His brow was tightly wrinkled. "Stop!" After observing for a while, Edith shouted to the 4. After shouting several times in a row, 4 gunmen heard his words from the gap between the loud shots and stopped to look at the employer who hired them one by one. Adicott looked at the bullet holes scattered on the body of the bulletproof SUV and couldn't help but exclaim that it's not a good bargain. Tomorrow morning, we agreed to focus on attacking the window glass, but these people are still shooting aimlessly at the whole car body. I don't know whether the shooting is bad or brainless. I dare to call myself a killer. It's just a group of ordinary gangster gunmen, but considering their price, Adicott can't bear it. That's not good. We'll all go around the front of the car and concentrate our fire on the windshield. Continue to let these low-level killers attack aimlessly. It's estimated that they can't kill Chen Mo even in the dark. Just gather all the people together. The attack area is the largest and Chen Mo can't avoid. With the firepower of 5 of them, it shouldn't take a long time to break the outer armor. Then Chen Mo will hide. No, there is only one way. The employer said something, and their attack just now didn't have much effect. It's a good way to get together. Several killers also went around the front of the car from both sides according to what he said, and 2 big trees fell down. Although the car has been standing there since they launched the attack, they still stand a few meters behind the tree for safety. These 2 trees are decades old, with a height of more than 10 meters and a trunk diameter of 70–80 cm. After the dense crown falls to the ground, the upper part of the tree is propped up. The 2 trees fall from both sides of the asphalt road respectively, forming an X-shaped barricade, which is more impeding than the logs that simply fall to the ground. Only the X-center of the intersection of the 2 trees in the middle it's the lowest in height, but it's still nearly a meter high. Adicott took 4 gunmen to this position, so that 2 trees could help them block Chen Mo's way out without affecting their shooting. Until they raised their guns again and launched a fierce attack on the windscreens where the SUV was blocked by special alloy armor, Chen Mo still didn't do anything in the car. He didn't drive to try to rush out or turn to avoid, which saved them a lot of things, as long as they stood and fired hard. 5 automatic rifles were pouring bullets wildly, which soon covered the armor at the front windshield with bullet marks. In a few minutes, the continuous attack of thousands of bullets has made quite a big deformation in many places. At last, a little excited and crazy smile appeared on the gloomy face of Adicott. I believe that in a short time, this bulletproof armor will be torn by their bullets. At that time, Chen Mo's death will come, but Chen Mo in the car is not at all flustered. He just sits in the car relaxed and looks at the screen on the front windshield calmly, as if he is waiting for something. The screen on the inside of the windshield in front of him clearly shows the intersection of the 2 tree trunks in front of him, and the 5 people with automatic rifles shooting at him, especially the ferocious face of Adicott, are clearly photographed. "Jarvis, did you record it?" "Yes, boss." All the cams in the knight's car and several hidden cameras installed in the woods on both sides are working normally, and all the passes have been completely recorded and saved. "Very good." Chen Mo nodded softly, with a smile on his lips. What propaganda is more convincing than the actual attack? That's right. Today's attack has always been in Chen Mo's calculation. Since the expulsion of Adicott, Chen Mo has asked Jarvis to monitor his position and movement. When Chen Mo was in the meeting room of the company that day, he judged that Adicott was a man who would be vindicated by his keen perception and proficient psychological knowledge. Combined with the information about him collected by Jarvis, Chen Mo inferred that he would retaliate against him in all likelihood. Although Adicott can't hurt him with his strength, he's not afraid of stealing or thinking about thieves. He's not afraid of himself, but he also has manner, company, and employees. On the side of prudence, he will never allow anyone who has deep malice to himself and will be harmful to him to continue to live. So Chen Mo asked Jarvis to keep an eye on him and master all his movements. Originally, he just wanted to take a chance to kill him in case of emergency. Unexpectedly, he couldn't wait so soon. He couldn't wait to start his revenge on Chen Mo. He directly found a killer to ambush and assassinate him at the company's door. It's just that the bulletproof SUV will be produced soon. Chen Mo just plans to do everything and come up with a way to get more with one stroke. The assassin's whereabouts have been under the surveillance of Jarvis. When he lurked near the company for Stampede, Chen Moshi started the bulletproof test of the off-road cavalry, deliberately beating the grass and startling the snake, so that they had to change their plans and change the ambush location to Chen Mo's villa. According to Edicott's understanding of the company, he can surely guess that the bulletproof cross-country vehicle is made. Then he will definitely increase his manpower and use more powerful weapons, which can break through the weapons of ordinary bulletproof vehicles. In this way, Chen Mo can record the whole attack process with the help of the cameras installed in the Cavalier cross-country vehicle and the manner for publicity. According to Chen Mo's understanding of Edicott's character, with his vengeance and ruthless paranoia, after the attack site was changed to a more secret and secure manner, he is likely to be present in person to retaliate against Chen Mo. In this way, Chen Mo can take the opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger together. Edicott has begun to take revenge on him. If you don't kill him right away, you will still have the Spring Festival. As Chen Mo planned, under his covert guidance and left and right, Edicott not only changed the location of the attack into the manor, increased manpower and weapons, but also actually appeared in person and ambushed in the manor together with other killers. At the moment, Edicott and 4 other killers, armed with automatic rifles, stand at the intersection of 2 fallen trees and shoot frantically at the front windshield of the knight's SUV. The special alloy armor is becoming more and more deformed under the attack of several people from a Edicotte, and it will be broken in a few minutes. Jarvis's voice suddenly rings again. "Boss, the last killer has arrived." As soon as Jarvis's voice fell, Chen Mo saw through the rear view mirror what was shown on the rear windshield at the gate of the manor. I saw a Golden Cup van that was similar to the one in China. The white van, which is very common in the United States, turned off the number 1 highway and quickly stopped at the iron gate of the manor. Then a man dressed in the same jungle camouflage clothes as several others got out of the car, saw the situation in the field, ran to the side of the gate quickly, then easily turned over the wooden fence beside the gate, entered the woods, far around the SUV, dodged the stray bullets and rushed to the 5 people who were still attacking. All the people involved in the attack have arrived. What Chen Mo wants to shoot is that, under the fierce attack of the powerful firepower of the militants, the night SUV can still survive for a long time. The strong defense of the night SUV has been well demonstrated. Next, it is time to show other capabilities. It's time to eliminate the hidden danger of Edicott. The new assassin just joined the rest of the 5, picked up his automatic rifle, and joined the attack on SUVs. But before he could get rid of a cartridge, the black bulletproof cross-country vehicle that had been under attack had suddenly started to move. A roar of the engine suddenly sounded, as if the air was shaking with it. The night SUV with bullet marks on its body started shooting like an arrow out of the line and rushed forward in a very fast manner. It rushed towards the 6 people behind the tree against the dense bullet rain. At this time, the black knight off-road vehicle, like a powerful knight, stood still under the fierce attack and blocked all the attacks with strong armor. Once the counterattack was launched, the violent and fierce momentum made the people standing in front of it scared, and the impulse to escape was irresistible. This is the feeling of the 6 people in Edicott at this time. Looking at this off-road vehicle's posture, they just intend to directly hit it. The powerful acceleration ability it shows in this short distance of more than 10 meters makes the speed soar to more than 60 miles. Although this speed is not very good, if it does hit the body, it will be enough for 2 people to die. In addition, its huge body and indomitable momentum, 6 people have a kind of throwing weapons, immediately dodge the impulse to avoid. Don't panic. There are 2 trees in the way. He can't come. Edicott glared at the oncoming SUV and growled with his teeth. The road barrier formed by the intersection of the 2 fallen thick trees on both sides is also more than 1 meter in the shortest place, which is impossible to cross. The weight of the 2 decades-old trees themselves, plus the 2 ends are stuck in the trees on both sides of the road, is also impossible to be collided, so Li Jai told him that Chen Morgan could not have rushed. The other 5 people also understand this truth, so although some of them were photographed by the momentum of the coming SUV, they still kept standing in place, biting their teeth and pouring bullets towards the SUV they rushed to, hoping to break its defense as soon as possible. Before the night SUV rushed to this solid barricade, it seemed that the next moment would hit it hard. The 6 people behind the tree could not help but withdraw a few steps back, and the fire in their hands could not help but slow down. Reason is one thing, instinct is another. As if, even if we know that bulletproof glass can block the bullets, people will inevitably dodge instinctively at the moment when the bullets come. At the same time, some people couldn't help but guess what the result would be when the car hit the tree. At this speed, if the ordinary off-road vehicle would be scrapped directly, it would completely lie down and never move again. They have personally experienced the defense of this bulletproof off-road vehicle. It is extremely powerful, but they don't know how anti-collision capability is. Under the eyes of 6 people, the night SUV finally contacted the fallen tree, but the violent collision they imagined did not happen. As early as the start of the forward sprint, Chen Mo started the strong cross-country mode. At the same time of the forward sprint, the knight's territory was also rising rapidly. Before hitting the trunk, it had risen to the highest point, which was more than 50 cm from the ground. Moreover, Chen Mo didn't rush straight to the intersection of tree trunks, but deviated more than 1 meter to the right. When the front bumper was less than 1 meter away from the barricade, Chen Mengmeng made a left steering wheel, and the head of the car quickly turned to the left. The right front wheel was obliquely contacting the shorter tree trunk on the right side of the first tree. Because the 2 trees fell from the left and right sides respectively, and the top was propped up by the luxuriant crown, the 2 trees then formed the X-shaped barrier diagonally. The first tree near Chen Mo fell from the right side of the road, so the right side was short and the left side was high. At this time, the height of the trunk in front of the tires on the right side of the SUV is slightly shorter than the middle intersection, less than 1 meter. The diameter of the trunk itself is 670 cm, and the lower part is only more than 30 cm from the ground. The wheel diameter of the Knight off-road vehicle is more than 80 cm. After the outer side of the tire touches the trunk, it does not slip but plays a strong grip, firmly grasps the trunk. Driven by the powerful power of the engine with the rotation of the tire, the head of the vehicle rises and the whole right front wheel smoothly presses on the trunk. Then, before the left tire touched the trunk, the lower part of the front bumper first touched the trunk. There was a sharp friction, and with the big bark scraped off by the bumper, the sawdust flew. However, under the inertia of the car body and the power output of the right front wheel, the car head still continues to rush upward. The left tire finally touches the tree trunk and drives up smoothly. The whole car head is completely raised and pressed on the roadblock. This amazing scene makes the 6 people behind the roadblock eyes wide and faces unbelievable. At this time, the off-road vehicle is less than 5 meters away from them. They just can't hide. They didn't even have time to release the automatic rifles that were still firing, and their bodies didn't have time to react. They could only watch the huge SUV that was supposed to stop on the tree trunk, rushing up the road barrier at a constant speed and rushing towards them. After driving on the barricade, Chen Mo once again seized the opportunity to turn the steering wheel to the right, and the car that had been leaning to the left quickly hit right and continued to rush towards the trunk. Soon the 2 front wheels crossed the first trunk, and the second trunk was 1 meter away from the first tree. The 2 front wheels were completely suspended, leaving only the chassis of the car body contacting the inclined trunk. The left rear tire also left the ground because of the tilt of the car body. At this moment, the whole car has 3 tires suspended at the same time, leaving only the right rear wheel on the ground. However, The power provided by this tire cannot be underestimated. With the inertia of the car itself, the car body continues to rush forward. The right front wheel soon touches the thick trunk of the second tree. This tree is just the opposite of the previous one. It is high on the right and low on the left, so the body that originally tilted to the right quickly turned to the left after the left front wheel pressed on the trunk. At the next moment, two front wheels pass the second trunk, but the rear wheels are all off the ground, but they haven't touched the first trunk yet, so the whole body is completely hung on the cross barricade by the chassis, and four tires are completely suspended. Under the action of inertia, the car body continues to rush forward, and the chassis scrapes across two trees, making a harsh friction sound. The chassis of the night off-road vehicle twists back and forth. The suspension system reaches the maximum range of motion, and the body inevitably tilts with the left and right. Finally, under the combined action of the powerful four-wheel drive of night, excellent tire grip, solid territory, strong suspension system, and huge inertia brought by rapid speed, the off-road vehicle successfully crossed the huge roadblock that can block any vehicle. The vehicle raised its head, jumped down in the air, and still held the rifle towards the roadblock. 6 people from the SUV shot down. The bullets of 6 automatic rifles hit the chassis of the car, and a spark hit the special alloy armor, but they could not prevent the car from falling. In fact, all this happened in less than a second. Besides raising their guns to climb up the barricade and shoot at the cross-country vehicle they had rushed to, the 6 people of Etiquette had no time to make any other action. As for turning around and running away, it is estimated that the vehicle had been pressed down before they turned to half. It's better to fight hard. Unfortunately, their struggle is doomed to be futile, enough to shoot ordinary cars into a sieve and directly explode the dense rifle bullets in the air, but it cannot cause any threat to the knight, even if he slightly slows down the speed of his attack. Looking at the huge cross-country vehicle, 6 people opened their eyes in horror, and their faces were full of panic. Although the rifles in their hands were still shooting, their hearts were already in despair. The intense gunfire that lasted for several minutes disappeared with the fall of the SUV, and with the gunfire, there were several shrill screams full of unwillingness and despair. That night, a video appeared on Twitter. The publisher's name is Black Chen, and his identity is the president of Shendun Automobile Company, and the content of the video makes everyone who clicks on the video stare. This seems to be a picture taken by a monitor. At the beginning of the video, a fashionable and handsome black cross-country vehicle appears in the picture, driving smoothly on this quiet boulevard, and the next moment, this quiet will be broken by the sudden shooting sound. At a fast food restaurant in Los Angeles, Pete is sitting in a card seat with some friends. His order has just been delivered by the waiter. He has been starving for a long time. He can't wait to pick up a golden French fries and dip them with tomato sauce. Just as he is going to put them into his mouth, a series of gunshots suddenly come from his side. The sudden gunfire made his hands shaking, and the thick layer of tomato sauce wrapped around the head of the chips was directly applied to his nose. Pete slowly put down the French fries in his hand and turned his head to look at Bob sitting beside him. At this time, he was holding his cell phone and staring at the screen. Although he seemed to be frightened by the sudden gunfire, he still didn't look away. Even the food on the table in front of him was not enough to eat. Looking at his concentration, Peter, who was going to teach him a lesson, couldn't help being curious. He didn't care about the ketchup on his nose, leaned over and looked at the mobile screen in his hand. The black cross-country vehicle in the middle of the road. A large number of bullets suddenly fired from the woods on both sides. The baffle raised on the window. The sparks splashed by the bullets hitting the baffle, and the 4 trees that nearly fell down at the same time before and after the road, which cut off the road, made Peter jump again. At the same time, he soon understood that the cross-country vehicle seemed to have suffered a premeditated ambush. The other side is not only fully prepared, but also uses the big trees to block the road, and the firepower is very fierce. And this seemingly fashionable and dynamic black SUV is still a very advanced bulletproof car. The position of windows, windscreens, and tires should be able to raise bulletproof baffles to strengthen the protection of weak points. What film is this? It looks like a great feeling. Is Seven a new sequel? Is this James Bond in the car? This time, the car seems to be more aggressive and fashionable, and its performance seems to be very strong. Bulletproof armor can be ejected from the glass and tires. Cool. Pete couldn't help but be attracted by the video. He stared at the screen of the mobile phone without blinking to see what would happen next. Bullets hit the SUV like raindrops, but because the surveillance camera is some distance away from the vehicle, they can only see the bullet marks left on the body after being hit by bullets, and they don't know whether they have shot through or not. After the attack, the bulletproof cross-country vehicle stopped by the fallen tree. During the continuous shooting of 5 rifles for several minutes, the vehicle was only suffering from the fierce attack silently and never moved. People could not help but worry about the people in the vehicle and whether he was still alive. After all, the defense of the bulletproof vehicle is not absolutely safe. With the strong firepower of these attackers, it will not be long before it is broken. Only the road is blocked by trees before and after it. The vehicle has been trapped to death, and there is no way to escape if you want to run. This made Pete worried and worried. At the same time, he couldn't help wondering whether the people in the car had been killed by this fierce attack, which broke the defense of the bulletproof car. But if that's the case, why should these killers continue to attack? Shouldn't they evacuate as soon as possible? It was not until another gunman appeared and 6 men and 6 guns attacked the bulletproof car that his doubts were answered. In the picture, the cross-country vehicle that has been silently under attack finally moves. People realize that the people in the vehicle were not killed in the first place. It seems that the defense of the body has not been broken. No wonder those killers are constantly attacking. But it's been several minutes. The general bulletproof car should have been smashed by this fierce attack, and the people inside should have been sifted. But now it seems to be safe. In this way, the car is dynamic and more like a bulletproof SUV of urban sports. Its defense ability is very strong. And the next moment, Peter and Bob almost lost their eyes. This bulletproof off-road vehicle in the fierce start, even straight toward the road by 2 strong trees composed of road block, rushed past. Just when both of them thought that the people in the car were in a hurry because the bulletproof car was going to be unable to hold on, and they would definitely crash the bulletproof car. It didn't look like a handsome bulletproof car with strong cross-country performance. After 2 quick offsets of the car body, it rushed directly to the trunk of the tree. The car body twists back and forth along the 2 tree trunks inclined to the left and right, and even hangs in the air directly for 4 wheels, but it is still unstoppable to cross this 1-meter-high barrier and rush out. In the 2 people's incredible eyes, the car is full of incredible bulletproof cross-country vehicle, like a knight riding a horse soaring up in the air, leaping from the barricade in an unstoppable manner, pressing the 6 gunmen who are not prepared at all behind the barricade directly under the car. From the beginning of the video, there has been continuous fierce gunfire, and finally stopped. When the car fell down, they heard a few screams of near death. Obviously, the attackers under the car were very unlikely to survive. In addition to marveling at the excellent vehicle skills and accurate control ability of the drivers, they killed all the attackers at one stroke across the obstacles. What shocked them even more was the strong defense and super off-road ability of the vehicle that surpassed the military off-road vehicle. This fashionable cross-country vehicle, which seems to be thin and has no sense of being bulky as an ordinary bulletproof vehicle, has lasted for more than 5 minutes under the strafing of 5 automatic rifles. However, the people in the vehicle seem to have not been hurt. This kind of defense has almost reached the bulletproof level of military armored vehicles, far beyond the ordinary civilian bulletproof vehicles. And at the end of the video, the vehicle's strong off-road performance is even more amazing. With such a strong bulletproof performance and strong cross-country ability, we can deal with the dangerous situation calmly. Almost everyone who has seen the video has a desire in their heart. If only they could have such a super strong car, it would be the super car of the protagonist in the movie. But many people also have doubts in their hearts. The performance of this car is too abnormal. Will it really be like a movie? It's not a real video. It's like Pete, who has taken this video as the scene of a spy movie at this time. How could such a powerful car exist in reality? The video is not over here, and as the video continues, people's doubts are not eliminated but become more intense. I saw a sudden turn of the picture. From the perspective of the overhead surveillance camera, it turned into a kind of dash cam shooting from the off-road vehicle to the front. However, unlike the dash cam, the view in the video is wider, as if it is installed outside the windshield. As like as two peas in the front, the video is just the angle of view that turned into the perspective of the bulletproof off-road vehicle. It looks as if it is sitting behind the windshield. The sudden gunfire and the fallen tree have been seen, and people cannot help jumping into the wind when they know what happened. When the 5 attackers turned from the side to the front of the car and began to focus on the attack, looking at the black muzzle of the rifle raised by the 5 people behind the tree, everyone could not help but feel a burst of palpitations, and the cold hairs were about to stand up. When the fierce gunfire rang out, the violent bullets like the storm came face to face, which made people feel more nervous. Adrenaline was secreted in a large amount, and the uncontrolled plop of the heart beat violently. Most men used to like powerful cars and powerful guns. That's why gun wars movies such as Speed and Passion and Wolf can catch fire. Now, though the video is simple, it's more real. It's like a documentary movie, which makes people feel like they're in the real world. At the same time, people's hearts were full of excitement. They did not miss this 10-minute video from the beginning to the end. Some people thought it was not good and even looked back again. After reading it, many people can't help commenting on it, expressing their exclamation, shock and doubt, and forwarding it without hesitation. The doubters only question the authenticity of the video. To simply say this video, it's really exciting. Must forward. In just one night, the video was completely on fire. The real and incomparably fierce gunfight, the powerful defense and the powerful and incomparably cross-country ability of the cross-country vehicle show, all let the netizen marvel. As the protagonist of this video, this mysterious bulletproof cross-country vehicle, which has never been seen before, has attracted almost all the people's eyes, but also completely caught fire. It has a strong defense against the continuous attack of automatic rifles for a long time, and a strong cross-country ability to easily cross over obstacles more than 1 meter high. Besides, it doesn't look like a bulletproof vehicle at all, but rather like a fashionable and atmospheric urban SUV. Compared with the common bulletproof vehicle, it doesn't know how much it looks like from its appearance. Plus its powerful performance, it's almost like a bulletproof vehicle invincible. It's so handsome, this is my dream car. This bulletproof performance is comparable to that of military armored vehicles. How about stronger off-road ability? A barrier more than 1 meter high will go straight up. No one found that the driver was superior to the driver. The 2 strokes of the wheel are just right. It's a stroke of genius. The owner is more courageous. He stays still under 5 automatic rifles. When all the enemies get together, he directly drives the car to smash the hamster and presses 6 at once. Group out, the owner is the ultimate boss. If only I had such a car. I dare to drive my car through the gang when they are in conflagration. My girlfriend will go crazy if the bullet hits the window. It's a good idea upstairs. You can stop in the middle of the battlefield and pa together inside and outside. That's a good idea. I want to try too. Where is this car for sale? Ask, you have to buy one. Which movie is it? No way, how can we put the same content on both sides of the film, but the shooting perspective is different and the monitoring video lasts for 5 minutes unless the director is crazy. It must not be a movie, it's too real. There's no sign of any special effects in the whole video. It's definitely monitoring the actual shooting. I'll see the news tomorrow. If it were true, the attack would make the headlines. That's right, but if the owner killed 6 little gophers, would they go to jail? Certainly. I am a lawyer. According to California law, death is not allowed to be used in self-defense unless the other party is using or is about to use death to himself, or the other party is causing or is about to cause serious bodily injury to himself. Even if the perpetrator encounters the above situations, if the perpetrator can escape safely by running away, then it is not allowed to use death, unless the perpetrator is in his own residence or workplace at that time. According to the video, although the owner was attacked by the suicide party, the powerful bulletproof off-road vehicle gave him the ability to escape through the barricades and escape safely. Therefore, unless he was in his residence or workplace at that time, his escape obligation could be exempted and self-defense could be established. Otherwise, his behavior would constitute murder. From the video, it's obviously a tree-lined road, so the car owner must be cold. I'm an agent. It's my colleague driving. We have a license to kill people. It's not illegal to kill people. Such a powerful car, it could be an agent. I don't know how many people are looking for information about this car after watching the video. They want to know which company's product or which movie's main driver. Many people also discuss the incident. Most of them still agree with the person who called himself a lawyer. It's cool to smash the hamster, but the disaster of several years' imprisonment is inevitable. Some people have speculated about the identity of the car owner. The imagination of agents, killers, rich people, car drivers, and netizens has been fully exerted. However, to some extent, their guesses are all right. Chen Mo is not only an agent in the Iron Man world, but also the most powerful agent leader. As for other identities, Chen Mo can also be right, although he is not a professional racing driver. If he really participates in F1, the champion will never run. In fact, Chen Mo really has plans to enter F1, but it is not his own to compete, but to establish an F1 team. Since Chen Mo has planned to establish his own power in the real world and is not prepared to hide behind the scenes completely, he is bound to appear in front of the public. Here is the real world. Chen Mo doesn't want to hide himself completely like Howard Stark, behind the scenes all the time. With his current strength and mastery, he also has no need to hide. He can stand in the sun boldly and build his own power in a positive way. He has completely solved the problem of identity. Now his identity is not a complete fabrication, but a modified one based on the identity of a missing Chinese orphan. No matter how it is checked, there are no flaws. As for the source of the precious jewelry and antiques sold by Chen Mo, many people in the whole country find them buried in the earth every year when they are exploring, traveling, or even walking around for treasures hidden in caves or caves. There is no saying that the source of huge amount of property in the United States is unknown. Whoever finds something without owner is the one. Chen Mo doesn't even need to explain to anyone the source of these treasures, because this is his privacy. As long as no one can prove that these things belong to him, they all belong to Chen Mo. Therefore, Chen didn't need to worry about the problem of identity exposure. At the beginning, on the desert island, because he was similar in appearance to before, if he was seen, it would inevitably lead to association and suspicion. But now he has nothing to do with that flight crash, and there is no relationship between them. Even if someone finds out that he looks similar to Chen Mo, they will only feel coincidence. After all, there are too many people in the world who look like him, while the standing black Chen and the original Chen Mo can only say that they are a little similar, but their body temperament is totally different. Even his classmates, or the police at the beginning of the case, saw that he would only mutter a little bit like it. Therefore, the issue of identity has no influence at all. Chen Mo can be assured to appear in front of the public boldly. In this case, why should he sneak around? As long as Chen Mo thinks about it, there is no problem to be a star. On the contrary, if he keeps a low profile when he is noticed by the interested people, it will cause doubts about whether he is guilty and has some secret. Instead, it's better to take the initiative to raise the profile. Of course, the profile should be within a reasonable range. Now, for example, Chen Mo is attacked by many armed men at his home. It's normal for him to send on-site monitoring video to the internet. According to the laws of the United States, if someone intrudes illegally without permission and poses a serious threat to the personal safety of the host can launch a self-defense attack to kill the intruder directly. The source of this law is the Castle Clause of medieval European law, which originally means, a man's house is his castle. He has the right to use violence, including death, such as direct shooting against intruders. But in order to prevent the abuse of this right, this provision has been strictly restricted. The protection of private property and individual rights in the United States is very strict, but it does not mean that the homeowner has the right to do anything to others. Under special circumstances, the homeowner can kill the intruder, but it must meet 3 conditions. 1. Your residence must have a fence, or there must be a clear sign indicating that it is a private territory. Without obvious signs or prompts, it cannot be regarded as a private residence. 2. The intruder must be intentional and will not quit even if you warn him. The intruder does not belong to the intruder. 3. The intruder must make enough behaviors to threaten the personal safety of the owner or his family before the owner can kill the intruder. Even if the intruder intentionally intrudes, but if there is no threat to the owner's safety, the owner can only call the police or give a warning and can't shoot and kill people at will. All of these 3 conditions are satisfied. Although the manor has a large area, it is surrounded by wooden fences and iron doors. In addition, it has a sign of private territory to prevent outsiders from entering. As for the second article, there is no doubt that Etiquette broke in on purpose, murdered deliberately, and has already started the actual attack. In this case, Chen Mo does not need to warn. It's hard not to venture the bullet rain to reach out, shout out, get out. Third, although Chen Mo was in the bulletproof car at that time, the bulletproof car had a strong defense ability, but the other side was indeed using rifles to attack him, and the bulletproof car was not absolutely safe, and it would be broken sooner or later under the continuous attack. So even if Chen Mo's off-road cavalry was indeed superior in defense, he was still in danger and had the right to carry out lethal counterattack and kill the attacker. This is also the reason that Chen Mo deliberately guided Etiquette to change the location of the attack into his manor so that they could have a nest here. And there's no legal liability. If Chen Mo is attacked at the company's door according to their original plan and he can drive directly to escape, he can't make a fatal counterattack. The Castle Clause does not apply here. He has the obligation to escape when he is not in danger. It's different to move to the manor. At that time, Chen Mo was attacked just in the gate of his manor belonging to his private territory, so his escape obligation can be exempted, and the Castle Clause mentioned above applies. Although in reality his territory is a little big and he can escape completely, there is still no problem in law. This is Chen Mo's residence. He has no obligation to escape. In the end, as Chen Mo expected, the police watched the surveillance video when they arrived. Even if they thought Chen Mo was self-defense, they made a record. There was no problem in the case itself. Endicott misappropriated the company's huge funds and was found by Chen Mo, the boss of the company. He drove him out of the company and sent him to prison. The hateful Endicott hired a killer and went out in person to attack and kill Chen Mo. The motive of the crime is clear, the facts are clear, and the evidence is conclusive. There is no doubt in the whole case, so no one doubts that Chen Mo plays a role in it. Chen Mo lost 4 trees and damaged the outer armor of a knight. He didn't lose anything. He not only eliminated the hidden danger of Endicott, but also publicized a knight cross-country vehicle. This bulletproof vehicle, which has just been mass-produced and hasn't been officially sold to the outside world, caught fire on the internet. The sense of smell of the news media in the United States is very keen. Many TV stations, newspapers, and other media received the news shortly after the incident and got the detailed story of the incident and the video of the roadblock on the scene from the police. Later that day, the attack was reported on television. Despite the proliferation of guns in the United States, the scene of such a fierce gun battle is still very rare and attracts the public's attention, so the major media are competing to report. Chen Mo's identity has also been dug out by them. The boss of Shendon Automobile Company, a young billionaire, and the bulletproof cross-country vehicle that is extremely striking in the video is the new bulletproof vehicle produced by his company. And the location of the attack was not the boulevard, but the gate of his manor. Therefore, Chen Mo was actually attacked in his residence, so he had no obligation to escape. Killing the 6 hamsters that attacked him was self-defense and did not have to bear legal responsibility. This has also relieved many people who are worried about Chen Mo. At the same time, they are proud to say that the laws of our rice empire are sound. Killing gangsters in their own homes does not need to go to jail. This protects the interests of the vulnerable who are threatened by force, so that we can fight back boldly and safeguard our own security and interests. Chen Mo is also very fond of the sound laws of the United States, which is very beneficial to his actions. He can kill people legally and be crowned with the title of bravery afterwards. It's very good. After all, the time of the news broadcast on that day was late. Many people did not see the news or know about the attack. With the spread of TV and newspaper reports the next day, more and more people know about this event, and they are also curious about the fabulous bulletproof SUV. Because the video clip is only broadcast on TV, many people are intrigued. They specially tweeted the video and watched it carefully from the beginning. In this way, Night Off-Road Vehicle Fire, Night Master Chen Mo also fire. A young billionaire, the boss of Shendon Automobile Company, was ambushed by the former employees of the dismissed company and 5 killers employed by him in his manor. Under the continuous attack of 6 automatic rifles and the protection of the super bulletproof car just made by his company, he was not only undamaged, but also powerful. By the bulletproof car, his cross-country ability broke through obstacles and launched a counterattack, killing all 6 attackers. Young rich, manor, assassination, gunfight, luxury car, anti-murder. So many labels can attract many people's attention, and so many factors together are full of fatal attraction. Both men and women, young and old, are all attracted by the news. On the internet, Chen Mo's full video on Twitter has ushered in a more ferocious wave of click with the news report. Chen Mo's Twitter fans have grown rapidly. In the past one night, they have exceeded 500,000. After the news release of TV, newspapers, and major websites in the morning, they have broken through 1 million and continue to grow at a high speed. Chen Mo didn't wait for the heat to pass, so he timely released the video clips of all the tests of the Night Off-Road vehicle, including speed, off-road, and bulletproof. All the performances of Knight were fully displayed under the professional tests and even caused a great stir on the internet. It was impossible for a group of netizens to shout, "It's too fake. I promise, this is definitely not a car. I feel like watching science fiction movies, good looking. Complete, if the picture doesn't speed up, I'll eat the car." According to the acceptance ability of most people, even if a car has super bulletproof performance and strong cross-country ability, it can be accepted. After all, it is a bulletproof cross-country car, but its appearance is not as bloated, bulky, and tough as ordinary bulletproof or hard off-road. But how could it even have such abnormal speed performance? From the video, the powerful acceleration performance and the highest speed have been comparable to many top sports cars, which must be fake. The video must have been accelerated, and the chassis lifting ability is too exaggerated, which makes many people lose their eyes. At the same time, they suspect that this is not a car at all. Almost no one believes in the authenticity of the video, and even many people swear at it below, saying that Chen Mo is a profiteer, publishing false advertisements and cheating consumers. This made Chen Mo, who had just been in the limelight because of the attack, once again be put on the cusp of the storm. However, Chen Mo's Twitter followers have not declined but have risen. The shooting has not been over, and it is getting hot because the fans of news and attack video are still growing. Although the test video of Knight's off-road vehicle has been questioned by many people are still overwhelmed by the strong off-road ability shown in the video, and the powerful defense force of machine gun, which continuously scatters bullet marks but is still intact. Including the speed test questioned, many people are also fascinated by it. In fact, as long as we observe carefully, we can see that the video is not accelerated at all. Whether it's the rhythm of the car body when the car starts and brakes, the speed of the white smoke generated by the tire rubbing the ground, or the shaking of the surrounding things and other details, all prove the authenticity of this video. They think that the speed data is exaggerated at most. But even so, the performance of the car in the video is no less than that of most top sports cars. Even if the speed performance data is really exaggerated, it is not much worse. Although the chassis lifting function, which is also controversial, is exaggerated and much better than other models, it is not so difficult to accept the powerful lifting ability combined with the whole vehicle's strong and abnormal performance. Some people who watched carefully also found that, in the first video, when the car rushed to the fallen tree trunk, the chassis was also rising rapidly. When it contacted the tree trunk, the height of the chassis was already very high, so it was so easy to cross the obstacle. It also directly proves the authenticity of the chassis adjustment function, and to some extent explains the reason why the vehicle can have strong off-road ability and super speed at the same time. And anyone who is more rational can think that as the boss of this company, a billionaire, Chen Mo can't really cheat and deceive the public. This kind of lie can easily be exposed. People who want to buy a car will definitely try it before they buy it. If they find out that he is cheating, they will not only pay for it but even sue him. Therefore, it is no good for him to deceive others. So although this video is full of controversy, it has brought a lot of fans to Chen Mo. Chen Mo's fans have not decreased, or even increased a lot faster than before. By late afternoon, just a day after the attack, Chen's Twitter fans had reached 2 million under the joint explosion of the TV, newspaper, and internet media coverage, and the 2 videos he released. It's almost the same as the number of fans of some third-tier stars. Chen Mo also experienced the feeling of one-time popularity. Well, Chen Mo felt nothing. Of course, the fans who pay attention to him can't compare with the fans who are real stars. Chen Mo only experienced an attack, killed 6 gunmen, followed the news, plus 2 eye-catching videos released, as well as his identity as a young billionaire which attracted a large number of people, but the loyalty of these fans is very low, and the attention is mainly directed at the Knight SUV. Chen Mo is now at best a net red. If nothing happens, the 2 million fans will soon be lost, and the rest are just zombie fans. But Chen Mo doesn't care. He has hundreds of millions of fans in Iron Man world, and he is also the top and controller of several major organizations. Even in the world of Knight Legend, he has become a god, a believer of hundreds of millions. Fans and concerns are not as important as others. This time, it's just to publicize the Knight SUV. The Twitter launched here is similar to the microblog in China. Looking at the number of more than 2 million fans on Twitter, Chen Mo can't help but think of the microblog account he opened in that year. It seems that the number of fans is less than 100. Apart from a group of strangers who are seeking for fans, there are only a few classmates and colleagues. Thinking of this, Chen Mo can't help but want to see the situation on his microblog. Fortunately, Jarvis is here. Chen Mo doesn't have to worry about leaving traces and being found. Looking at the familiar Weibo interface, as well as the familiar names and avatars inside, Chen Mo can't help but feel a sense of separation. It seems that these things are very long ago. In fact, it's not surprising. Although it's only over 2 months in the real world, Chen Mo has been in the 3 worlds for more than 10 years. If Chen Mo hadn't a super memory, he probably would not have remembered the account password and the people he used to know. But these people, he should not have any intersection in the future. After all, the past Chen Mo has been dead. Now he is Black Chen, the billionaire of the United States, the boss of Shendun Automobile Company, is another person through and through. With a complex mood, Chen Mo glanced over the news of his friends and found that it was no different from before. He baked delicious food, took selfies, shared life, mood, and sentiment. Several people also forwarded the news that the surviving passengers on the plane were found. Of course, some people also mentioned Chen Mo. Chen Mo flipped around a few times and then he stopped. These people and things he used to be familiar with seemed to be separated from him. No matter what others sent, he can no longer reply in the message below because he is dead. Now he is like a ghost. He can only watch secretly on the internet, but he can't leave any trace, let alone talk. No one knows his existence on the opposite side of the screen, and no one knows that he is still alive. Forget it. There is no need to go on again. It's time to say goodbye to the past. Inexplicably lost, Chen is about to close the microblog page but suddenly finds a message prompt on the top right corner of the page, which represents the envelope icon of the private letter. Chen Mo was killed by plane. Everyone who knew him should know. Who would send a message to him? He has already explained it to his parents. They will not. Who else? Chen Mo originally points to the cross. The hand who is going to close the page cannot help but move to the side and click the message. Are you still alive? This simple sentence made Chen Mo's eyes coagulate and his face became serious. Is it suspected? It shouldn't be. When he saw the name of the person who sent the news, he was shocked. The figure of a gentle and quiet girl appeared in his mind. Chen Mo's expression could not help but relax. It's her. It has been several years since Chen Mo went to college and there has been no contact between them. How could she send Chen Mo such a message after his death? It seems that she doesn't believe that Chen Mo is dead. However, Chen Mo is not too concerned. His whole fake death has no flaws. He is not worried about being suspected. Now he has completely changed his identity. Even if some people think he is not dead, it has no impact. Chen Mo, who can't only read back, is not in a good mood to read it anymore. Finally, he takes a look at the message and closes the microblog directly. Jarvis quickly removes all traces of browsing and restores the data to the original. If someone logs in again with Chen Mo's account password, he will find that the prompt of the new message is still there. After quitting Weibo, Chen Mo turned to Twitter again. Compared with the dead microblog, his Twitter is much more lively. The attack on the manor is getting hot. The previous 2 videos are still hot. There are many people leaving messages below every minute. The number of clicks on both videos has exceeded 5 million, and the number of fans continues to grow. Chen Mo's efforts to watch microblog have increased by tens of thousands. It is estimated that by this time tomorrow, there will be no problem beyond 4 million. However, in the message area below the video, the debate is still very fierce. Most people still hold a skeptical and negative attitude about whether a bulletproof vehicle can guarantee a strong defense, as well as the strong off-road ability of a hard off-road vehicle and the super speed of a top sports car. Not to mention the bulky bulletproof car, even the ordinary car can't reach the level of both off-road and speed, and also reach the top level at the same time. Chen Mo looks at the comments for a while, and a smile is gently raised on the corner of his mouth. Let's argue for another day. Wait for tomorrow. The time of the night passed quickly. The debate on the internet not only did not weaken, but also became more and more intense. The focus of the debate was bulletproof. It was impossible for the three performances of off-road and speed to be both on one vehicle at the same time, and to reach the kind of toughness shown in the video. The first two capabilities have been shown clearly in the first video, and that video has also been confirmed to be the real surveillance video of the scene of the attack. It's just that in the second video, although there are detailed tests on 3 aspects of performance, all clips are clips. Whether it's a car, whether it's accelerating or not, and how true it is need to be verified. Some people think it's true, others think it's false, which is also the reason why the internet has been debating. However, the doubts of netizens did not last for a long time. At noon the next day, Chen Mo's third tweet finally came out. As the tweet was clicked on, all the doubts disappeared in an instant, leaving countless exclamations, excitement, and disbelief. This Twitter as like as 2 peas, still the same as the first video, is just the same as the first video, but the time is just the last video. At first, it was the monitoring image of the roadside. After crashing through the barricade and killing 6 attackers, the bulletproof SUV did not stop, but continued to drive out of the image. Then the video screen changes, switching to the perspective of the hidden camera on the roof of the SUV. The picture also turns back a little, from the night, under the dense bullet rain start to charge, to leap over the obstacles, finally landing after a few bumps and then continue to drive along the asphalt road. After turning out the boulevard, the beautiful scenery in the manor also appeared in front of everyone. On the left side of the road is the beach and the endless blue sea. On the right side is a large green grassland. At the end of the road in the distance, a continuous mountain extends from the coast to the far right of the camera, connected with the vast grassland. In addition to the blue sea, sky, green grassland, and mountains, there is only the straight black asphalt road in front of us. It's a wonderful sight for everyone. It's nice to call for money. The yard is bigger than others. The lawn can't be seen at a glance. The swimming pool is just a sea. It also has its own beach. There's a mountain in the backyard. You don't need to go to the park to camp. By the way, there's a forest in the door. The roads in the yard are all asphalt roads. You have to drive to go to the toilet. But soon they were not in the mood to make complaints about the scenery. Just now they came out of the mall. They noticed that the sight was somewhat down, and the height of the car seemed to have dropped a great deal. Before they knew what was going on, they suddenly felt that the speed of the car began to suddenly increase. The scenery on both sides quickly flew back. The roar of the engine began to become louder and louder. There was a kind of shock feeling when the sports car engine roared, and it seemed to be more deep and powerful. Although I don't know how fast the acceleration is at this time, just watching the video can obviously feel the rapid acceleration of the car. If I didn't know this is a bulletproof off-road vehicle, just watching the video, they would surely think this is a top sports car accelerating. In the roar of the engine, the speed of the car is rising very fast. In just over a second, the speed of the scenery in the picture is obviously faster than that of their normal speed on the highway, that is to say, more than 100 miles. Moreover, the speed of the car is still rising rapidly. In the video picture, the scenery is going back faster and faster. Many people are beginning to feel a little dizzy. Let alone look at the scenery. Looking at the road ahead, they feel dizzy. Although they don't know how high the speed is now, they can be sure that it's not much slower than those top sports cars. At least it's more than 300 kilometers per hour. Many people have seen videos of similar sports cars galloping, which is almost the same level now. What does this mean? This bulletproof cross-country vehicle, which can resist the continuous shooting of rifles and cross over a meter-high obstacle, actually has the acceleration performance and speed comparable to the top sports car. It's not over here. After the car's speed is increased, it runs along the asphalt road by the sea and soon reaches the foot of the mountain in the distance. The original straight asphalt road makes a big turn here and turns to the right. Seeing that the corner is about to turn, the speed of the bulletproof car does not decrease at all, which makes everyone widen their eyes in a hurry. At the current high speed, it is easy to turn too fast to directly rush out of the road and hit the mountain. The car quickly rushed into the corner, but the speed still did not decrease at all. In the eyes of people worried, a slight tire friction sound sounded, night began to turn, and the body turned steadily along the asphalt road. People have just breathed a sigh of relief. There is another bend not far ahead. It is not only a larger angle but also a ramp. The asphalt road turns to the mountain here. Then isn't it Panshin Road? It can be said that Chen Mo's car is very skillful and has precise control when turning smoothly at a speed of more than 300 kilometers per hour, but the curve of Panshin Road is more urgent. If you keep this speed, you can't cross the corner smoothly. It's very possible, no. It's sure to rush out of the road and kill people. Under everyone's frightened gaze, the picture rushes forward quickly and then turns up the mountain smoothly along the ramp. After that, the picture makes everyone's heart go up and down as fast as a roller coaster. Sometimes, the heart beat fast to jump out of the throat. Sometimes, it seems to be tightly grasped by one hand and missed a beat. On the originally beautiful mountain road, Chen Mo brought the car's performance to the extreme. The smooth road section directly crossed at the highest speed. When encountering a curve with a large radian, it only slowed down a little and passed at a high speed in a sharp tire and ground friction sound. Everyone is dazzled to see the rapidly changing landscape of the mountains and forests in the picture, except for the silly big mouth, which has completely lost the ability of thinking. How could it be? The turning speed is at least 200, and the drift doesn't drift like this. It's just looking for death. The problem is that every time they think the car is bound to get out of control and rush down the mountain, they finally pass the curve smoothly. Until the car finally rushed out of the mountain forest and began to slow down in front of a tall, thick, and historic castle, people only slowed down from the thrilling and exciting mountain road. This relaxed down. Many people found that their back was wet when they didn't know. It can be seen how exciting the thrilling mountain road just now is. What happened just now? Is this really a car? Let go of the surging shock, the speed of the car slowed down from the storm, and the picture became stable. Everyone found the ancient castle in front of them. Although the camera angle could not see the whole picture of the castle, it was amazing just the part revealed in the picture. With some bright yellow rocks in the thick and deep, the strong and towering walls of the castle are piled up. The wide wooden glass windows add a brightness and vitality to the hard castle. The huge steel gate that finally appeared in front of them makes the castle more heavy and dignified. The steel gate opened slowly in front of them, and the car drove into it. It turned out to be a huge garage. At the corner of the garage, a black Harley Street 750 motorcycle was parked there quietly. People are looking at the huge garage in the old castle curiously, and a sound of opening and closing the door suddenly rings. Then, a tall and straight figure in a black suit suddenly appeared from the left side of the picture and walked towards the garage wall not far away. There's a phone hanging up. When people realized that this figure was the main character of the attack on the manor, the owner of Shendan Automobile Company, the owner of Knight SUV, and the owner of the manor and the castle, Chen Mo had picked up the phone on the wall and pressed the key 3 times. 911 Hello, police station. My tree has been cut down. Chen Mo is not joking. For him, the biggest loss of the attack is not the damaged knight armor, but the 4 trees cut down at the door. As the supreme leader of Shendan Bureau and Hydra and the initiator of the core tenet of protecting the earth, Chen Mo is a firm environmentalist. Those 4 trees are decades old, and it's not easy to grow them. They were given to Huo by those grandchildren. Chen Mo was angry when he thought about it, although there are thousands of trees in the whole tree wall. In a luxurious conference room, more than a dozen people sitting at the conference table took their eyes back from the screen with shocked faces, and the shock in their hearts could not be recovered for a long time. Tell me, what do you think? Sitting at the top of the conference table, a middle-aged man glanced at the people below and said without expression. But the people below didn't dare to look up at him, but they just kept their heads down. Before, when the second video came out, you told me that it wasn't a car to test because it's impossible to balance off-road and speed. The middle-aged man saw no one to speak, and he continued to speak, but the voice was gradually raised and the tone was gradually fierce. Now, you tell me, is this video fake too? He's the one who brought all those gangsters to play with him. Let him drive the bulletproof car to press it first, and then press it again when he changes a sports car. Do you want to tell me that he found 6 pairs of twins? Are you all pigs? I can't tell the true from the false. What's the use of raising you? There is a storm in the conference room here, and there are also waves on the internet. After watching the video, everyone was deeply immersed in the strong shock brought by the video, which could not be recovered for a long time. This video brings a huge shock to people. Not to mention Chen Mo's huge and beautiful manor, magnificent and massive castle. The acceleration, performance, and speed shown in the video of the previously controversial bulletproof SUV will eliminate all doubts. Moreover, its performance on Panshin Road is even more amazing. In general, even the top-level drivers drive the top-level cars with strong performance and special modifications. In the case of sharp turns on the mountain road, they can only maintain a speed of more than 100 kilometers per hour at the highest speed. At the highest speed, it is very easy to climb down the mountain because of the lack of response or the body out of control. But the speed of this car when passing the mountain road curve is at least more than 200 kilometers. It's like it's not going to die. But as a result, the car passed all the fatal curves smoothly. The terrorist stability and control ability shown in this show shocked those who really understand the difficulty. What kind of car is this? What kind of driver is this? Car pervert, people more pervert. This video has clearly proved that the Knight off-road vehicle is comparable to the super speed of top sports cars and has not shown the strong handling and stability performance before. And from the beginning of the video, it can be proved that the cross-country vehicle crossed the road barrier and crushed 6 attackers. This video is followed by a sudden attack to criticize and belittle Chen Mo, the victim of the manor attack, and the hero of the cross-country vehicle, especially when almost everyone's attention was attracted by the powerful, and even some sci-fi Knight cross-country vehicles, the people, seem to be a little eye-popping, obviously giving people a sense of impure motivation. The most important thing is that these so-called public figures are all not well known. They attract people's attention by criticizing hot events and making some sensational remarks. There is a lot of controversy in themselves. At this time, They jump out and sing against each other with no obvious intention. You say that people think trees are more important than human life, selfish and indifferent. You used to blame others for saving people or pets when they were in a fire. You said that the life rights of animals are equal to those of people, and that vulnerable animals should be protected more, and they should be saved first. Some even accuse vegetarians of hypocrisy, saying that plants are also life, and that eating vegetarian food is killing animals, and based on the research results of biologists' perception of plants. After being stimulated by external knife cutting, fire, and electric shock, the bioelectricity of plants will change dramatically, and they will have different reactions to noise, climate, natural enemies, etc. So plants also have feelings, have life, and are killing animals when they are vegetarian. And now, you have the face to come out and accuse Chen Mo of caring about trees and not about human life. Since you say that plants also have life, isn't it normal for people to care more about trees between their beloved trees and the gangsters who want to kill them? These so-called public figures and experts themselves are full of controversy and often nonsense on the internet. So, although they tried their best to incite netizens to resist Chen Mo and Knight, but the effect was very little. On the contrary, it was the most important for them that they were inundated by abusive words. The number of fans related to their value also lost a lot, which made them very sad. This business was really a big loss, which can be described as a loss. This is the end of the fight against the general trend. Everyone is chasing after the knights and supporting Chen Mo. When you come out and sing against each other, there is no real evidence in your hands. Just rely on one mouth to fight. The end can only be submerged by the flood of the general trend. It's just a small episode, and it's drowned by angry netizens without too much disturbance, but it also shows that Chen Mo has been stared at by some forces. It's also simple to say that a small car company that was going to close down suddenly created such a super car. Although it doesn't know the price, it will certainly cause a huge impact on the original high-end car market, including bulletproof cars, SUVs, and sports cars, from its performance, which touches the interests of some people. Through these videos, they clearly felt the great threat of knights. Although it was only a few minutes of short videos, the impact was very huge, and there was a sense of menace. So several large auto companies can't help but start to take action. Originally, they wanted to make an article about Chen Mo's collision with people, directly make Chen Mo a murderer, and send him to prison. Then they took advantage of the sudden emergence of Shendun Auto Company, when there was no leader, and beat them down at one stroke. It's better to directly purchase and take this powerful supercar under their command. But how could Chen Mo's carefully prepared plan leave behind the handle? They used their relationship to get all the case documents related to the attack on the manor. They wanted to find out the loopholes in them to prove that Chen Mo had defended properly and committed murder. But several gold medal lawyers read it several times from the beginning to the end, but they couldn't find any loopholes. It's impossible to charge Chen with murder. However unwilling, they had to go back to the next place, bribed a group of influential public figures, splashed dirty water on Chen Mo, wanted to stink his reputation, and encouraged consumers to resist knights. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking failed to get through. Chen Mo didn't leave them many tricks at all, and the tricks they thought were nothing to do in the eyes of netizens. Finally, the malicious attack from the automobile industry not only failed to achieve the original purpose and made Chen Mo's image stink, but also made Chen Mo's fans unite and share the same hatred after having a common enemy. The fans, who were originally scattered and had very low loyalty, deepened their recognition of Chen Mo and greatly strengthened their cohesion in the battle with the gunmen, hired by several auto companies. In any case, the video released by Chen Mo has achieved ideal results. Many people can't enjoy watching it again, and they have watched the 3 videos again from the beginning. Watching the video on the mountain road as fast as a sports car, flexible turning but the huge black knight. No matter how many times you watch it, everyone's eyes will be firmly attracted, simply reluctant to move away. It's so cool. An off-road vehicle, and it is also a bulletproof off-road vehicle with extremely strong bulletproof performance. It can really have the off-road ability comparable to the military off-road vehicle and the super speed of the top sports car at the same time. This is the most perfect car in everyone's mind. 3 videos made the Knight bulletproof SUV completely popular. Countless people left a message below the video asking when the super bulletproof vehicle will go on sale and what the price is. Even some people have searched Shendan Automobile Company according to the information on Chen Mo's Twitter, and a large number of calls have been made to the front desk of the company. Chen Mo saw that the time was basically ripe, so he informed Michael, general manager of Shendan Automobile Company, to hold a new launch conference of Knight SUV according to the plan. With the news that the Knight SUV, which became popular on the internet due to the Manor attack, is about to hold a new car conference, attracting a large number of journalists. Although Shendan Automobile Company is just a little known company, let alone the name has never been heard. Even the former Tyler Automobile Company, there are not many people who have heard of it, but it can't stand the product fire of others. It has already had a large number of fans on the internet and attracted the attention of countless people before it was officially released. In this case, the expected new car launch will surely attract the attention of all. He had already prepared for cash withdrawal and could hold it at any time. Chen Mo did not continue to build momentum and directly announced that a press conference would be held the next day. The media and fans were all caught by Chen Mo's unconventional behavior. Shouldn't such an important new car conference be announced long in advance and publicized constantly? Now it's less than 3 days since the car was launched. You've only sent a few videos. Although it's already a lot, other companies will take this opportunity to publicize it for a while, expand its influence to the largest extent, and then hold a press conference. How can you be so hasty, saying that the meeting will be held, that the tickets cannot be bought in a day? Do you think there are too many reporters present? However, the blame comes from the blame. Now the off-road vehicle of Knight is getting popular on the internet. Many people are looking forward to its official sale. Now a new car conference will be held soon. They can't let go of such a hot news. So, as soon as they learned that the conference would be held tomorrow, they began to call the airlines to book tickets, and all of them were tickets for the day. There will be a lot of colleagues at the scene tomorrow. It's better to go early or get ready in advance, so as to occupy a good position. Many of the fans who were captured by the Knights also booked tickets to Los Angeles from all over the country. Even a lot of people didn't book tickets at the first time because of their slow reaction. When they came back, the tickets for the day had been sold out. Not long after that, even the tickets for the next day had been robbed. Many people who miss the opportunity can only regret it. Some people who are close to Los Angeles even drive directly to see the release of Knight with their own eyes. It's better to buy one directly. Drive Knight home. Most of the fans who come from afar hold this idea. Otherwise, they just want to see the conference and introduction. There is no need to fly to the scene. The next morning, the press conference was held as scheduled, with reporters and audiences from all over the country pouring in, some even coming directly from the airport. There were a lot of people at the press conference. There were no empty seats in the huge exhibition hall. There were more people standing around the exhibition hall and in the corridor. In addition to hundreds of reporters, the audience from all over the site has a total of 7,000 or 8,000 people. This is because time is too short. Many people do not get tickets, or they are too far away to arrive. Otherwise, It is estimated that the scene will be directly crowded by enthusiastic audiences. Thanks to Chen Mo's preparation, Michael has chosen the biggest venue. Otherwise, if we follow the regular layout of the conference, these people will not be able to accommodate. In this way, the exhibition hall is also full of people. It's very difficult to move. But looking at the black SUV parked in the middle of the exhibition stand, which is very familiar and fashionable in appearance, no one has any complaints. Everyone is looking forward to the start of the conference. This powerful night will unveil the mysterious veil in front of them. The press conference soon began, but it was not the president of Shandong Automobile Company they expected, the owner of Night, the protagonist of the video of the attack on the manor, Chen Mo, but a competent middle-aged man in his 40s. Chen Mo didn't show his face in the video. Everyone just saw his back, so everyone was full of curiosity about the young rich man. They were full of expectation to see him at the press conference, but they didn't expect him to come. Although disappointed, the crowd soon calmed down and looked expectantly at Michael on the stage. After all, the main character of the conference was Night. Folks, let's go straight to the subject. Today's protagonist is the Knight behind me. There was no leader's speech, on-site performance, and Michael directly entered the product introduction link after taking the stage. His words were warmly applauded by the audience. The purpose of their coming was to Night. Although Michael had to give a self-talk, they could only listen to it, but now they are so directly involved in the theme that they are greatly increased. They can't help being quiet and listening to Michael's introduction. All of you here should have seen the video on our boss Twitter and have a certain understanding of Night. But what I want to say is that what you see is just the tip of its iceberg. Night is a supercar with incomparable comprehensive performance. It's not a bulletproof vehicle, an off-road vehicle, or a sports car, although it can compete with the top-level models in every aspect, even more than a lot. The real orientation of Night is just like its name, defense, strength, and speed, but its real purpose is to guard. Night is like a loyal and powerful guard knight. No matter what kind of dangerous and complex situation he faces, he will swear to protect his master's safety. The Knight has a total length of 5.2 meters and a weight of only 2.6 tons. Its heart is a V6 double-turbocharged engine with a displacement of 4T independently developed by Shandong Automobile Company, with a maximum power of 650 horsepower of 6,600 RPM and a peak torque of 750 Nm 4,500 RPM. This engine with top performance is the Knight's horse, which enables it to gallop at high speed. The car weighs only 2.6 tons. Is it a normal model without armor? My God, the V6 engine. I always thought it was V8 or V10, and V6 can also have such strong power. There are many levels. In the video, the car their boss drives is a top car, but what he said is a low car. The Knight's weight and engine have aroused many people's doubts. Generally, this size of bulletproof vehicle has a weight of more than 3 tons. The one with higher defense level will reach 4 or 5 tons, 2.6 tons, which is not much heavier than the ordinary off-road vehicle. No wonder they suspect that it is an ordinary model without bulletproof function. The strongest armor of Night, outer armor of body and framework of the whole vehicle are all made of new H2 special alloy. Its cost is extremely high, but at the same time, its physical performance is also very strong, not only lighter, but also stronger. The body framework made of it can withstand dozens of tons of impact without deformation. Even if it is subject to heavy-duty car, the impact of the car or the roll-over of the large tank car can provide the most solid safety guarantee for the personnel in the car without fear of being flattened. So powerful. Heavy trucks are not afraid. Don't you have to worry about traffic accidents? The audience could not help talking again. You should know that most of the people who died in traffic accidents, except those who didn't wear seat belts, died because of the deformation of the car body and the violent impact and the extrusion of the body. If an ordinary household car is overturned by a large tank car, which is under the pressure of 20 or 30 tons of tank body, then there is only one outcome. That is, even a person with a car is pressed into a metal meat pie. Even if two small cars collide at high speed, the body of the car will twist and deform under the violent impact. Light cars will be squeezed to break their legs, heavy cars will be directly crushed. If the body of Knight is really as solid as he said, most fatal car accidents can survive. So, even if bulletproof performance is not considered, it is a very good choice to have such a strong rider from the perspective of driving and passengers' daily safety. There are two versions of the Knight model. In the video, our boss drives the regular version of Knight. Its external armor thickness is only 3 millimeters, so the weight of the whole vehicle can be reduced to a very low 2.6 tons. There are really two versions. 3 millimeters, isn't it bulletproof? But he said it was the regular version of Knight in the video unless, as he said, the outer armor is made of super alloy with high strength, low density, and high cost. Isn't the cost of this car very high? Such a powerful car can't be cheaper. I'm ready for bleeding. Together, I won't go back until I buy a Knight. If I can buy Knight successfully, I will drive directly back to New York. Just travel. It must be great to drive Knight across mountains and explore everywhere. The voice of the following discussion is not very loud, Michael continued after a pause. In the first video, its external armor just resists the continuous shooting of automatic rifles. In fact, the Knight of the primary version has reached the VR8 level, which is one level higher than the highest level VR7 of civil bulletproof vehicle, and can withstand the attack of AK-47, grenades, sniper rifles, and mines. And in the enhanced version, the bulletproof level of Heavy Knight has reached the top level of VR10 standard, which can resist the attack of anti-tank mines and heavy machine guns. Even if it is accidentally launched into the battlefield, it can also ensure the personal safety of the passengers in the vehicle. And Heavy Knights, hearing that Michael mentioned that the Knights they saw before were only the primary version, there were even more powerful Heavy Knights. Many people on the stage couldn't help exclaiming, "Knights have been so powerful in defense. Heavy Knights can't be used as tankers." The following voice interrupted Michael's introduction, and others quickly raised their index fingers to those who were still lamenting. SHH. Michael continued with a smile after the silence returned. In addition to the solid body, the Knight model is also equipped with many advanced technologies of Shendan Automobile Company, such as convoy signal system, rotary warning light, fire extinguishing system, emergency ventilation system, emergency escape system, and other scientific and technological configuration to deal with emergencies, so as to better protect the life safety of passengers. At the same time, Knight also established a new cross-country benchmark. It's not only fashionable and aggressive, but also advanced off-road technology. Heavy-duty off-road equipment and powerful chassis lifting ability make it easy to enter places that others dare not or can't walk on. Powerful and efficient V6 engine, strong terrain passing ability, can take you to places that can't be found on the map, and safely guard you to go home. Superior comfort, sex, and technology will ensure that you feel comfortable during the arduous expedition. The application of the new H2 alloy greatly reduces the weight of the car body, while the chassis lifting system ensures the stability of the car body in high-speed movement. Driven by a powerful engine, the Knight can break out an amazing acceleration ability and ultra-high speed so that you can enjoy the speed and passion. When encountering attacks, accidents, disasters, and other dangerous emergencies, The knight's strong armor and skeleton can resist all kinds of attacks, so that the passengers in the car cannot be hurt. The super cross-country ability allows it to easily highlight the encirclement and escape from many obstacles and complex terrain. The powerful speed enables it to quickly escape from the dangerous area without fear of pursuit. With Michael's introduction, all people's eyes could not help but brighten up. They are strong in defense, not afraid of bullets and all kinds of rolling and impact, but also able to escape under various complex terrain and obstacles. In addition, they can quickly get away from the pursuit and escape from the dangerous situation with the speed advantage of the enemy's pursuit. This is just like entering, attacking, retreating, defending, resisting and escaping the situation can be calmly faced, which is stronger than those ordinary bulletproof vehicles that are just defensive. In other aspects, it can only be said that ordinary or even weaker bulletproof vehicles do not know where they are stronger. As Michael said, this is really an all-around car with incomparable comprehensive performance, and the safety level is no other car. Having a knight is equivalent to having a loyal and powerful guard knight with absolute security. The atmosphere of the conference is more and more high. With Michael's story, people know more about Knight, and they are more and more eager to have their own guard Knight. On the one hand, at the press conference, Michael introduced Knight to nearly 10,000 audience, though his mouth was dry. On the other hand, in the castle of the manor, Chen Mo leaned comfortably on the sofa, drank his own coffee, and watched the picture on the TV hanging on the wall. What's on TV is not the live picture of the press conference. Chen Mo not only didn't attend the conference, but also didn't pay much attention to it. It's just a live show. It's a detailed introduction to all the performance parameters and advanced functions of Knight, as well as other sales and other related situations. It's not necessary for Chen Mo to come out in person. With Michael as the general manager, it's okay. Chen Mo didn't even watch the live video of the press conference, but watched a domestic video through Jarvis' variety show. Naturally, Chen Mo doesn't seem to be all right. He is dedicated to watching the variety show, but because there are two figures he is very familiar with in the show. Zinx and Kinger, you two are masters who can survive on the desert island for more than 2 months. Our group is all dependent on you. In the TV picture, several beautiful girls are standing on the beach. Behind them is a speedboat that is going away. One of them looked at the island, which was full of strangers and unknowns. Some of them turned around and looked at the two girls who seemed to be teenagers. Another person also looks at the two people with uneasy eyes after hearing the words. It seems that the two youngest girls have become their backbone instead. The two youngest girls took a look at each other when they heard the words. In their mind, they recalled what the powerful black men had taught them and what they had done with them on the desert island. At first, some little uneasy hearts soon settled down. Don't worry. We have experience in this. They clapped their chests confidently, the Earth said. We're definitely better off than their group. Another two people see their confident appearance. In the heart, this just had a little bottom. Although they were young, they survived the air crash and successfully lived on the island for more than 2 months. They must be much more powerful than the men's group, who went to the gym to roll iron, climb mountains, and have no experience in outdoor survival, such as small fresh meat and old bacon. That's right. The variety show Chen Mo is watching is a Star Field Survival Challenge program. There are 8 guests in this program. Apart from 4 male stars and 2 female stars, there are 2 other people who are not stars. They are Chen Mo's old acquaintances. Zhang Xin and Su Qing, the youngest and most outgoing of the 6 survivors who survived the crash, are the most active and outgoing. After being rescued from the desert island by the rescue team, the 6 survivors who survived miraculously caused a sensation in China. The plane crash at sea, after more than 2 months of search and rescue, did not find anything. Originally, everyone thought that the passengers on the plane should all be buried in the sea with the plane. There will be no survivors. I didn't expect that the plane landed on an island successfully, and 6 survivors survived successfully, and survived hard on the island until the rescue team arrived. The sudden appearance of the disillusioned Hope and their legendary magical experience make them receive great attention. In addition to many media interviews and reports, there are also many interviews and variety shows like Cuban that invite them to participate. The other 4 don't like TV very much, and they haven't completely adjusted their mind after coming home from the desert island for the rest of their lives, so they didn't accept the invitation except for the media interview and the first several variety shows. Zhang Xin and Su Qing, 2 little girls, were easygoing. Although they were frightened in the crash and suffered a lot on the desert island, they did not get much stimulation because of their own personality and the protection of the public. They recovered soon after they came back. In addition, both of them are majoring in performance, and they will develop in the direction of stars in the future. So the other 4 people left more opportunities for performance to 2 people on the program, and their performance on the program is really good, real, natural, generous, not stage fright. Some of their funny personalities are also very likable and gradually have some popularity. Experience, legend, have topic, have enthusiasm, have popularity. The performance on the program is also good. Naturally, there are many programs willing to invite them. Now they are participating in a Star Field Survival Challenge program. 4 men and 4 women are living on a desert island in groups. Apart from their clothes and a tool chosen by everyone before departure, they have no other materials. Apart from Zhang Xin and Su Qing, the other 6 have no survival experience. It's up to you. What do you say we do next? We both listen to you. Yes, the 2 sisters listen to you. Chen Mo watched the 2 little girls take over the command without fear. He took the 2 stars to explore the island, find the water source, and build the shelter. He couldn't help smiling. Although they are the youngest and have been taken care of by everyone on the island, they didn't take it for granted to be rice worms, but they also worked hard to learn and help. Their survival ability is no better than those real survival experts, but they are certainly much better than ordinary people. Just look at the choice of tools. One of them chose the flint and the other chose a simple fishing hook. Others are flashlights, sunscreen, socks, bows and arrows, and things that are not practical. Under the leadership of Zhang Xin and Su Qing, the 2 female stars successfully set up a simple shelter in one day, raised a fire, and successfully caught a fish before dark at night. Although it was not big, it also made the 4 people not go to sleep hungry. The 4 male stars on the other side suffered a lot. The 4 without any field experience argued for a long time just to decide where to camp. They wanted to learn how to drill wood and make fire on TV, but they never succeeded. Instead, they wasted a lot of time and physical strength. When it was dark, their shelter was only built with half shelf and no food. There is no source of fire. At last, I can only squeeze under the tree for a night. The most tragic thing is that there was a heavy rain in the last half of the night. 4 girls slept very well in the shelter, but 4 men could only huddle under the trees like quails to avoid the rain. They didn't sleep very much this night. The next day, 4 men, with 4 pairs of panda eyes, got up early and watched the 4 girls who were sleeping soundly under the strong shelter, the bonfire that was still burning slowly under a separate shed, and the fish bones scattered on the ground beside the bonfire. The 4 men could not wait to join the 2 girls. The program itself is not always a group confrontation between men and women, but 8 people together on the island to survive, just to increase the effect of the program. In the first day, the 2 men and women will be divided into teams, forming a contrast. Finally, the director's desired effect was achieved. Although the girls' group was also very hard, they only ate a small fish, but compared with the miserable boys' group, under the leadership of Zhang Xin and Su Qing, they had a very good life. The four big men who should have been more dominant in this respect were compared by four weak girls. The contrast and contrast made the audience feel very interesting. Meanwhile, Zhang Xin and Su Qing, who caused the contrast, were more concerned and loved. They are beautiful in nature, naive and lively in character. They are liked by people. Their serious attention and strong ability of action in the survival of the island make people can't help but see the other side of them different from before. After that, 4 men, 2 women and 6 stars, who are not small in fame, began to struggle for survival on the island under the leadership of 2 little girls. After watching the latest program, Chen Mo is also very satisfied with the performance of the 2 little girls. From this point, we can see that they did not suffer too much in the island at the beginning, did not work too hard, and they learned what others would and did well. Turning off the TV, Chen Mo asked Jarvis again, "How are the others doing now?" Captain Zhao Jianmin, Zhang Lan, and Su Shan, 2 stewardesses, have been taken a long holiday by the airline. Su Wan has also left the company. Now they are all at home to rest. Chen Mo nodded at his words. Use my work email to send her an email and invite her to come to work as the assistant to the president. At the end of the email, add a sentence, "I'm destined to meet each other." On the other hand, the press conference is coming to an end, and finally it has entered the most concerned night sales link. Since the current night production line can only produce up to 10 cars a day, it is not realistic to spread out the production in large quantities through 4S stores across the country like ordinary cars. So Chen Mo decided to sell in advance, like the top luxury cars or even airplanes, in the way of advance booking, long before Night officially started mass production. Night is absolutely no worse than any top luxury car in terms of shape, quality, performance or technology content, or even a large part of it. So Chen Mo believes that after the official release of Night off-road vehicle, there will definitely be a shortage of supply. After all, it's a completely new car. No one has heard of the company's name before. Even if Chen Mo's 3 videos on Twitter made the car popular on the internet, people's understanding of the car is limited to videos. So in order to let people who want to buy Night experience its powerful performance, Chen Mo did not use the original sales method to shop in the 4S shop, but adjusted a car sales center in the suburb of Los Angeles, which was originally owned by Taylor Automobile Company, to become a test drive experience center for Night off-road vehicles. Their conference was held in the exhibition hall of the experience center. However, with the popularity of video, Night has become popular on the internet. There must be a large number of people who want to test drive this super car. Today will be the first day for the Night Experience Center to officially receive customers. The thousands of people who came to the conference must want to experience it. This is only the people in the area near Los Angeles. Due to the rush of time, there are not many people from other cities. In the future, as the Night becomes more and more famous, there will only be more people coming to experience the test drive. It is impossible for everyone to experience the test drive personally. Moreover, Chen Mo didn't plan to sell the Night off-road vehicle at a low price. Although the actual cost was only tens of thousands of dollars more than the original ordinary model, even if the cost of purchasing new production equipment increased, the total cost was less than $50,000. But the true formula of H2 alloy is only known by Chen Mo. He let the company purchase a lot of precious rare metals. Although most of them are in Chen Mo's space now, the cost of these powerful special alloys is extremely high. The cost of the whole vehicle has been increased dozens of times, reaching more than 1 million yuan. The price of Night is even more black. My heart is set at $5 million. You think it's over? Then you underestimated Chen Mo's malice to the rich class of the Rice Empire. These 5 million can only buy the version of Night with conventional configuration, But to buy the heavy knight with thicker armor, stronger bulletproof performance, and the highest safety factor, it will cost US $10 million. However, Chen Mo believes that those who really need it will not be stingy with the extra 5 million, because the defense ability of Heavy Knight is really impeccable, like a tank. In fact, even if Chen Mo sets a higher price, which is more expensive than those limited edition super sports cars with amazing price and tens of millions of times, some people will still buy them. The strong defense alone is enough to make these die-shy rich willing to pay. However, Chen Mo's positioning for this car is a mass-produced model used to open up the market and build brand awareness. If we follow the high-price route of limited edition, although this car is indeed worth this price, there is no doubt that there will be few people who can afford it, and the sales volume will be as small as those 10 million level limited edition cars, which may only sell hundreds or even dozens of cars a year, which is similar to Chen Mo's original intention is contrary. And it's not feasible to take the middle and low-end route. It's worth the price without mentioning the value of Knight. Chen Mo can't cheaply sell these crooked nuts. Moreover, with the super performance of Knight, if the price is set too low, the market demand will inevitably soar. With the current production capacity of Shandong Automobile Company, it will not be able to supply too much market demand in a short period of time, which is of little significance. Since the cheaper the price is, the more the sales volume will be, and the higher the price is, the less the sales volume will be, and the price multiplied by the sales volume is the total sales volume. Then there is an optimal balance point in the middle, which can achieve the maximum benefit. Combined with the output of 10 cars per day of the company, Chen Mo sets the current price. Chen Mo does not sell at a low price or set too high a price. He still positions himself in the high-end market, but he also enables more people to afford it. He maximizes his benefits in terms of overall revenue, brand positioning, market development, and company development. Since they are targeting the high-end market, their target population has shrunk a lot. Although they are not setting a high price, they are already very high. They have a high demand for the financial resources of the buyers. If there is no test drive restriction, most of the people who come to test drive at that time will not meet the conditions and will not buy Knights. They just want to meet their own needs curiosity. If you really let everyone test drive once, there are not many people in a day, and there are few people who can buy. So Chen Mo simply made some restrictions on the application for test drive. He had to apply for the car first, pay $5 million or $10 million for the car, and reserve before he had the right to test drive. If you feel dissatisfied after the test drive and don't want to buy, you can directly refund the full amount. If you want to buy, you can't drive away directly, but you have to wait in line according to the order of purchase. After all, Shandong can only produce 10 cars a day. Even if the price is 5 million, the supply is still in short supply. And everyone thinks that the price is not expensive at all. It's just too conscious. Those luxury cars at the same price can't compete with the powerful Knights at all. Even those who can't afford it just feel envious and greedy, but they don't think the price is expensive. Such a perfect and strongest car, bulletproof, cross-country and top speed, is not expensive at all. 5 million can have a top bulletproof car and top off-road vehicle, the combination of top sports cars. Really worth, it's worth it. If you have money, many people don't even buy houses. Buy a Knight first. Live in the car at night, it's safer than anywhere. As soon as the price and selling way of Knight were announced, the following audience immediately burst into a frenzy. To be honest, whether they can afford it or not, the price is lower than they expected. In recent days, the company's production line has produced a total of 30 Knights, all of which have been sent to the Test Drive Experience Center by Chen Mo, 10 of which are for test drive and not for sale, while the other 20 can be picked up directly. This is also the only time for Knight to sell existing cars. Later, all of them need to wait in line. After all, Shendun Motor Company only has 10 cars a day. They may be able to wait a few days as early as they are scheduled. If they are slow, it is also possible to wait a year and a half. Michael made it clear that after the conference, the top 20 people who applied for the reservation could take the lead in the test drive, and if they were satisfied with the test drive, they could directly drive away. The only chance to pick up the car directly is now in front of them. However, in order to avoid fighting, the night will be booked online, and the order of test drive will be determined according to the order in which they complete the reservation on the website of Shendun Motor Company, including future reservations. Michael has just explained how Night can book. Many of the following people want to book first, even if they quickly take out their mobile phones and start to log into the website of Shendun Motor Company. Today, there are only 20 existing cars. If someone catches them first, they can only line up at the back. If they are not satisfied, they can get a refund. So all the people who are interested in Nights have taken action. The audience was completely quiet for a while. Those who could afford to operate mobile phones bowed their heads and nervously. Those who couldn't afford to operate mobile phones looked enviously at the people who were holding the crazy point of mobile phones. A group of reporters also aimed their cameras at the tense shoppers. From the tense and urgent look on their faces, it's not like they're taking out 5 million yuan, but they're robbing 5 million yuan instead. Yeah, that is great, I'm the first. The quiet atmosphere was finally broken. A young man with fashionable clothes stood up excitedly, holding a string of order numbers on the screen of his mobile phone. The ending number is 1. I made the reservation too. Ha ha ha, at last. More and more people raised their heads excitedly, and the mobile phones all showed the prompts of the scheduled completion. However, some people still took a slow shot and failed to get the top 20. More than 200 of the 8,000 people on the site have completed the reservation. That is to say, in just a few minutes, Shendun Motor Company has already accounted for 1 billion. It's not over yet. The night conference was also broadcast live on the official website of Shendun Motor Company. Many people who didn't arrive in time can't wait to place an order immediately after knowing the booking rules of night. However, because the live video will be delayed compared with the live video, the top 20 places that can directly pick up the car haven't been snatched by the off-site people, but the orders from the off-site are several times more than the on-site ones. In less than half an hour, the total order quantity of night has reached 1,000, that is to say, the order of night has also been arranged more than 3 months later. Shendun Motor Company recorded 5 billion yuan in total. Let alone others, even Michael did not expect that night would be so popular. In fact, it has a lot to do with Chen Mo's way of selling the test drive. If you want a test drive, you must book and pay money first, but if you are not satisfied, you can get a refund at any time, which eliminates people's worries. Moreover, the production of night is only 10 sets per day, and it's impossible to get the car this year if it's late. People who are attracted by the strong performance of night will book directly without hesitation in order to experience the test drive in person and get the car as soon as possible. In any case, if they book first, they can choose to refund at any time if they are not satisfied with the test drive. But with the night strong, once personally tried, who would be willing to refund it? It's easy to return, but it's not easy to buy again. Now it's only half an hour and more than 1,000 people are in line. I don't know if they will be in line for another year in a few days. In the night test drive experience center, 20 lucky people grabbed the number of direct pickup seats, and the following 10 people with priority test drive qualifications. Under the guidance of the staff, they came to the front of the 30 nights in line outside the exhibition hall with excitement. This is their first close contact with the knight. Standing next to the knight more than 2 meters high, their mood is irresistible and excited, especially the 20 bookers. As long as they want, this car is theirs. However, according to the performance of Knight in the video, they don't believe that they will give up their car purchase qualification. Another 10 people are not much worse than them. Although we can't pick up the car directly today, we can do it tomorrow. In the envious eyes of thousands of people outside, 30 lucky people opened the door and climbed up with pride and excitement. The decoration in the car is simple and atmospheric, and full of science fiction atmosphere. An ancient poem from China describes the high-end atmosphere, low-key luxury and connotation. After sitting in the car, everyone can't help but think of the scene of Knight, rushing through the barricade under the gunfire and bullets, and running fast on the mountain road in the video. Until they really start the engine and step on the accelerator, they really feel the powerful power of Knight. The roar of the engines of the 30 Knights resounded throughout the space. Looking at the 30 huge black figures rushing in and out together, everyone could not help but have a feeling of the Knight's charge, which was fascinating. At the back of the line has been reserved, cannot help but look forward to it. The test drive time is only half an hour. They can only experience the acceleration, handling and speed performance on the road, and then experience the off-road ability on the ground next to the experience center. Although it's only half an hour, everyone can fully feel the power of Knight. Although the bulletproof and safety performance can't be experienced by themselves, the video has shown them very clearly. So in the end, none of the 20 people who have the right to pick up the car directly choose to refund. They are satisfied to go through the formalities and drive their beloved Knight directly, happily went home. The remaining nearly 200 paid bookers spent the whole day on a test drive. In the end, everyone got off the car reluctantly. It would take a few days to pick up the car and count his fingers. They are all okay at the scene. They only need to wait for 10 days at most, while others have to wait for 2 or 3 months. In any case, the Knight conference ended perfectly, and Knight showed its powerful strength and extraordinary charm, and became the absolute king of the high-end automobile market in an absolute posture of black horse. It makes the major automobile groups feel the great threat from Shenzhen Automobile Company. The sales volume of all the top luxury models that were once very popular plummeted. Not only bulletproof vehicles, top-level off-road vehicles and super sports cars, but also the sales volume of luxury cars were greatly affected. 5 million people can buy an almost all-around mobile fortress, who would be foolish to spend money to buy those so-called luxury cars, and this car is just as handsome as its name, Knight. Even those who have a high demand for beauty can't find any problems. So many people who originally planned to buy the top luxury cars changed their minds and booked Knight first. The original low-end, middle-end, and even ordinary high-end markets of several major automobile groups have not been affected. After all, there are only a few people who can spend 5 million or 10 million yuan to buy a car, but the fall of the top-end car market is still unacceptable to major car companies. These top-level models, which are often over 1 million, are proof of their brand strength, and they also account for a considerable share of their annual total profits. They are not willing to be robbed of half of them easily. Because of Chen Mo's watertight plan, the previous exploratory public opinion offensive did not leave them any leverage, but ended in failure. At that time, Chen Mo could only say that it was a potential threat. They had intended to deal with him slowly, but no one had expected that the threat would become a reality so quickly. Just 3 days after the model was launched, it launched a press conference directly and made an appointment for sale through the internet. Now, Chen Mo and his Shenzhen Automobile Company, as well as the Knight of the Black Horse, have really violated their interests and broken the original stable automobile pattern. They will never wait for their own interests to be robbed by others. Moreover, this is only the first model launched by Shendun Automobile Company. Now, Shendun Automobile Company has just seized their top-level automobile market. Then will this emerging company, which suddenly rises and has technology reserves far beyond their imagination, continue to seize their high-end, middle-end, and even low-end automobile market. With the technical strength of Shendun Automobile Company, once they really have this plan and put it into practice, they will be hard to resist the attack of this burgeoning company. They can't wait to die. Counterattack. Must fight back. Shendun Automobile Company is just a rising small company, and its products only include night. No matter in scale, overall strength, brand awareness, and consumer recognition, it can't compete with these old brand automobile groups, let alone the huge force behind them. They are really serious. It's easy to deal with a car company. A storm is brewing in the dark. I don't know when it will break out around Chen Mo. Chen Mo is not completely unaware of this. As early as when Chen Mo decided to enter the automobile industry, he had psychological preparation. If he wants to develop, he must break the original power pattern. The automobile market is so large, and his own development will inevitably occupy the interests of others. If you touch someone's cake, you should be ready to be attacked. What Chen Mo has to do is not just to occupy a place in the car market. If Chen Mo is just an ordinary person with money and technology, he will definitely be run over by these powerful automobile groups. But now, no matter what means the other party has, let it go. Chen Mo has the strength to deal with any challenge. For a while, the night reservation was still hot. Every day, a large number of people from all over the country felt Los Angeles, just to experience the supercar in the Test Drive Experience Center of Night, in person. With the increasing number of people who have successfully bought nights, more videos about nights appear on the internet, which makes people more clearly feel the strength and charm of nights. The daily booking volume of nights is growing with a very stable trend. Following this trend, it will not be long before it can be mentioned in the last few years' car. However, Chen Mo had plans for this. A large amount of car purchase funds were put on the company's account. The company's funds were unprecedented sufficient. On the day of the end of the conference, Chen Mo ordered Michael to start the construction of the car production line. Yes, not to buy, but to build. Chen Mo has a complete set of automobile production line construction drawings, among which the most important is the manufacturing drawings and related supporting procedures of the multi-joint robot. The whole automobile production line is mainly divided into 4 parts: stamping, welding, coating, and general assembly. In addition to the necessary large-scale stamping equipment and assembly line and other basic equipment, the most important part of realizing automatic production is the transmission robot, welding, gluing robot, coating robot, etc., which is used to replace human to transport parts, take, place, weld, spray, assemble, and other processes. Although there is no small difference between robot manufacturing and automobile manufacturing, it is also a category of mechanical manufacturing, and many places are common. The technology content of these robots is not much less than that of a car. Although the car is large, the most important parts are the power system, transmission system, control system, and other core parts. These large-scale multi-joint manipulators seem to have simple structure, but in fact, they have very high requirements for accuracy, and the control system is very complex, but these are not problems for Chen Mo. As early as when he started to take over the company, Chen Mo spent a lot of money to buy a large number of high-precision processing equipment. It's not a problem to produce high-precision parts needed to manufacture the manipulator. The larger size of the manipulator parts can also be cast and processed. The rest of the standard parts and components, such as private server motor, reducer, PLC, can be supplied from direct purchase from suppliers. Chen Mo, the most critical, complex, and most difficult operating control system in R&D, has a ready-made one which can be copied directly. As for the assembly of the manipulator, it is not a problem. With the complete operation instructions provided by Chen Mo, the experienced technicians in the company can easily be competent for the assembly of the manipulator. Therefore, the manufacture of large-scale, high-precision, multi-joint manipulator is not difficult for Shendun Automobile Company. That's why Chen Mo first bought Tyler. A mature automobile manufacturing company, no matter in technology, research and development, processing, production, manufacturing, and other aspects, has a strong foundation and strength. They can produce a complex car, so when Chen Mo provides a complete set of drawings and software, they can produce and manufacture more other products, not only multi-joint robots. In addition to all kinds of large-scale robots used to replace human power, there are also corresponding fully closed constant temperature spraying system, motor drive system, PLC integrated control system, machine vision system, safety control system, servo system, etc. The key systems necessary for the automation of automobile automatic production line are also built under the leadership of R&D department after Chen Mo takes out the drawings make. After the closure of several original models and modification workshops, the company had some overcapacity in the case of only producing night, off-road vehicles. Now, all these redundant production capacities have been mobilized for the construction of auto production lines. The manufacturing of the production line is not an overnight thing. Even with the technical and financial support of Chen Mo, the construction of the whole production line will take at least 1 month. That is to say, if Knight wants to achieve mass production, he has to wait until Chen Mo returns from the next world. However, Chen Mo didn't wait for the rest of the time. In addition to the construction of auto production line, Chen Mo gave Michael another order, that is, the expansion of the company. Shendun Motor Company is located in the northwest suburb of Los Angeles, basically in the middle of the downtown area of Los Angeles and Chen Mo's manor. 1 kilometer to the west is the coastline. Highway 1 passes in front of the company and connects by a road. In the other 3 directions of the company, all of them are plains and hills, extending for several kilometers to the east and reaching the foot of a mountain range. In addition to the number 1 road, which is passed by vehicles from time to time within dozens of kilometers, it can be said that it is desolate. Only this isolated factory is located on the plain between the mountains and the sea. With the development of the company, especially after the construction of the automatic production line is started, the original factory buildings are not enough. In some factory buildings, 2 workshops have been crowded, which seems to be crowded. In the future, the development of the company will only grow stronger and stronger, and the original area is not enough at all. With a stroke of his pen, Chen Mo directly asked Michael to buy all the land around the company to the foot of the mountain in the east. In the early stage, although it can't use such a large area, it can be prepared in advance, and the factory buildings can be built in advance, so there will be no factory buildings when they are needed. Anyway, the company now has a lot of money, which can fully support the construction of large-scale industrial park. Chen Mo plans to build an industrial park directly and put other products and other companies together. Automobile is only the first step of Chen Mo's realistic development. Now he can say that he has stood firm. Now, while continuing to develop the automobile industry and develop a larger market, Chen Mo is ready to march into other industries. The task of land purchase and expansion was entrusted to Michael, the general manager of the company, while Chen Mo, as the shopkeeper, left the company with Knight and drove towards downtown Los Angeles. Since Chen Mo bought the manor and the company, it's basically 2 points and 1 line. He hasn't been back to Los Angeles in this period of time. There's something to do this time, because here comes Su Wan. Located in the southwest of downtown Los Angeles International Airport, the International Arrival Channel. A flight just landed. A group of passengers came out of the passage one after another, wearing a white professional suit, hair shawl, graceful. Su Wan walked out of the passage with the flow of people. In front of the passageway, many people are standing behind the isolation belt, looking up. Some of them still hold a sign with a name in their hands. Su Wan's line of sight passed among the people who received the plane. Before she could see the things written on the signs one by one, she was attracted by a very familiar tall figure. Su Wan's heart beat uncontrollably and quickly. After being rescued by the rescue team, she quit her original job and went back to her single apartment. Every day, she stayed at home to listen to music and read books. She recovered the mental pressure and stimulation brought by the rest of the plane crash and the subsequent adventure and hardship of survival on the desert island, and slowly recovered the double fatigue of mind and body. On that day, she was watching a variety show on the internet, in which Zhang Xin and Su Qing, two young girls, participated, but the computer screen suddenly popped up the prompt of receiving a new email. She clearly remembered that she had already closed the email in order not to be disturbed. When did she start it again? Now that she saw it, Su Wan casually clicked on it. She thought it was another TV station that invited her for an interview or a program. Unexpectedly, it was an offer from the assistant to the president of an automobile manufacturing company in the United States. She is very sure that she has not submitted any resume. How can the company find herself and let her be the assistant to the president? What's more strange is that this company claims to be from the United States, but the whole email does not have any English. It's written entirely in Chinese. It's like a prank. Although some doubt Su Wan or seriously read the whole email, her attitude towards doing things has always been so, before not sure, will not easily come to a conclusion. When she saw the last sentence of the email, Su Wan couldn't help being stunned, and then a wave of ecstasy came out of her heart. At the same time, she couldn't help but secretly rejoice that she didn't turn off the email and treat it as a prank. I am destined to meet you. This sentence is very common and can often be seen in ancient costume TV series, but Su Wan is familiar with it because the mysterious black man on the desert island once said it to her before leaving. And before that, she came up with the idea of following him. Now, in an offer from an assistant to the President of the United States, there is such an obvious superfluous sentence in the end inexplicably, which makes Su Wan have a bold guess. Lenovo, that mysterious man, once said that his friend would pick him up, and after they were rescued, they also learned from the rescue workers that their plane crashed and lived on the island for more than 2 months, which is not too far away from the United States. His friends and even he probably came from the United States. Finally, Su Wan also found that the signature at the bottom of this email is Black Chen, black. Is it just a coincidence? But Su Wan's reason told her that it could not be a coincidence. In retrospect, when she told Chen Mo that she would go with him, Chen Mo didn't directly refuse but said that they should go back to China first and meet each other by chance. Go home first. Until now, Su Wan really understood the hidden meaning of Chen Mo's words, which was to let them go back to China first, and then he would let her work for him in the past through the normal way. If these are still her conjectures, and can't be absolutely sure that the person who sent the email is Chen Mo, then, according to Shendun Automobile Company mentioned in the email, after a careful search on the internet, what she found let her completely determine the conjectures in her heart. In the beginning, she searched Shendun Automobile Company directly on the domestic network, and there were not many search results. Most of them are mentioned by some American students in the space or forum. They say that there is a very powerful supercar in the United States, which has the strong bulletproof performance that can withstand the rifle attack, the strong off-road ability that can cross more than 1 meter of obstacles, and the acceleration ability and speed performance that can match the top sports car. The owner of this car is a car called Shendun, president of the company. Although almost everyone thinks it's a boast, Soo-won doesn't think so, because she finds that there are more than one people who say it, and what they say is basically the same, whether it's the description of this car or the mysterious Shendun automobile company. After finding that no more detailed information can be found on the domestic network, Soo-won climbed over the wall and entered the Internet of the United States. According to the information mentioned by an overseas student, he logged into Twitter. Soo-won, who studied in the United States in college, had a Twitter account and was very familiar with the operation. So he soon found Black Chen's account. His head is not a picture of himself, but a magnificent medieval castle standing on a high mountain against the background of the sea and the blue sky. In the first 2 videos he released, Soo-won saw what the overseas students said about supercars. Indeed, they said that their performance was extremely strong. If it wasn't for watching the videos with their own eyes, plus the news reports on the attack on the manor on the internet, it would be hard for people to believe that it was true. At the end of the 3rd video, Soo-won saw a very familiar back. Although she didn't see the face, she could be sure that this was the mysterious man in black who saved her on the island from the body's shape, walking posture, and the special temperament of her body. But Soo-won feels that this is not Chen Mo's real identity. The president of an automobile manufacturing company has no need to cover up in front of these survivors. With Chen Mo's performance on the island, his real identity must be very mysterious, which can't be casually known. Even if he is not the agent or killer they speculate on, he is definitely a special and unusual identity, which can't be just the president of a company. This identity should be just a cover for his real identity. Since Chen Mo was masked in front of them, he certainly didn't want them to know his appearance, but at the same time, it also told them that his identity could not be known by others. Originally, it was nothing. As long as they don't meet again, they won't know his real identity and pose no threat to his identity. Now, Chen Mo lets her go and work for him. You know, Soo-won knows that he has secrets and has killed people. Call Soo-won to work for him in the past. In this way, does not he show her his identity that he has been trying to hide? At least while working for him, Soo-won will learn more about Chen Mo's secrets. Therefore, Chen Mo can let her go, which is enough to show that Chen Mo has great trust and value for her. This makes Soo-won feel very happy, but also can't help but look forward to it. I don't know if Chen Mo will show his true face in front of him. After confirming Chen Mo's identity and attitude towards her, Soo-won didn't hesitate much, even when she decided to go to Lo's Angels. At the moment when he walked out of the corridor, Soo-won looked at the familiar figure with distinctive temperament behind the railings. His excited heart was beating wildly. Meanwhile, he couldn't help looking at Chen Mo's face. At the moment when she saw Chen Mo's face, Soo-won was only surprised, which was different from what she imagined. She thought that Chen would be a mature and stable middle-aged uncle at least, a steady young man in his 30s. Unexpectedly, Chen would be so young, handsome, angular and handsome with sharp and extremely deep dark eyes which made people deeply attracted by him. Soo-won, who is very familiar with these eyes, has a little fluttering. Dragging the suitcase to Chen Mo's body, Soo-won looks into his eyes. There are thousands of words in his heart, but he doesn't know how to open his mouth. Finally, they all turn into a brilliant smile. Chen Mo looks at Soo-won, who has a bright smile and is capable and beautiful in front of him. He can't help but think of her little things on the island. In fact, the life on the desert island is Chen Mo's test and test for all the survivors. Their attitudes and ways of dealing with all kinds of things are all seen by Chen Mo, and Chen Mo knows everyone from character, ability, will to character and mind. Those who were not qualified were eliminated by Chen Mo directly. Of the 6 survivors who survived on the island, Su Wan was the most important one. Although she was just a secretary, she was very loyal to the old man on the desert island. She did not abandon him for her own survival but never left him. And her own ability is also very good. She is intelligent and capable. She is calm and responsible. If she is trained a little, she will be able to take on a big task. In addition, she actively disclosed her idea of following Chen Mo after Chen Mo's side is stable. The first thought is to recruit her. Now, he is the only one in the whole manor and castle. He is making his own meals. Many things in the company are handled by him personally. He needs a reliable assistant to help him deal with life and work. Su Wan is the best choice at present. After they returned home, Chen Mo asked Jarvis to keep an eye on their situation. After they were rescued, they were separated by the police and made notes. With Su Wan's advanced preparation, they had already made a confession, so they didn't show any carelessness. Even the 2 girls who were usually careless were very careful to remember what needed attention. I recorded the confession smoothly. Chen Mo's original identity, with the help of others, ended successfully. After confirming that she can be trusted, Chen Mo found her without hesitation. Looking at Su Wan, who is full of emotion, gratitude, and reverence, Chen Mo smiles at her and reaches for her luggage. Welcome! Su Wan is completely intoxicated by Chen Mo's sudden warm smile. The impression Chen Mo gave him before has always been mysterious, powerful, and extremely cold. She never thought that she could see Chen Mo's smile. Chen Mo's smile is so warm and bright. Su Wan only feels that the haze that lingers in her heart because of a series of plane crashes, the survival of a desert island, and the death of the old chairman of the board seems to disappear completely in this sunny, warm smile. When she got back to her senses, she found that Chen Mo didn't know when she had taken her luggage. No, I can do it myself. How can I ask the boss to help me with my luggage? Su Wan quickly reached out and wanted to pick up the luggage herself. She came to be Chen Mo's assistant. She should have brought Chen Mo's luggage. You are not officially at work, so you are now my guest. Chen Mo waves and stops Su Wan. When you get to work, there's more to do than just take your luggage. Although Chen Mo has been deliberately introverted, there is still a powerful momentum in his body. In addition to his previous identity as a savior on a desert island, Su Wanjin could not refuse his words, so he had to take back his slender hand and walk to the parking lot with the people who had passed by Chen Mo. Just walked out not far, Chen Mo's Yu Guang suddenly found a familiar figure. Chen Mo can't help but look back and find that she is a tall girl who is crowded in the airport pickup crowd. She is holding a sign in her hand and holding it high in front of her. Although she was not short, Chen Mo did not notice her when she came because she was in the most crowded place of airport pickup and the inner side closest to the aisle. Now some people have received people to leave. The crowd is not so dense. Chen Mo just saw her, but also just aback. Looking at this familiar but very strange figure, Chen Mo frowned and recalled it but failed to correspond with the person in memory. What's the matter, boss? Su Wan on one side found Chen Mo's abnormality, and then turned around to see the people who were picking up the plane but found nothing unusual. He could not help but ask aloud, "Nothing, let's go." Since I can't think of it, Chen Mo doesn't have the intention to go to investigate. There are many people with similar body shape. Many people will encounter the situation of recognizing the wrong person. Moreover, even if they really know each other, it's Chen Mo before, rather than Black Chen now. It's not appropriate and meaningful for him to rush forward. Even if it is an acquaintance how and cannot recognize each other, just add trouble. Let Jarvis check it out when he's free if he hasn't forgotten and wants to know. Chen Mo didn't pay much attention to this matter. He turned around and left with Su Wan. Soon after they left, 2 familiar figures came out of the passage. If Chen Mo and Su Wan were still there, they would be found soon. Because these two people are Zhang Xin and Su Qing, who spent more than 2 months together on the desert island. It has been more than 2 months since they last planned to go to Los Angeles by plane. The time has gone from midsummer to early autumn. The two little girls have also changed their original t-shirt and hot pants into autumn clothes. However, the two people's state is not changed at all. They are still so sunny and lively. They have never experienced a plane crash or been traumatized. There seems to be no psychological shadow on the plane, which makes people wonder whether they have experienced a fake air crash. However, if you think about it carefully, it makes sense that the two people are always careless and optimistic. When the air crash happened, the two little guys fainted in fear and weightlessness. Although they woke up in a daze, they were soon stunned by the bloody scene again, and finally woke up outside the plane. They remember the whole crash process very vague for them, more like a dream. Life on the island is more like opening and hanging. Although they can't eat enough every day, they can't be too hungry. When they get too little and don't have food, there will be airdrop around them, so they live a hard time on the desert island safely with luck. Although they have to work hard every day to collect food at the seaside, they enjoy catching crabs, collecting shells, collecting firewood, grilling fish, building houses. Fishing, they usually want to do these things and have no chance to do them. Just like summer camp, their brothers and sisters are very nice. If they are not homesick, they all want to stay on the island for a few more days. Although there were several robberies and crises in the middle, they were all solved by Chen Mo secretly. Later, after Chen Mo appeared directly, they even led a happy life like an island vacation. There was no psychological shadow at all. It's true to say that there are differences. Although there is no trauma on the island, they do suffer a lot. They have never experienced anything. Survival, human nature, good and evil, their hearts have been impacted and the whole person has grown up. They know how to be grateful, how to unite, how to persevere, and how to understand the good and evil in the world. The whole person has grown up a lot. Of course, these are more reflected in their inner world. On the surface, there is almost no difference between the two people and more than 2 months ago. When they come out of the channel, their small heads look around, and their eyes are full of curiosity about strange cities. It seems that they are the two girls who just graduated from high school who flew to Los Angeles more than 2 months ago. Only this flight took more than 2 months to arrive at the destination now. Two little girls dragged big suitcases just out of the passage and saw the front of the pickup crowd. A tall girl held a pickup card with the words UCLA in her hand. The two women hurriedly dragged the suitcase forward. "Good student, sister. We are new students to report. Sister, you are so beautiful." Zhang Xin and Su Qing are not afraid to say hello to the girl holding the pickup card. The tall girl looked down at the two lively and lovely little guys in front of her, put down her pickup card and said with a gentle smile, "Welcome to Los Angeles. I'm your sister. My name is Enran." Chen Mo and Su Wan don't know what happened behind them. Although Su Wan and Zhang Xin and Su Qing are on the same flight, Su Wan's ticket is the first-class business class that Chen Mo ordered for her, while Zhang Xin and Su Qing are ordinary economy class. Moreover, there are 300 or 400 passengers on this plane, and the probability of meeting each other is not very high. Until he sat in the night and looked at Chen Mo, who was driving beside him, Su Wan still felt unreal in his dream. The last time I met with Chen Mo, they were still on the desert island. They were all in a mess. With Chen Mo's help, they managed to survive. Chen Mo was always in black and never showed his true face. She didn't expect that the next meeting would be so close to Chen Mo, and there was no cover-up. Moreover, from today on, she will become Chen Mo's assistant and work for him. Sitting in the car, after the mood gradually calmed down, Su Wan couldn't help but look at the legendary night. If the price of $5 million is in China plus the tariff, it's estimated to be 67 million yuan, the absolute top luxury car. The interior decoration of the car is simple and atmospheric, with a full sense of science and technology. There is luxury in the low key. Obviously, it is an off-road vehicle, but its speed is comparable to that of a top-level sports car. Under the stable control of Chen Mo, it quickly surpasses a car and soon drives on the picturesque coastal No. 1 highway. If someone else drives so fast and continues to overtake, Su Wan may have been scared to close her eyes. However, Su Wan has great trust in Chen Mo. With Chen Mo's calm expression, Su Wan is not excited by the racing party at all. Su Wan does not worry about the safety issues, but looks at the distance excitedly scenery. At the same time, she also really felt the unusual features of the car. At such a high speed, the ground is just an ordinary road, but she felt that when she sat on the car, it was more stable and comfortable than any luxury car she had ever taken before, without any turbulence. Soon, the car turned off the No. 1 highway and drove on a flat asphalt road. A tall iron gate appeared in front of the road and stopped the way. Both sides of the gate are wooden fences extending along the road to the distance. Inside the fences, there is a tall tree wall composed of thousands of trees, which completely blocks the scene behind. As the car neared, the two iron gates blocking the road opened to both sides automatically. Chen Mo drove the car at the same speed and quickly entered the gate and drove to the other side of the tree wall. After watching the video above of Chen Mo's Twitter, Su Wan looked at the familiar boulevard in front of her and immediately guessed where it was and what the scene was behind the tree wall. Night quickly passed through the tree wall and drove out of the boulevard. Although he had psychological preparation in mind and had seen the scene in the manner in the video before, Su Wan was really fascinated by the beautiful scenery in front of him. It's so beautiful. On the right is an endless expanse of grassland, dotted with rolling hills and small pieces of woods, which makes the grassland more vigorous and vigorous. On the left, the golden beach and blue sea make the picture more vivid, not only monotonous green, but also more colorful. In the distance, the continuous mountains at the end of the road and the ancient castle on the top of the mountain add a bit of magnificence and majesty to this place. Such vast coastal grassland and tall and magnificent hilltop castle can't be found in China, and Su Wan can't help but be intoxicated by this peaceful and magnificent scenery. Is this where Chen Mo lives? In Su Wan's busy eyes, the car quickly drove to the castle on the top of the mountain and drove into the castle from under the heavy iron door which opened automatically. From the car, Chen Mo takes Su Wan's trunk out of the trunk, takes her through the password door in the garage, and enters the castle. This is where I live. As my personal assistant, you will not only help me with the company's affairs in the future, but also hand over all the affairs in life to you. You will also live here in the future. At this point, Chen Mo turns to look at Su Wan. No problem. Although Su Wan is almost sure to follow him when he can come here, he still needs to ask for the last sentence. No problem, Su Wan blushed and replied. Although she had made a decision for a long time, she was still embarrassed to live with Chen Mo. Although she only lived in the same castle, Su Wan had never lived under the same roof with other men before, so she was unavoidably uncomfortable. But isn't that what she always wanted? Follow the footsteps of Chen Mo, a powerful and mysterious power. At first, she thought Chen Mo's identity could not be seen. When she proposed to follow Chen Mo on the island, she was ready to hide in the dark with him and hide her identity at all times. She could not appear in front of people casually. I didn't expect that Chen Mo not only didn't hide, but also appeared in front of the world in a normal status. In a short period of time, he developed a powerful automobile manufacturing company and lived in such a beautiful and vast manor and magnificent ancient castle. This is much better than the situation she imagined. She was worried that the life of the female agent could not be adapted by herself. Now she has returned to her old job. She only has the job of life assistant. She needs to stay with Chen Mo all the time. In addition to her work, she also needs to take care of his daily life and daily life. If someone else, Su-won will definitely not agree. It's inevitable that bad things will happen when you are alone in a room. Su-won can't trust those men, but Chen-mo is different. Her experience on the desert island allows Su-won to trust Chen-mo unconditionally, so she has no other concerns except for some embarrassment. Seeing Su-won's promise, Chen-mo nodded. Then you can choose a room first. You can choose any other room except the room on the east side of the top floor. In this regard, Su-won lived in the castle, and Chen-mo granted Su-won the authority of manor and castle through Jarvis. The access control system of the manor and the castle has been upgraded by Chen-mo for a long time. The gate of the manor that needed to be stopped and opened with a key can now be automatically identified and opened, including the steel gate of the castle garage. After the hidden high-definition camera and infrared scanning system are installed and connected to the network, they can be automatically identified through Jarvis without any right-limited access. In addition to these two gates, there are several password gates in the castle. All access rights are under the control of Jarvis. If you want to move freely in the castle, you must have corresponding permissions. In addition to the access control system, after an overall automation and intelligent transformation, many of the operation rights in the castle are all controlled by Jarvis. Chen-mo has authorized Su-won almost all of these access and operation permissions, except for one local access, which is the basement. The basement of the castle has only one floor, but its area is almost the same as the building above. It is more than 2,000 square meters, and its story height is more than 3 meters. It has been used as a wine cellar before, with no decoration or wall partition. Instead, it is a whole connected space, with only a dozen load-bearing square columns evenly distributed. The space of the whole basement is very broad. Now, in addition to the 2 rows of wine racks that used to occupy only a small corner, the large and empty basement is actually occupied by dozens of large and small equipment. These are the advanced high-precision processing equipment Chen-mo brought back from Hydra. They are much more than the world's top-level equipment in terms of technology content, technology and precision, at least 20 years ahead. After spending a lot of money to upgrade the security and access control system of the villa, and making some modifications and adjustments in person to make sure that no one can break into the basement at will, Chen Murai took these advanced equipment that can make governments all crazy about, not belonging to this era out of the space, and placed it in the basement. These equipment are all connected to the LAN in the castle and can be controlled by Jarvis for automatic production. There are a large number of alloys, materials, electronic parts, and other raw materials he brought from Shendun Automobile Company. Chen-mo can complete the manufacturing of many high-tech equipment, machinery, and other products here. Many of the security and intelligence systems of manors and villas are upgraded and manufactured here. Because the power consumption of these equipment is very large, the power supply of the castle itself is not enough to support their normal operation, and the abnormal consumption of a large amount of power is also easy to attract the attention of relevant departments. It is found that the castle is abnormal, so Chen-mo does not use the castle's own power supply circuit. The huge energy consumed by dozens of equipment in the whole underground laboratory is all supplied by a fist-sized device in the corner of the laboratory. The bright white halo of the micro-device is the energy core of the Steel War suit, the 3rd-generation arc reactor. Such a small arc reactor can supply the energy consumption of all the equipment in the underground laboratory for a long time. When the energy is insufficient, only the palladium metal plate in the reactor needs to be replaced, and it can continue to be used for a long time, which is very convenient, and there is no need to worry about any abnormality found by the outside world. The next day, Chen Mo took Su Wan to the company and called all the leaders of the company to introduce Su Wan to them. Later, she will assist Chen Mo in dealing with the company's affairs and issue many orders on her behalf. To some extent, Su Wan will even surpass General Manager Michael. For Su Wan, a young assistant to the president who suddenly appeared, there were different reactions, but no one dared to question. This company was rescued by Chen Mo from the brink of bankruptcy. The shares of the company were completely held by Chen Mo alone. There were no other shareholders. The whole company was his private property. The whole company was Chen Mo's words. They had to comply with Chen Mo's decision. In fact, most people are just looking at Su Wan's beauty and are suddenly inserted into the company by Chen Man. There are inevitably some misunderstandings. However, they will not have too many ideas. They will strictly abide by normal work arrangements. The whole company has been cleaned up by Chen Mo for a long time. He has expelled all the people who are not in good mood, who are unfaithful to others, who cheat and cheat. The rest of them are practical and willing to work. Chen Mo is not worried about the obstacles Su Wan's work will encounter. General Manager Michael doesn't have any redundant ideas. He has the most contact with Chen Mo and deeper understanding of Chen Mo. He believes that Chen Mo won't be called in because Su Wan is beautiful. The fact soon proved his idea. Compared with the mature and steady Michael, the young Su Wan was more thoughtful and energetic. Although Su Wan is only the assistant to the president on the surface, Chen Mo basically leaves the operation of the company to her. She also lived up to Chen Mo's trust and value, and seriously devoted herself to the understanding and management of the company. She marveled at the huge changes in the company in a short time and the huge profits brought by night. At the same time, Su Wan also found many problems of the company. After all, Chen Mo is not interested in understanding and adjusting the details of every aspect of the company. Most of his energy is spent on the R&D, manufacturing and sales of night. And after cleaning up the company's borers and cancer, he doesn't pay much attention to the details of other aspects such as management, operation, production, and procurement. Su Wan, who has been an assistant to the chairman of the board of directors for many years in a large group company, has a good understanding of the operation and system of the company. After a deep understanding, he has found some problems. Although they are not big, they have a great impact on the productivity and overall development of the company. The most direct point is the employee's salary. Shendon Motor Company now has very good benefits. The sales of night is very hot. The sales volume of every day is up to US $100 million. All employees of the company have been working at full load. The salary and welfare benefits should be adjusted and improved accordingly. At first, Su Wan reported to Chen Mo one by one, but Chen Mo directly asked Su Wan to let go. At last, she didn't have to report anymore, just do what she wanted. Feeling Chen Mo's trust, Su Wan was moved, and at the same time he put more efforts into the management and reform of the company. With the help of Michael and others after Chen Mo's cleaning up, the original company has become a new one. In Su Wan's hands, it has become more formal, systematic, perfect, and efficient, and the working atmosphere has become more active, relaxed, and harmonious. Everyone in and out of the company felt the changes after Su Wan's arrival. Not only were many system and workflow problems optimized and solved, but also their working environment and atmosphere changed a lot. Some requirements became more stringent, but some aspects became more relaxed and free. The overall work efficiency has been significantly improved, but the working environment has become more warm and harmonious. With Su Wan's adjustment of the company, everyone in the company can clearly feel the changes in the company. Their work has become more relaxed and efficient, and their working atmosphere has become more relaxed, warm, and harmonious. Not only has their wages been raised, but also their welfare benefits have been greatly improved. so that they can feel more care from the company, have a stronger sense of identity with the company, and work more seriously. But in a day, they are not tired, but more serious. It used to be more relaxed and pleasant, with a smile on everyone's face every day. Everyone knows where these changes come from. While changing Su Wan's mind completely, they admire Chen Mo, the boss. It's worthy of being the magic boss who leads them to reverse the company's life and death. The young assistants they find are so extraordinary. After the company was handed over to Su Wan, Chen Mo spent most of his time in the underground laboratory of the castle, designing and developing new models while also considering the development direction outside the automobile industry. Shendun Automobile Company has ready-made drawings. The construction of automatic automobile production line has begun. It is expected to be completed and put into use in a month. A large area of surrounding land has also been bought, and the construction of new factory buildings has begun. The whole company is fully open and has entered the high-speed construction and development. During the construction and development of Shendun Automobile Company, the top automobile brands that were occupied by night finally made some moves after brewing for a period of time. Originally, they still wanted to make an article about the fact that Etiquette and others were killed by Chen Mo in the attack on the manor, so as to completely kill Chen Mo and bring down Shendun Automobile Company. But Chen Mo's evidence is too abundant. There's no way to take him through legal channels. It's not smooth to lead internet users to boycott him and Knight with rhythm on the internet. In the end, they have to take out their hands in the mall, advertise and publicize. During this period, they also found a fatal weakness of Knight. That is, the delivery period is too long. The production of Knight is only 10 sets per day, and now the online order has reached more than 2,000. If you buy it now, it will take at least half a year to get the car. With more and more orders, it will soon be more than a year. And the price is also a big weakness of Knight. Its price is too high. Although it is a little lower than the real top luxury cars, it is the most expensive level in mass production vehicles. Although it's worth this price in terms of all aspects of its performance, it's still a small number of cars that can afford to pay such a large amount of money. The cars with the same price as the Knight, especially the bulletproof cars, have no advantages, and the off-road cars have almost no advantages. But they still occupy the top super sports cars' absolute advantage. Although the speed of Knight is also very fast, which can be compared with most of the top sports cars, it still has a certain gap compared with those super sports cars that pursue ultimate acceleration ability and ultimate speed. And Knight is an off-road vehicle after all, although its appearance is very fashionable and atmospheric. But for those young people who pursue the more cool appearance and the stimulation of extreme speed, it is still the super sports car with more cool appearance, more powerful acceleration performance and extreme speed that suits their mind. Therefore, these old car manufacturers simply chose to break their arms and give up some of the non-competitive homogenization models compared with Knight. Instead, they increased the publicity of super sports cars. After all, Shendun Automobile Company is a brand new automobile brand, which has experienced the initial outbreak. With the heat of the manor attack and video, the order growth rate of Knight has gradually slowed down. Although there are still many new orders every day, it is not as crazy as the first few days. If it's any other company, it's estimated that it's satisfied. With tens of orders a day, hundreds of millions of dollars in revenue, and tens of billions of dollars in annual sales, it's almost comparable to the old big-line automobile groups such as GM, Ford, and Toyota. It's a miracle that a new small automobile company can reach this level in such a short time. But Chen Mo is not satisfied with this. His goal is not just to be a big company with an annual sales volume of over 100 billion yuan. In his opinion, money is just a number. What Chen Mo wants is a powerful force that can influence the world pattern. Shendan Automobile Company is only the first step, but this first step must also be the best. Chen Mo is not satisfied with the slowdown in the sales growth of Night, but he doesn't try to find a way for himself. Instead, he asks Suwon to come up with a solution to the current situation. He called Suwon to come here. One is to value her character. The other is her ability to help her manage the company. Now it's okay. After the company's scale is large and there are more and more affairs, it's impossible for him to deal with everything. Just like the Hydra, he is only responsible for giving orders. The specific affairs are handled by Eddie Abbott. In the future, Chen Mo will also be entrusted to loyal and capable hands to handle the company's affairs. Suwon didn't think so. Shendan Motor Company's achievements in such a short period of time are amazing. It's normal for sales to slow down gradually after the initial outbreak. But since the boss has spoken, she naturally has to find a solution. In view of the current situation, Suwon first carried out a systematic market research and found out the customer demand, competitors, and other situations of the high-end automobile market where Night is located. Then, after a thorough study and comparison, he successfully found out the reasons for the slow growth of Night sales. Night, although the comprehensive performance is strong, nearly all around, but gives the first impression is a bulletproof off-road vehicle, followed by the speed comparable to the top sports car. People who are willing to pay $5 million for Night are most interested in its bulletproof and cross-country performance. For those who do not plan to buy bulletproof vehicles, or prefer the cool shape and powerful acceleration performance of sports cars to off-road vehicles, the attraction of Night is not so great. After all, not everyone will comprehensively consider the comprehensive performance, cost performance, and other factors of the whole vehicle. Many people buy cars according to their own preferences, from the appearance, brand, popularity, rarity, and other aspects to consider. More people buy cars purely for the purpose of loading and forcing, as long as they are able to drive with face, attract more people's attention and admiration, and other things are not important. In view of this situation, in fact, the best solution is to develop a super sports car with cool shape and top speed performance, to meet this part of consumers who pursue shape and speed and sweep the whole super sports car market. However, the new automation production line has not been completed, and the original Night production line still needs to complete a large number of stacked Night orders. So, Shendan Motor Company has no capacity for mass production of new cars at present. If it wants to launch new models, it must wait at least 1 month after the completion of the construction of the automation production line. Since it is impossible to make a direct response from the aspect of appearance and speed in a short period of time, Suwon simply proposed that the brand and popularity of the company and Night should be given priority. After all, Shendan Automobile Company is a new company, and Night is the first model of the company. Although it became popular on the internet through the Manor attack, many people still don't know about the existence of Night or have heard about it, but don't understand it, just regard it as the existence similar to other bulletproof vehicles. The company's brand awareness is even lower. There are many people who know about Night, but few people know about Shendan Motor Company. There is no comparison with Ford, General Motors, and other old car companies. Many people, even if they have seen the video, still question the authenticity of the video content. Compared with a supercar produced by a small company that they have never heard of before, they are more willing to believe those world-famous big car brands. Therefore, it is a very important thing to improve the company's popularity and strengthen the recognition of the company's brand by consumers. As for how to do it, Suwon's idea is very simple. Advertise. Thousands of orders of nights have brought tens of billions of dollars in revenue. Although the company spent a lot of money on land purchase, expansion and construction of automatic production lines, compared with this huge amount of money, it is not much at all, and Shendun Motor Company has abundant working capital. Chen Mo agrees with Su Wan's idea of putting forward several hundred million yuan for advertising, and frankly speaking, it doesn't matter if you can get the corresponding effect and spend it all. It's impossible for Su Wan to spend tens of billions on advertising. It's estimated that the TV, newspapers, and networks of the whole country and even the world can be dominated by Shendun Automobile Company. However, with Chen Mo's full support, Su Wan plans to simply play the next big game, give more money to maximize the scale of this publicity, and at the same time, improve the publicity effect to the strongest. Let the name of Shendun Motor Company hit. Let everyone know the power of night. After that, Su Wan devoted himself to the preparation of the publicity plan, which was busier than before. Chen Mo still seldom went to the company and spent most of his time in the castle designing new models and making the next development plan. On this day, Chen Mo finally completed the core design of the new model. Next, the new development plan was basically determined. For the time being, there was nothing to do. Chen Mo got up and went to the company. "Boss, I've collected the advertising ideas of night. Here are some I think are good. Have a look at them," Su Wan said and put a folder on the desk in front of Chen Mo. Originally, Chen Mo had given Su Wan full power to decide these matters, but since Chen Mo had a hard time coming to the company, Su Wan gave Chen Mo a look at some of her final options. This is the main advertisement of this external publicity. After the confirmation and shooting, it will be launched simultaneously on major TV stations and the internet to promote Shendun Motor Company and night, so the wait is very important. Su Wan also wants to hear Chen Mo's opinion. Chen Mo opened the document and looked at it at a glance. Brush, brush. The sound of turning the page rang out. Su Wan looked at Chen Mo with some trepidation and saw that he was about to turn to the last page, but the expression on his face was very flat all the time. Obviously, he was not very satisfied with these ideas. After reading several articles in a row, Chen Mo felt that they were all good, but they were just good. They didn't give him a bright feeling, so Chen Mo was not particularly satisfied. If all of these advertising creative programs are at this level, then it is necessary to postpone the shooting of advertisements for some time. Better lack than abuse. This advertisement is the main force of this publicity, which directly affects the final effect of the whole publicity plan, so we must strive for perfection and do our best. Soon, Chen Mo turned to the last page. Looking down, Chen Mo's eyes could not help brightening, which was a little interesting. Su Wan, who was standing aside, noticed Chen Mo's expression and felt relieved. It seems that the boss, like her, thinks the last idea is the most suitable one. Good. Use this last one. Chen Mo points to the final plan with his finger and says with satisfaction. Then he picks up the folder and hands it to Su Wan. Start shooting as soon as possible and let me know if you have any questions. Su Wan took over the folder with a smile, looked down at the plan she was also very optimistic about, and then looked up at Chen Mo. Good boss. However, the planner of this plan has a requirement that she should be the director of this advertisement. Oh, let's hear it. Chen Mo is very satisfied with the plan and interested in the planner. She is a senior in UCLA's director department. She has a good record in the school. She has won several awards for her previous works. She is also a Chinese student. Su Wan narrated what she knew about the planner. Overseas Chinese students. Well, let him shoot this ad, but you should make it clear to him that if the final advertisement can't satisfy me, I will find someone else to take it again. These should be clearly written in the contract. Chen Mo liked that plan very much. According to Su Wan, this man's ability should be good. He is also a Chinese. Chen Mo is willing to give him a chance. All right, boss. Su Wan closed the folder with a smile, turned around and walked out with her arms in her chest. Chen Mo decides the final plan, so the shooting of the advertisement can be started immediately. Su Wan informed the overseas Chinese student on the same day that her plan had been selected, and that she could direct the advertisement in person as a director according to her requirements. The other side was also very happy to hear her reply. She was just in her senior year after all, and her experience was not particularly rich. Many companies refused her situation and request as soon as they heard about her. They only wanted to buy her creative plan, but her goal was to be a director, not to make money by advertising creativity, so she usually ended up in failure. It's rare for a company to agree with her request to shoot in person. She was very happy and quickly gathered up a team to start shooting. This advertisement is simple and easy to say. If everything goes well, it is possible to shoot it in one day. However, with the support of Shendun Automobile Company, the preparation of manpower, material resources, financial resources, and venue is very smooth. However, on the first day of shooting, there was a problem and the whole shooting progress was stagnated. However, the young director, who was not easy to get the chance to hold the mirror, had to ask Su Wan for help to explain the problems he met. After understanding the specific situation of the matter, Su Wan found that the problem was not easy to solve. Finally, Su Wan, who had no other way to think about it, had to find Chen Mo. "Boss, there's a problem shooting the ad." At noon that day, seeing that the time of a month is coming soon, Chen Mo, who is sorting out the equipment in the castle and preparing for the next crossing, receives a call from Su Wan, an assistant. "What's the matter?" While talking to Su Wan through the communication system of the nano combat suit, Chen Mo inserted a black NB7 energy rifle with a blue light energy cartridge into the space. There is a scene of chasing in the hills and mountains in the advertisement. The driver we found can't complete the required action and the final result is not good. Then find a better one. Chen Mo doesn't care. They don't need money. If they can't, they will find the champion of any competition. As long as they are willing to pay, Schumacher can be a stunt driver. Su Wan naturally heard the meaning of Chen Mo's words, but he was helpless when he heard them. "Boss, it's not about money this time. Even if Schumacher comes, it's not good." Before Chen Mo asked again, Su Wan explained directly. "In fact, the root of the matter is that the performance of Knight is too strong. Knight, super strong suspension system and body stability system, make it ensure strong off-road ability, can easily pass through various complex terrain, but also can maintain a high speed. The drivers they find are either drivers who are only good at speed, or cross-country drivers who are used to the speed of cross-country vehicles, while the advertisements should show the high-speed cross-country ability of riders, which requires drivers to have not only a keen response to complex terrain, but also a strong control ability, high speed control, and high response speed. This is not to say that it's okay to be good at cross-country and racing at the same time, but to reach the extreme in both aspects. This kind of driver is not easy to find or does not exist, so Su Wan had to report to his boss. Chen Mo quickly thought of the difficulty. The high-speed off-road has a high demand on drivers. If he doesn't pay attention to it, he will overturn. Although the Knight is strong and safe enough, he doesn't have to worry about the danger, but he can't shoot the desired effect. This wild chase is a very bright and important part. If it can't be presented with the best effect, the whole Guangzhou the effect of the report will be greatly reduced. Finally, Chen Mo looks at the time but shakes his head and says to the phone, "Well, I'll do it." After hanging up the phone, Chen Mo drove a Knight directly to the advertising spot not far from the company. Due to the use of live fire shooting in the advertising shooting, the shooting location was chosen in a deserted highway. When Chen Mo arrived, the scene was not being filmed. The shooting team of more than a dozen people were all huddled under the sunshade to avoid the sun at noon. Everyone's mood seemed to be very low. If this critical plot could not be completed, the whole advertising shooting would be a complete failure. This place was originally remote, and the atmosphere was quiet, so when Chen Mo drove the knight to rush from a distance, the strong engine roar quickly attracted everyone's attention. Saw as two peas of a black knight off-road vehicle that was rushing around in the distance, and the same vehicle that was parked beside them. The crowd in the shading room could not help but walk out. Su Wan just called them back a few days ago. They already know that the mysterious young rich man, the boss of Shendun Automobile Company, will come to solve their problems in person. Although I know little about Chen Mo, from the third video on Chen Mo's Twitter, I can see that the young rich man's driving skills are very powerful. Maybe it can help them solve this big problem. And all of them were curious about Chen Mo, the mysterious young rich man who founded Shendun Automobile Company and created a powerful night SUV. In the whole network, Chen Mo's image is only the tall figure in the video, but his real appearance has never been seen before. So until the night cross-country vehicle is the mysterious boss of Shendun Automobile Company, all of them are very looking forward to seeing Chen Mo's true appearance. The knight, who came at a gallop, stopped not far in front of the crowd. With the door of the left cab opened, a tall figure, even a huge knight, could not completely block, got off the car, quickly bypassed the front of the car and stood in front of the crowd. Looking at Chen Mo, who is tall and powerful in a black suit, everyone can't help but be taken by his fierce and domineering momentum. All of them are a little lost. Chen Mo was in the castle before sorting out the equipment and preparing to cross. The whole person's psychological state has also entered the state of war readiness, and the momentum that had been deliberately suppressed has also completely erupted. Suddenly, Su Wan asked for help. Seeing that the time was fully available, Chen Mo drove over. For a while, the momentum did not fully converge, which made the crew suppressed by his momentum. After all, Chen Mo is still trying to restrain himself. People soon return to their minds and marvel at Chen Mo's amazing momentum. At the same time, people who finally see Chen Mo's appearance can't help sighing again. I didn't expect that the boss of Shendun Automobile Company, with brilliant talents, personally carried out model research and development and created a powerful night talent. The billionaire super rich are so young and handsome. At the moment when Chen Mo got off the car, I didn't know how many girls were stunned. This was the perfect template for their aggressive president. Chen Mo ignored the people's exclamation, envy, worship, obsession, and adoration. At the same time, when they looked at him, his eyes swept over a group of shooting team members standing outside the sunshade. His eyes finally focused on the young girl who was standing in the front wearing a simple white lined shirt and a light blue cowboy with a neat ponytail at the back. Although the dress is very simple and neat, it still can't cover up the artistic atmosphere naturally revealed by her. Compared with other people present, Chen Mo judged that she should be the director of the advertisement and the planner of the advertisement idea. Chen Mo didn't know that she was a girl until now. After all, although she was in the U, Su Wan didn't specifically explain. Chen Mo didn't pay too much attention to the advertisement, and he took she as a man. Only when he saw it with his own eyes did he know that the director was a woman. If it wasn't for the shooting problem, Chen Mo might not know after the advertisement. After confirming the person he is looking for, Chen Mo can't help but focus on the face of the young director. At the moment when he saw her face clearly, Chen Mo's eyes were momentarily fixed. There was a kind of surprise from his heart in his eyes, but he soon concealed the past and didn't notice it. What happened? Even Chen Mo, who has strong mental strength and strong psychological quality, almost loses his temper. It's her. Looking at the girl's face in front of him, Chen Mo can't help but cry out to her cleverly. It turns out that Chen Mo, a senior Chinese student from UCLA, knows the young girl whose advertising idea was chosen by Chen Mo and allowed her to direct herself. She is the girl who left a message to Chen Mo when he logged in the microblog that day. At the same time, when Chen Mo saw the figure at the airport, he felt familiar with it but did not think of the girl who was picking up the plane. Zhang Xin and Su Qing's sister. Safe. The two of them were in the same high school and the same class when they were in the first year of senior high school. Their relationship was only ordinary. Chen Mo's thoughts at that time were all on the study of spatial abilities, and there was not much communication with his classmates, which was also a reason Chen Mo didn't remember at the airport that day. Later, she was not in the same class and had less contact. I heard that she didn't do well in the college entrance examination and went back to school for another year, so she is still in her senior year, but Chen Mo had been home for more than half a year. As for her later study abroad, Chen Mo was not clear, so he didn't think about her at all that day. He didn't have much contact with her. In addition, he didn't see her for more than 4 years, which changed a lot. So if he didn't look at his face, Chen would not have thought it was her. Chen Mo did not expect that things would be so clever that she could meet Enron in Lowe's Angels, and she was still advertising his company. But it's obviously not the time to recognize each other. Now Chen Mo's identity is Chinese-American, the boss of Shendun Automobile Company, Black Chen, rather than Enron's high school classmates who died in the air crash. Just as Chen Mo looked at Enron quietly and sighed at the chance coincidence of the world, Enron saw Chen Mo's face clearly and showed a surprise, which seemed to bring some surprises and could not help exclaiming, You are Chen." Enron seemed to recognize Chen Mo, but when he finally called out Chen Mo's name, he suddenly stopped and quickly raised his white hands to cover his mouth, revealing only a pair of big eyes as crystal clear as water, excitedly and gently looking at Chen Mo. That pair of moving eyes quickly produced a layer of water mist, the wave light rippling, eyes also slightly red. Hearing this, Chen Mo was shocked, but on the surface there was nothing unusual. At the moment of seeing Enron, Chen Mo secretly raised his vigilance. After all, he was a former classmate. Although he hadn't seen him for several years, he was sure that the other side would be deeply impressed with him. Don't forget that Enron had left a message in his microblog before, which didn't seem to believe that Chen Mo was dead. In order to prevent the flaw, Chen Mo has been paying attention to it carefully. So when Enron almost called out his name, Chen Mo was not surprised or flustered. Instead, he looked at Enron, who became excited inexplicably after seeing him, and said quietly, "Hello, madam. I'm Black Chen." Chen Mo did not dare to say that his Chinese name was Chen Mo. He was afraid that Enron would recognize him as Chen Mo. Although Enron stopped in time before calling out Chen Mo's name, Chen Mo was not worried about being heard. After all, except for his appearance, he has changed so much that he has almost nothing in common. As long as he is a normal person, he will not believe that a person's height can skyrocket by tens of centimeters in a short time after he is an adult, and his body and temperament will change dramatically in a short time. Even if someone hears it and knows the situation and appearance before Chen Mo, he will only think that he has identified the wrong person safely. It is reasonable to say that even acquaintances should not directly call out Chen Mo's name when they see him. After being strengthened by super soldier serum, Chen Mo's body changed a lot and his appearance changed a little. But if he knew someone, he could still find some similar places, but only similar. Chen Mo's body and temperament have changed so much that it can be described as a world-shaking story. It's quite different from the past. Even a very familiar person will never recognize a person. At most, he will only feel similar. But Enron seems to ignore the change of height and temperament and directly acquiesce Chen. Previously, Chen Mo thought that only his parents could recognize him because of his great changes. Unexpectedly, the classmate who had not seen for many years could call him. Although she didn't call his name out completely, from her reaction, Chen Mo can be sure that she recognized herself and seemed to know what he was wanted, so she didn't name him. This makes Chen Mo very confused. How can an ordinary classmate who hasn't seen for many years recognize such a changed herself? In fact, Chen Mo did not know that although Enran was just an ordinary classmate for him, she was not so ordinary for Enran. Enran will never forget that night when she went home on her own bike after studying at night. She was stopped by a group of people suddenly rushing out in the dark when she was walking through an alley near the school. Because her home is close to the school and she comes very early every day, she always holds the key to the classroom. In the evening, she is always the last one to go because she has to lock the door. Now there are no other students on the road except her. And even if there are people, they dare not do the right thing with the 6 or 7 people in the opposite group who are not good at quarreling at first sight. Turn around directly running away is the most likely. Looking at a group of people around her with a funny face, Enran, though he doesn't know much, can also guess what will happen next. In fact, these people have been staring at Enran for a long time. They are all small gangsters who don't do their jobs. A group of people often get together to eat, drink, play, and fight with others. When they don't have money to spend, they sometimes run to the school in the middle of the night to rob away. Students and teachers are their targets. Before, some of them saw the safety of riding home alone in the night when they robbed the road. At that time, they were attracted by her slim and graceful posture under the dim street light. After seeing her appearance clearly, they were deeply attracted by her quiet and fresh temperament as well as her gentle and moving beautiful face. At that time, they had a bad idea. After several times of dark observation, they found that she was often the last one to go home alone after school. It was very convenient for them to do it. The last group of people gathered together and decided to do it to her in this alley. Enran, who was trapped in the wolves, summoned up his courage and shouted loudly, but the trembling voice in his weakness only exchanged for the merciless ridicule of the other side. Looking at the gangsters with lewd smiles all over their faces, they rode safely in panic and fear to rush out, but they were directly pulled down from the car by 2 people and pushed down on the ground among them again. Enran sat helplessly on the ground, looked at a group of hoodlums surrounded by him, and realized that Enran, who was in a dangerous situation, began to cry for help in a panic. Only just after shouting a few times, they quickly covered their mouths and dragged them towards the deeper part of the darker lane. I vaguely knew what would happen next. I tried my best to fight against it, but it didn't help at all. Soon I was pulled into the dark place of the alley. She could not make a sound when she was covered by her mouth, and her hands and feet were tightly held. A deep despair rose in her heart, and 2 lines of clear tears fell silently from her cheeks. Could it be just when Enran was completely pulled into the darkness, and her heart was also in endless despair, a vigorous figure suddenly flashed in front of her eyes and rushed into the darkness. Then, a scream of pain continued in the darkness around her. Soon, Enran was grasped. Several people who covered her mouth also released her. They stormed towards one side and their eyes gradually adapted to the dark Enran. Then they could see what happened. In front of her, a boy in school uniform was fighting with these hooligans. Several people were lying down on the ground, covering their throats, stomachs, lower bodies, and so on. They were rolling and screaming bitterly. The rest of them were defeated by the boy's fierce and swift attack. Enran only felt that he was like a martial arts expert on TV. She couldn't see his movements clearly. She could only see a group of arrogant gangsters who had just collapsed in his hands. Enran's eyes could not help but exude a special look. All his fists and feet rushed to the key point, and soon all the standing people fell to the ground. Because the three sides are blocked by the high wall, the light is very dim, and you can't see the boy's appearance safely, but you can see that what he is wearing is their school uniform. Under Enron's gaze, the boy who was supposed to be her schoolmate didn't come to see her or leave directly after he knocked down all the hooligans. But he went to the hooligans who were lying on the ground and groaning. He raised their hands and feet one by one and interrupted them. The fracture sound of click click and a miserable and shrill scream in the darkness. Occasionally, there are endless cries for mercy. However, this senior high school student who should be the same age as her did not hesitate or pause. She ignored the scream and begging for mercy and continued in an orderly manner. A gangster who was close to the outside tried to escape, and he had managed to climb out of the darkness while the boy was dealing with other people. Unfortunately, the next moment, a sound of footsteps sounded behind him. He only felt his ankle was tight, as if he was firmly clamped by a pair of iron tongs, and he could not break free from any struggle. Finally, he was dragged back to the lane in the desperate voice of begging for mercy the dark part of the sun. Then there were 4 click-click fracture sounds and another scream on the ground. Enron witnessed the whole process on one side. She dared not even kill chickens at ordinary times, but she was strangely free of any discomfort or intolerance. On the contrary, she felt extremely happy when she saw all the limbs of all the people were interrupted by the boy. Just now, her panic, despair, and pain were relieved a lot. That's what the TV said. If today's boy doesn't show up, they really succeed. Enron doesn't know if he has the courage to live. Even if he lives, he is only a walking corpse. She will be destroyed by these people all her life. Enron has no sympathy for these people. This is the punishment they deserve. If they are really just released after 2 or 3 years in prison, she really can't accept it. Not only because these people nearly destroyed her, but also because he knew that if no one stopped, these people would still do bad things in the future, and maybe more girls would be destroyed in their hands. Even if they were arrested by the police this time, they would only be jailed for a few years at most. When they come out, they will only get worse. They are still the cancer of society. But now they are all broken limbs, and even if they are better, they can't fight fiercely and hurt others, which is more effective than prison, and solve the future problems once and for all. Enron didn't think that the punishment was too severe. He broke his limbs and could continue to live after he was well cultivated. He just couldn't fight and hurt people. However, the girl who was hurt by them would suffer the psychological trauma that could never be erased. He lived in the shadow and was destroyed all his life. Now they deserve the punishment. Enron feels that it's not too much and agrees with this boy's seemingly cruel practice. And this mysterious boy who appeared in time at the critical moment rescued her from the desperate situation and cruelly cut off all the hooligans' hands and feet. In Enron's eyes at this time, he was a great Zia with high martial arts and justice. When the weak are hurt by bullying, stand up and save them from danger. And the law cannot punish the villain, but also by his own punishment, forever eliminate the future. In addition, his rapid attack, which made Enron totally invisible, the powerful force displayed when he easily knocked down 6 or 7 experienced gangsters in the fight, and the calm and decisive when he broke several limbs one by one, confirmed his identity as a great Zia in Enron's heart. In Enron's mind, this boy is a martial arts expert hidden in the ordinary people. He has excellent martial arts, but he never shows up in front of the ordinary people. However, when he is attacked by a villain, he stands up to help others. When the boy rescued her and punished these hooligans, Enron didn't take the chance to escape, but stood by and looked at him quietly, but the look in his eyes was growing. When the boys finish dealing with a group of scum on the ground, they don't speak, but directly turn around and want to leave. Enron saw that the great Zia was going to wash his clothes when it happened and hide his skills and fame. He quickly called out to stop him. Thank you for saving me. The boy who has come out of the dark is clearly shown in front of Enron. His clothes are their school uniforms, as she had guessed before. That is to say, the great Zia who saved her is her classmate or senior. Just because the light was too dark in the dark just now, and the other party deliberately concealed it, Enron never saw his face clearly. Enron wanted to know who saved her, but he didn't turn around, just whispered in a low voice, "Hurry home." Then he left quickly and disappeared in the distance. Enron didn't come back until the other party completely disappeared. Looking at the rascal lying beside him, Enron felt the fear again. At the same time, Enron hurriedly ran away, went back to the bicycle that he had fallen on the ground, picked up the car and ran away. Those hooligans who were interrupted didn't dare to call the police. Who was arrested by the police? A rapist or a good young man? At best, the other side can only be regarded as over-defense, and their attempted rape will be sentenced to several years. Moreover, they didn't see each other's appearance at all. It was useless to call the police. They also built themselves in. At last, they could only break their teeth and swallow blood. They thought they were unlucky. Although he was frightened the first day, thanks to the timely appearance of the great Zia, Enron did not suffer any harm. He was afraid of his family's worries and didn't tell his family. After sleeping, he recovered a lot and didn't have nightmares at night. Instead, he dreamed of a masked great Zia with a long sword on his back to uphold justice and eliminate evils. Woke up as two peas in the mind. The next day, Enron arrived at the school as usual, opened the classroom door and sat in his seat. His mind was full of the back images of the reality and the dream at the same time. As long as I think of that back, Enron has a strong sense of security in my heart, and I feel that I am not afraid of anything. When she was in a daze, the students in the class also came into the classroom one after another. All of a sudden, a very familiar figure appeared in her sight. She looked up safely and quickly, only to see a seat in front of her. A classmate was slowly sitting in his seat. Enron's eyes widened incredulously. This back image and the one in her mind gradually coincided. It was him. Enron's face flushed with excitement, his hands on the table, and he wanted to get up and walk forward. But soon, Enron relaxed again and sat back. She thought that last night, the other party had been hiding from her without showing her face. Obviously, she didn't want to be known by her. In that case, why should she expose him, as long as she knows? And the real identity of the great Zia who saved her is Chen Mo. On that day, he left school later. Hearing the call for help from Enron, he rushed to her and saved her in time. But Chen Mo, who realized what these people were doing, was furious. In Chen Mo's view, it's not too bad to kill the traitor directly. However, he was still young at that time, and his spatial ability was not powerful. He had some concerns and failed to break free from the shackles of secular rules. Breaking limbs was the limit he could do at that time. It was because he saw that a group of people wanted to be strong and raped her classmates, which became so fierce under the extreme anger. As for killing, there was a strong psychological barrier for him at that time. It was not until a few years later that Grandpa was seriously injured that he finally broke through the obstacles and took this step. Knowing that Chen Mo was the martial arts great Zia who saved her last night, Enron was also surprised. I didn't expect that Chen Mo, who was ordinary in all aspects, was a hidden martial arts expert. Since then, Enron has never revealed anything, but has been quietly concerned about Chen Mo. She has gradually found Chen Mo's extraordinary in some details. For example, his performance is actually very good. Many other people can do the right questions, but each exam is just above the average, and the wrong questions are not very difficult. Teachers and students all think that he is careless. Only she knows that Chen Mo is hiding his clumsiness. In his opinion, the problem is also very easy, so he can't distinguish it at all, so he can only write a few mistakes casually. Physical education is even more obvious. Although the race is only the result of the middle school, Other people are not tired after the race, but his face does not change. And whether it's basketball, football, high jump, long jump, javelin running, Chen Mo's performance in all kinds of events is middle school, none of which is too poor. Because each item is not top-notch, it has not attracted other people's attention. Only paying special attention to Chen Mo's Enron found these details ignored by others. Chen Mo didn't know it. He thought he covered it up very well, but a careful girl saw all the flaws. After all, Chen Mo was still young at that time, and he didn't think so well. In addition, Enron knew Chen Mo's identity as a Woolen expert in advance, which found his deliberate cover-up. However, Enron only found that Chen Mo's physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people, and his brain is very smart. He didn't find any other abnormalities, and only thought that it was because Chen Mo can master martial arts. And knowing that Chen Mo intended to hide his own Enron, he has been helping him keep secrets, even helping to cover up when other students raised questions, so that Chen Mo can continue to be his hermit. Chen Mo didn't know all this. At that time, his mental power was not very strong. His physical quality and brain power were only stronger than that of ordinary people. He didn't have the sharp perception ability later. Therefore, Chen Mo knew nothing about Enron's silent attention to him. Enron has been silently looking at Chen Mo's back, never expressing anything to him, and she can't say how she feels about Chen Mo. Grateful, worship, be curious, like it. Maybe all of them she can't say clearly, just want to look at his back silently after him. Her heart will be very stable. Until graduating from high school, Chen Mo went to the nearest ordinary university, and Enron, for Chen Mo's reason, firmly believed that there were martial arts experts in the world, and was particularly obsessed with martial arts films and novels. In addition, Chen Mo had been quietly concerned about Chen Mo, and his energy was somewhat scattered. He failed in the college entrance examination. However, Chen Mo didn't exist in the second reading. After Enron concentrated on the second reading for a year, he successfully got into the university he wanted. He came to the School of Film and TV Drama of UCLA and majored in directing. He was determined to become a martial arts director in the future. Although studying alone in a foreign country, Enron still pays attention to Chen Mo's situation all the time. Although he rarely tweets, she will look at each one several times seriously, but she never leaves a message, just quietly. Silent attention to Chen Mo seems to have become her habit and part of her study life in a foreign country. In other words, Chen Mo has always been a strong spiritual pillar in her heart. Just think of Chen Mo. She is not afraid of anything. It was not until hearing that Chen Mo's plane crashed at sea that he paid close attention to his Enron. However, she knew that Enron, Chen Mo's excellent martial arts, still didn't believe that Chen Mo would die so easily. She firmly believed that Chen Mo must not have died yet. After so many years, his martial arts must be more powerful. Maybe he can survive in a golden bell-covered iron cloth shirt or lightness skill. While anxiously waiting for the results of the search and rescue, Enron also learned what happened to Chen Mo's family, and that he killed and absconded in order to avenge his grandfather. This reminds her of what happened in the alley in those days. Chen Mo, the great Zia, is still such a quick hater that the law can't punish him, so he takes action himself. Imagine the scene of Chen Mo sneaking into the villa and killing for revenge. The figure of the swordsman in Woolen who used to fight for justice and kill evil once again came to Enron's mind. He hasn't changed at all. Like Chen Jiangguo, Chen Mo's father, she firmly believed that Chen Mo was good at martial arts and was not so easy to die. She always looked forward to the news of the rescue team, but at the same time, she was worried that Chen Mo would be arrested and imprisoned when he was found. With this kind of contradictory mood, until the rescue team found Su Wan and other people trapped on the island, and learned that there was no Chen Mo among the survivors, Enron could not say what mood it was. Disappointed, sad, lucky, Hope. Although all kinds of signs show that Chen Mo is dead, Enron still doesn't want to believe it. Since these ordinary people are able to survive, how can Chen Mo, who has excellent martial arts, die? Would he have escaped from the rescue team? It is with this idea that Chen Mo, who has never talked with her, left a message in Chen Mo's microblog. She believes that if Chen Mo is not dead, she will see it sooner or later and maybe give her a little response. The outside world thought Chen Mo was dead, and Enron was not worried that there would be police monitoring Chen Mo's account. In my heart, I have a firm belief that Chen Mo is still alive and well, and has not been defeated by Chen Mo's disappearance. I am still firmly committed to learning. When I learned that Shendun Automobile Company, a new rising company, wanted to take advertising and solicit the news of advertising creativity, I actively contributed. Under the influence of Chen Mo and Ron, who firmly believed in the existence of martial arts, loved literature and movies, was imaginative, and his plan was successfully selected. However, there are some problems in the shooting process. The performance of Night is too strong, and it can still maintain a high speed under the condition of cross-country passing in the rugged and complex terrain. However, the stunt drivers they invited are already top-level, but they still can't fully show the super performance of Night. After she reported the situation to the assistant president of Shendun Automobile Company, the reply was that their president would personally solve the problem. This mysterious president's tweet she has seen, and she also has fresh memories of the extreme speed of that mountain road, and she is full of expectation waiting for the arrival of this amazing president of vehicle technology. However, after seeing his appearance, Enron was stunned on the spot. He paid close attention to Enron for many years. It can be said that in the world, except for Chen Mo's parents, he was the one who knew him best. In front of him, the president of Shendun Automobile Company, although his height and temperament were very different from Chen Mo's, his face was very similar to Chen Mo's. People who are not very familiar with Chen Mo will feel that they are just like each other under the influence of the huge difference in height, body shape, temperament, etc. But Enron, who is very familiar with Chen Mo, can see that at least 90% of the people in front of him are similar to Chen Mo. As for height, physique, and temperament, don't all martial arts experts know how to shrink their bones? Since can shrink, that certainly can also rise. Temperament may be practicing some strange martial arts or simply acting. The imaginative Enron explained all the irrationalities directly. At that time, he decided that the man in front of him was Chen Mo. He's not really dead. Enron was so excited that she almost called out Chen Mo's name directly, but then she suddenly thought that Chen Mo was still a wanted man, so she quickly raised her hand to cover her mouth and stop the following words in time. Looking at the familiar face in front of her, she blushed with excitement and tears rolled in her eyes. If she hadn't considered the occasion, she would have cried for a long time. However, Chen Mo's polite but cold words shocked her. She couldn't help looking up and looking into Chen Mo's eyes. Different from the simple and pure eyes in her previous memory, the eyes in front of her are as dark and profound as the vast universe, and the eyes transmitted are sharp as knives. The deep eyes are full of pride and majesty, showing a momentum to stare at all beings. If the appearance of the person in front of her makes her feel very familiar, then these eyes are so strange. This moment, Enron suddenly found that this is not Chen Mo. This strange and cold look is like a basin of ice water. When it is poured down, the heart will be instantly watered out, cold and bone deep. Calmed down from the excitement of Enron, but also restored to reason, their thoughts just can't help but feel funny. This is simply self-deception. No martial arts can make a person's height rise by tens of centimeters, and her body and temperament have changed so much. This is not something that can be explained by martial arts at all. Although she loves fantasy and believes in martial arts, she knows that martial arts are not magic and can't do what she imagined. Was just as like as two peas before Chen. After seeing Chen Mo as a person who was almost identical to Chen Mo, he always regarded him as Chen Mo because of his heart. After such subjective judgment was formed, instinctively would automatically justify the unreasonable places or find reasons for themselves, and completely fall into perceptual judgment without considering what logic. Now calm down, and Ron quickly figured out the problems, not only in appearance but also in identity. Now if Chen Mo is alive, he should also be anonymous and hide in a low-key place. The best situation is to hide in the ordinary public as an ordinary identity, just like those Zayak wanted by the government and selling meat and firewood in anonymity, rather than tweeting the video of groundhog and racing. The most important thing is that the person in front of us is a billionaire super rich, with a fast-growing auto company that directly pursues several top auto groups in the world, and is a Native American with Chinese nationality. In any case, this identity cannot be connected with Chen Mo who escaped, so the person in front of us can't be Chen Mo, just happened to look very similar. After thinking about it, Enron quickly accepted the reality, cleared up his mood, and smiled at Chen Mo apologetically. "I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, you look like a friend of mine. I just got the wrong person." Looking at Enron's red eyes, Chen Mo felt sorry for no reason. After all, she was an old classmate of her own. Judging from her performance just now, she was obviously very concerned about herself, but she had to show her arrogance and indifference on purpose to avoid being seen by her. His identity must not be exposed, at least before he has enough powerful force. He cannot let others know that he is still alive. "So I'm sorry, Enron." Chen Mo's thoughts in his heart have not been expressed on his face. After several world experiences, Chen Mo has not been the original Chen Mo. As the master of the Hydra that controls half the world and the emperor of the powerful empire that dominates the whole European continent, Chen Mo has the authority and momentum to overlook the life. But usually he would keep this momentum in check, including the murderous spirit and edge accumulated in his endless killing and fighting. If his momentum broke out completely uncontrolled, it would be enough to frighten anyone. The dignity and momentum that people usually feel from him is only a small part of his intentional suppression. Just in the face of Enron, Chen Mo intentionally made her feel the difference between Black Chen and Chen Mo and changed her mind. Obviously, Chen Mo achieved his goal, but he was not too happy. After all, he cheated an old classmate who cared about him. Looking at Enron's big eyes, which were originally flexible, became gloomy and lost. Chen Mo, who felt guilty, didn't want her to be sad because of herself anymore, so he changed the topic coldly. "I'm here for advertising." Enron heard Chen Mo talking about advertising and then realized what they were doing. He took another look at Chen Mo's familiar and unfamiliar face, gathered up his mood, and talked to Chen Mo about business. "Mr. Chen, this is the situation." After hearing Enron's story, Chen Mo understood the problem and asked for specific requirements. Chen Mo directly turned to the night that was used to shoot advertisements. "Let's get started. I only have half an hour." Enron could not help but be a little surprised, and then hurriedly ran to the window, looking up to the cars. Chen Mo explained, "Mr. Chen, let's practice it first. After all, it's live fire shooting, and now only this car is used for shooting. If it's not photographed well this time, the shell of the car body will be damaged by the bullet, so it can't be photographed again. Production of Night is limited, and there are a large number of orders waiting for it. Every day, the car is just taken off the production line. The one used for shooting is not easy to squeeze out. Although the body armor is strong in defense, it will still deform after being hit by bullets, so Enron originally intended to drill the whole process well, and then use live ammunition. Only when something went wrong in the off-road part, it stopped. Now Chen Mo asks them to shoot it directly. Although Enron, who has seen the video, has some confidence in Chen Mo, he can't shoot it without rehearsing. Although this advertisement seems simple, it has a high demand for timing. If you don't pay attention to it, you may make mistakes. If you fail, you can only take the car back for repair before you continue shooting. Chen Mo saw Enron's mood recovered a lot after he put into work and finally let go. However, he will go back to prepare for crossing in a little while, and there is not much time for rehearsal here. And Enron has told him the whole process clearly. He has also seen the scenes of their previous exercises, and he is confident that there is no need to waste time. It doesn't matter. Didn't I drive one? If it's broken, change the car. Chen Mo raised his finger to the side of his own car and then said decidedly, "Okay, that's it. Start shooting now." With Chen Mo finished, he directly stepped on the accelerator and quickly drove the car to the starting position on the road, ready to start shooting. The rest of the crew couldn't help but look at Enron.